Welcome, dear viewers, for yet another exciting day here in Biel, Bienne, the bilingual city in Switzerland. The summer is booming outside. As you can see, there's a lot of flags waving outside of the playing venue of the Biel Congress Center, which hosts in total 15 tournaments in many rating categories. The action is unfolding already for several days in a row. Yesterday there was a lot of drama. As you can see, this is the playing venue in the Congress Center. Today we are probably in for even more action, more drama, and we are going to follow it live here from Biel Congress Center. Your host as usual, I'm Grandmaster Artur Nations, together with the ever-charming Angelika Volkova. Angelika, it's great to have you back again.
Thank you so much, Artur. It's always a pleasure to be with you here and show our dear viewers what is happening at the Biel Chess Festival, especially Grandmaster Triathlon, which is a very exciting event.
Indeed it is, and before we jump into the games, let's have a look at the format of the triathlon, which is the main event of the 57th International Biel Chess Festival. As you can see, it consists of 3 combined tournaments, classical, rapid, and blitz. In total, 20 games. Then after the triathlon, there's going to be a special new edition, the final stage, where the top players in both categories, Masters and Challengers, they're going to fight it out, a special round-robin tournament, and the players at the bottom will be eliminated and not participating in the fight for the championship award.
And it is going to be an innovative edition because we had already so many new things happening this year comparison to before. We had in the Chess 960 challengers were challenging the masters in the last 2 rounds of the tournament. Now we have this final stage, which is going to be also exciting. We have so many top players here in the field, and I'm looking forward for the round number 2.
Indeed, so am I, and a lot of viewers who are following online. So let's maybe now check the current standings in both tournaments, the Masters and Challengers section, because Rapid tournament is over, round 1 is over of the Classical, which was held yesterday. Here you see Liem, the Vietnamese Grandmaster, and the past 2 years winners is still again leading the tournament 9 points, followed Haik Martirosyan with 8.5 points. Also, the surprise winner of yesterday's game, Abhimanyu against Pragg. In the Challengers, we see Alexander Donchenko is in a great shape. He won the first Chess 960 Rapid tournament. He is leading the tournament again after the classical part, round 1, with 11 points. Followed closely by Salem Saleh with 10 points, and Vaishali with 9.
And here we have the round 2 pairings for today's matchups. In the master sections, we are going to see Sam Shankland with the white pieces battling it out with Abhimanyu Mishra. Will we see if we're going to be another crazy preparation by the American Grandmasters? It's going to be a US match there. Liem with the white pieces, Vietnamese Grandmaster against Praggnanandhaa. Liem won the previous game, Praggnanandhaa lost. We are going to see what the Praggnanandhaa is preparing for today. Haik Martirosyan, the current leader, no, the second place of the Grandmaster Triathlon Masters, is facing against Vincent Keymer. Vincent has not such a great time right now in the Grandmaster Triathlon compared to the previous years. In Challenger section, we see Marc-Andrea Morizzi with white pieces is going to try to challenge the Ukrainian young Grandmaster, one of the youngest Grandmasters in the world right now, Igor Samonenkov. Vaishali, after a very nice and spectacular victory over the top seed Jonas Bier, is going to face Alexander Donchenko, and Salem is facing Jonas Bier.
And now it's time for us, dear viewers, go live to the playing venue and see how the players are prepping for the games. It's about 5 minutes before the start of the round. Everybody is getting ready, approaching here the boards. Here you see Americans, Samuel Shankland, who is getting ready for his game against Abhimanyu Mishra. Mishra yesterday scored very impressive victory with the black color against Pragg. For Shankland, he showed some very deep prep in the King's Indian defense against Haik Martirosyan. Very exciting matchup, and I think this is also going to be sort of a revenge match because essentially Shankland is looking for a way to strike back after his loss against Mishra in the last year's US Championships.
Yeah, for sure. And we see here the clash of the experience. Samuel Shankland is much older, one of the oldest participants of the Grandmaster triathlon master section. Abhimanyu Mishra is one of the youngest and super sharp players. Even though there is this rating difference, the match is going to be exciting for sure. And we see Marc-André Maurizi here preparing for the game against Igor Samonenko. Igor Samonenko had not a great time in the previous two tournaments, and yesterday he was defending to the very last moments in the game against Alexander Donchenko. We'll see, is he going to strike back today?
They're also the two youngest participants of the Challengers tournament. The average age is about 15, 16, so it's very, very impressive already playing at highest level of chess. So we'll see. I think this is also, by the way, one of the matchups, Angelika, I had a hard time to predict who is going to be the favorite. On paper, of course, Maurizi should be the favorite because he is the reigning World Junior Champion under 20, a feat he accomplished being only age 16. But Samonenko has been showing some really good chess so far here in Biel.
Yeah, and we see Haik Martirosyan, the winner of the Rapid tournament and also sharing the first place with Praggnanandhaa in the chess 960, is going to face Vincent Keymer, German #1. Today he's facing with white pieces. We see Vincent also arrives at the board. The players are getting ready for the start. Haik is Armenian #1. He's going to represent Armenia in the Olympiad, in the Chess Olympiad in Budapest this year in September, as well as Vincent Keymer is going to be a top board for the Germany.
There's also a fair chance that they're going to also play indeed in the Olympiad because they already did it last year in the European Team Chess Championships, playing on top boards of their countries. Here's Liem, one of the most creative players of the Challengers tournament. He is back in Biel after 2 years, one of the most experienced players and participants of the festival because he has been in total 10 times, which actually is not a record because there's yet another player in the Challenger section and his name is Alexander Donchenko, who has played in Biel for a record 13 times. And here you see Donchenko arrives for the game with the black color against Vaishali. Now this is going to be a huge game.
This is going to be a huge matchup. We had Alexander in the studio yesterday for an interview, and he said nothing is easy. Vaishali beat the top seed of the tournament yesterday with the black pieces in the French defense. So there is any unpredictable upset possible in the both tournament, Challengers and Masters.
Yesterday also, Donchenko played the longest game against the youngest participant of the Challengers tournament, Igor Samonenko. The game lasted almost 7 hours. He managed to grind out the victory. And here we are seeing Salek Saddam versus his opponent Jonas Bienne. For Bienne, yesterday was rather disappointing. He was the top-seeded player. He is still the top-seeded player of the Challengers tournament, but he suffered a loss in the first round against the lowest-seeded player, Vaishali. And by the way, Angelika, this was a very interesting coincidence because the same happened also in the Masters tournament because Pragg lost with white against the lowest-seeded player, Abhimanyu Mishra.
Yeah, we had two huge upsets yesterday in the round #1 of the Classic. Maybe we can remind that we had only one draw yesterday. It was a preparation of Samuel Shankland. Very, very deep stuff was shown by the US Grandmaster against Haik Martirosyan. It was the only draw which was played yesterday. It's so exciting that from round 1 of the classical chess, the games are heating up and there is going to be so many exciting games. We see the handshake, the round is starting, and we see that also Pragg arrived.
Yeah, and here you see Pragg arrives at the last moment, and I just saw Liem also entering the playing venue, so he's going to be slightly late for the game. You cannot afford to be late for too much because I think there was a rule in the regulations. You have to appear at the board within something like first 10 minutes or so. You can be forfeited. So let's hope it's not going to happen. The players are arriving here, and I believe Liem is going to approach his board in any minute.
Yes, we are waiting for the players to start the round. We see there are also many photographers there. Everyone wants to take a picture. We see already first moves at the board of Samuel Shankland against Abhimanyu Mishra being played on the board. It's going to be another exciting matchup. I mean, we had already so many decisive games. Arthurs, it was said that classical chess is dead, but it's not dead at all. And we see in Biel Chess Festival, even though a time control is so long, we're having so many decisive games.
Maybe now let's check more closely what is the tournament format, what is the time control, what is the prize fund of the festival, and then dive in more closely in the games. As you can see, the first moves are being played. The format, here you go, that's the time control we have, the classical World Championship time control, 2 hours for the first 40 moves, followed by 1 hour after move 40, then even more 50 minutes are added after move 60. But there's the interesting part, Angelika, the extra 30 seconds they get after only move 61. And this gives potential time scramble possibilities all over the boards. We already saw some of these things happening yesterday when Keymer made his critical mistake with only something like 5 seconds left on the clock. So it's going to play a big role.
It's going to be playing a really huge role indeed. The players were in a huge time trouble, and we see already the bird's eye view is there. We can follow already the first moves in the opening. Maybe first we go with the overview. What has happened on the boards? We see actually Liem played only one move. Praggnanandhaa is still not answering. 1d4 was played by Vietnamese Grandmaster.
Which is a bit odd, to be honest, because I thought that Pragg was the first one who arrived at the board. It was not Liem, and yet it was the Vietnamese Grandmaster who made the first move. Now you see d4, d5 is on the board.
Okay, Praggnanandhaa couldn't do a first move because he's playing black, so...
I thought you were talking about the left.
Oh, yeah.
Right. Then we have Vaishali playing against Alexander Donchenko, top middle board. This is some sort of a Karakan, from what I can tell. C4, knight, C3, one of the systems. Very interesting stuff. On the top right, we have Salem Salek playing with the white color against Bienne, some sort of a Catalan.
We have on the bottom left the US matchup, Samuel Shankland against Abhimanyu Mishra. It looks like some kind of English opening. What is this? It was C4 was the first move, right?
I would say it's reversed Sicilian Taimanov. I'm not really sure if this has an official name because C4, knight C3, queen C2, E3, it feels like Sicilian Taimanov with colors reversed. This means that Shankland tries to kick his opponent out of the early prep, although Abhimanyu seems to be responding pretty quickly. Then we have the game of Haik Martirosyan against Vincent Keymer. Vincent already has played this setup before, and I think he played it in the rapid tournament against Liem.
Yeah, so it looks like some kind of triangle. It looks like a queen's gambit from the Haik and bishop, Vienne bishop on the g7. And we have the matchup, Marc-Andrea Maurizi on the bottom right against Igor Samonenko. We see so far it's normal moves of the queen's gambit, but the knight is on f3, and c6 was played instantly here. So it's going to transpose in some kind of a triangle Slav.
Yeah, we'll see indeed. So, Angelika, your idea, where do you want to go next? Which game do you want to start with?
I would like to go immediately to game Vaishali against Alexander Donchenko because I think she was the most exciting player yesterday with the most spectacular win and also another huge upset. We are going for sure check all the games one by one, but I think this is a game I would like to start with.
Let's do that. Let's jump into the action and see what is happening here. As I already said, this is some sort of a Karakan. From the very beginning, e4, c6. You know, Angelika, if I would ask you the question, what do you think? Is Karakan a positional repertoire or is it aggressive?
Positional. It's a positional. If you compare it with French, for example.
Right, but I also think so. But I have talked with many fellow grandmasters and they think that actually Karakan is pretty aggressive. And the idea is that you avoid all kinds of symmetrical structures, meaning if you're playing at the highest level chess, you're, of course, get using to the idea you need to play for the win also with black. So it's very difficult that you play some symmetrical structures like e4, e5 against significantly low-rated opponent, and you hope that you're going to outplay him in the long grind. So you try to unbalance the position. And that's why the Karakan is so popular, that with c6, d5, it's sort of positional indeed, I agree with you there, but yet white almost always has difficulties to get this symmetrical position. This is exactly the reason why it's so popular. There's a number of grandmasters at the highest level who are playing this all over the world. And now the trend here is that e5 is becoming the main move. I think knight c3 already is kind of obsolete because of, if I could show you, I think this is one of the main reasons, knight f6, the so-called Tartakova variation, which gives black pretty good chances. But to be honest, also the old bishop f5 fares pretty well, and that's why e5 has taken over the popularity of this variation.
Talking about Caro-Kann, I would say, yeah, it's like positional one, but it's for sure very ambitious. You don't want to play symmetrical position. You want to have some imbalance in the position, and I guess it's a very nice choice by Donchenko against this matchup, because he is sure that there is going to be a fight there, and probably he's the one who is starting it first.
Do you play Caro-Kann?
Yeah, I used to.
I never played it before. I wish I would have done it. Yeah, I had this idea to start to play Caro-Kann at some point, but somehow I never got around. All right, bishop f5 is one of the main moves here. So if you look at this position, you would think that it looks quite similar to the French defense. But the thing is, if black plays e6 to play c5, compared to the French advanced variation, black has wasted the tempi. That's why bishop f5 is typically played, so that black can play e6 and then potentially play c5.
Yeah, actually, I used to be a French player, before I played Caro-Kann, so it was a little bit easier for me to adjust, since I knew that, okay, Caro-Kann is kind of a better version of the French, because I have this bishop on f5 already. And in French, I would always have this bishop stuck on c8. I would maybe lose many games with this bishop. But since the bishop is getting out, the idea is still similar, because the pawn structure in the center is almost the same as in the French, but there is some lost tempo because of the c6 first move.
Right, and this c4, Angelica, I'm not really that familiar with this setup. I think a far more popular continuation is a knight f3. There's also the aggressive h4. Yeah, try to trap the bishop with a g4 and h5. There's also the very aggressive knight c3, followed by moves like g4 and knight e2. There's many setups. c4 is something I haven't really seen a lot, but probably it makes perfect sense to fight for the center like this as well. And after knight e7, knight g to e2. This is the first surprise, apparently, to Donchenko. I don't think he expected this.
Yeah, but look, he's already started spending time. Knight f3 is for sure the kind of most normal move, but knight bd2 is allowing actually black to capture the pawn on c4 and then protect it with a b5. So this is for sure a preparation by Vaishali. And after knight g3, is there actually time for black to defend the pawn on c4? I think bishop has to go back.
This is a very fair question. And this position sort of resembles to me some sort of a queen's gambit accepted.
Yeah.
Sometimes, from the white's perspective, you play something like this: d4, d5, c4 here. Let's say knight c3, c6, e4, b5. Yeah, stuff like this. It looks very similar. So if you compare to this position of the Caro-Kann, the last square bishop is out on f5. White has committed to e5, and black has played e6. Right. So again. Typically here, what white is trying to do is white is attempted to get some space advantage in the center and start a king-set attack. And I can only imagine that after b5 is going to be pretty similar.
Yeah, it looks like, black spent too much time. What happens if I'm going to play something like a4 first, or knight e4 first, and then a4? So my idea, I would like to try to break those pawns.
a4, of course, makes perfect sense, because this basically prompts black to play b4. I mean, I think we have to show you cannot play a6, because this feels like a very natural way to play. The point is, after a takes on b5, black can never recapture on b5 with a pawn, and after c takes on b5, this is the typical problem. Knight takes on b5, black cannot capture on b5 because the rook on a8 is under attack, and even more, black starts to experience serious issues with the pawn on c4.
Yeah, but Vaishali played something else. She went for a bishop e2, by the way. So she still in the prep, according to her time usage, it looks like. And bishop e2, what is the idea? You want to bring the bishop all the way to f3?
Probably, or just develop. Yeah, these positions are really tricky. And again, like I already said, they resemble the queen's gambit accepted. Yeah. And I have a feeling that Donchenko was slightly surprised with the choice of this formation because he did spend here something like 7 minutes. He played rather quickly, d-takes on c4 and knight g3 followed by b5. So this means he knows this. He just tried to recollect what were the continuations here. And bishop e2, by the way, if you see how the bar reacts to this, this is not the main move. And speaking about the prep at the highest level, one thing I know for sure, how the highest level players, they tend to prepare, they are not using the top choices of the engine because the opposing party, your opponent, is going to do the same. Of course, he's going to follow the top choices of the engine in any variation. And as soon as you divert, you make some logical move, but which is maybe not fully endorsed by an engine, there's a fair chance that your opponent might not know this. Look at this. I'm looking at Donchenko right now. He's trying to remember. He's trying to remember what was after bishop e2.
Yeah, and also another interesting idea is not going for these main lines, but also going for some side lines which require a very high precision. For example, after this move on bishop e2, let's say black would have 1 or 2 options which would keep their slight advantage, and all the rest of the moves I'm going to bring advantage for white. So that's why with that you eliminate the chance of your opponent playing the best move and keep the same evaluation of the position.
Indeed. I mean, sometimes this evaluation, for example, I just open engine says 0.18 for black. What does it even mean? Maybe you get to this evaluation if you make a series of only moves and you need to really know them, and then white is still not risking anything because white is still within the drawing range. This is a very popular thing to do at the highest level, not following the top choice. And right now, Donchenko is trying to figure out what's the follow-up. And sometimes, you know, these things happen that you looked at this line after c4, knight c3, knight g2, maybe a couple of years ago, and you're like sitting there and trying to remember, yeah, I had this file on ChessBase, yeah, there was this continuation after knight g3, b5, what was even there? And you looked at this line like a couple of years ago, for example. So you're essentially trying to recall an exam that you took a long time ago. This is not easy.
This is absolutely not easy, and like looking at what action Vaishali did also in the earlier Chess 960 rapid tournaments and the yesterday's first round, this looks really really promising for the young Indian grandmaster. By the way, Arturs, what is their score generally in the Biel here and general? Have they played before a classical game?
They have played a classical game, a single classical game last year in the Tata Steel chess in the B tournament, one of the most prestigious round-robin tournaments typically held in Vaishali, Netherlands every January. Donchenko won with the black color in a Sicilian Scheveningen. So actually I would say it was a rather small surprise, I suppose, because when Vaishali was doing the prep against Donchenko, I suppose you always look at the first game you played against your opponent. The opponent plays Sicilian defense against you, so you mainly prepare against that. But to be honest, nowadays, at the highest level, these guys, they play a lot of defenses, a lot of openings, and that's why you prep a lot of stuff for the game.
Yeah, and also, you know, Vaishali spent a lot of time for preparation. She didn't even go for a rest day exhibition here in the Biel Chess Festival. So she was using all this time to prepare for the first round or for all the classical rounds of the tournament.
Right, indeed. And speaking about Tata Steel, Donchenko already had played in the Masters tournament back in 2021, being the last-minute substitute of Dubov as well. Speaking about last-minute substitutes, of course, it's a different story. We also have another here in the festival, which is Sam Shankland, replacing Javohir Sindarov in the last minute because of visa problems. But speaking again about this particular game, Donchenko won both games in the Rapid and Chess 960 section against Vaishali, 3-0 in all the games. So I would say that makes him a pretty big favorite.
Pretty big favorite, but he should not relax for sure. And here we have the bird's eye view with other games. Arturs, maybe we should look over just quickly and see which game we're going to choose for the next one.
All right. I do see something very similar in terms of the pawn structure to Haik Martirosyan's game against Vincent Keymer. So since we're started to talk about these structures, I suppose we could go to that game and then see where the pace of the round is going to take us. What do you think?
Yeah, for sure. Let's jump into the game. Haik Martirosyan against Vincent Keymer. We see there is this kind of a triangle pawn structure in the center for black. The bishop is, though, behind the pawn chain, so bishop is inside.
All right, let's check the start. I'm really curious how did they get there. D4, knight f6, e4, e6, knight f3, d5, knight c3. Super popular. And I checked what they did before because Martirosyan against Keymer, they have definitely played against each other many, many times. So I pulled up some stats. Previously, they had 4 over-the-board games. And do you know who is leading them?
I would say Vincent.
Yes, Vincent indeed is leading pretty much confidently by 3 victories and 1 draw. The last time they played was last year in European Team Chess Championships. I believe it was top board when Vincent was playing with black. Exactly the same moves, where here he played the so-called Tarash after c5. This is what they played in the previous classical game. The game continued c takes, queen d4, e takes, and I think it was e4, d takes, queen d8, king d8, knight g5, bishop e6. The rest already don't remember.
Draw?
No, I don't remember this, but this is a very topical theory, and I think the current reputation of this line is black is holding. So Haik was pressing in that game for most of the part of the game. He messed up in the time scramble. He allowed Keymer to take over the game, and his position collapsed very quickly. So this is what happened previously, and here Haik decides to sidestep. Not Haik, but Vincent decides to sidestep, and he plays c6.
Yeah, and we have some so-called triangle pawn structure. It can be called triangle Slav. It can be triangle system, very popular nowadays because black is just defending the center, not yet showing all the cards where they want to locate the other pieces, and they are ready to capture on d5 either with c or e pawn. Depends what they want. Either they want to have some more symmetrical pawn structure and having some kind of exchange Slav, then they would take with the c pawn. If they want to have a Carlsbad structure, they would take with the e pawn. It's a choice for black.
Indeed it is. So c6 leads to a very complex battle. Maybe I'll also just mention how they have played here in Biel so far, because all the players have met each other twice in the Rapid and Chess 960 tournament. Both games were won by Haik Martirosyan, which, by the way, I think is pretty important. So in the Rapid tournament, Keymer made a very interesting exchange sacrifice. He had a very nice position, but then Haik managed to take over the game and win with the black color. In the Chess 960, Haik won a nice game where Keymer flagged, so he did not manage to make his move in time, or he lost on time. And they have played against each other online, by the way, a lot. I know, of course, it doesn't really matter for over-the-board games. They have played in Junior Speed Chess Championships back in 2020 and 2021, and both times Martirosyan was winning dominantly.
This is incredible, yeah, and we see even though they had some classical differences in the scores, so Vincent is the one who is leading those. In the Rapid and in Chess 960 here at Biel, Haik was the one who prevailed the young grandmaster from Germany. Does it mean something psychologically, Artur said, okay, Vincent comes to the game, he knows he lost yesterday's round, he knows he lost also 2 games here in Biel in Rapid and Chess 960. Does it change the preparation for him?
I'm not really sure if it changes the preparation, but the mood definitely is different. Yeah, I think if you play a really nice game and you have had a great start in Chess 960 and Rapid, like Martirosyan does, it lifts you up. You're playing with a lot of motivation. And for example, for Vincent, it's slightly different. He had, okay Chess 960 tournament in Rapid. I do not immediately recall what was his result, but he was not at the very top. And yesterday he lost this very painful game with white against the reigning champion Liem. Move 40, made a big mistake, then he had a chance to escape, then he blundered again. So it is what it is. So the mood for these players is different. But I believe, Angelika, both of them, they are high-class professionals, and they're just here. This is yet another day, forget whatever happened yesterday, and do their best.
Yeah, for sure. That's the most important thing, psychological trait of the character for the chess players is just to forget about whatever happened yesterday, whatever happened has happened, and it's time to play a new game, from the fresh page. So what has happened in the game? Bishop g5 was played?
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting, crazy lines. For example, I'm not really sure how much Vincent has prepped for this line, because most of you, of course, you know he's coached by the legendary Hungarian grandmaster Petr Leko. There's also this possibility go for the d takes on c4, Moscow, and then Botvinnik variations. They're very, very sharp. The opening prep goes up to move 40. Not really healthy for average human beings to study so much theory, but all right. So here, h6 maybe is a more positional approach. This is already what Vincent played against Liem. Bishop f6, queen f6, e3. Those are the moves. g6. So here, it's a pretty interesting idea for Keymer. He positions the bishop on g7, and his idea in the long run is to position the bishop on the long diagonal and then play c5, rip apart this h8, a1 diagonal.
So the idea is to play on the diagonal instead of fighting for some activity on the king side. I mean, bishop on d6 is for sure another way to develop the bishop. I don't know, but from d6 it would look in the direction of the king, like bishop would look on h2, some potential attack on the king side. But it's just simply a different idea. It's a different approach, and Vincent is going for very interesting, I would say, approach with the c5 break.
Yeah, this is just a theoretical line here. So bishop e2 is played, bishop g7, castle, castle. So what White is trying to say here is that he has some advantage against Black's Lasco bishop here on c8 compared to other pieces. You see this bishop on c8 is not doing much, but Keymer is pretty happy with this position, even though he understands the bishop on c8 is really sad bishop. In the long run, probably the position will open up.
Yeah, the next move was knight e5 played instantly, taking over that outpost on the e5 with a nice, very, very nicely. It could be followed up with something like c4, but I don't know. Would you play something like? Oh, sorry, f4. I meant f4. Just trying to.
Yeah, this is what was played. Yeah, this is indeed what was played, and I tried to recall what was in the game of Liem against. I think it was the game of Liem. I hope I'm not mixing up something really terribly. I do not recall how it continued. f4, queen e7. So those are the moves. Queen b3 here. Martirosyan tries to somehow pressure the queen side and slow down Black's plans to develop the queen side pieces. Knight e5, f takes on e5, and bishop d7. And since the players have spent relatively not a lot of time, about 15 and 10 minutes each, I assume this is still big prep.
It still looks like a preparation, maybe not the main kind of preparation, but the one, for example, which you prepared and you didn't really, go into the details there, but you still have the file in your head. You still try to recall what was there. You want to always to check, because sometimes you cannot blindly trust the preparation, because you can also mix up some things and, for example, go for something which would be losing. So that's why you also have to calculate and check the ideas. And the question is, what happens after queen b7?
Yeah, so queen b7 is a pawn sacrifice, so White can take it. Now, I'm not really sure, is it rook a to b8, is it rook f to b8? Let's assume it's rook f to b8. No, not sure, maybe. Yeah, maybe you can also sack the pawn on a7. So imagine this, let's say White plays here, queen a6, rook takes on b2. How to evaluate this? For example, White could play rook b1, try to take over the game, and somehow press on this bad bishop on d7. But I would like to also showcase a couple of ideas that both players are trying to accomplish, if I understand this position correctly. So, for example, what White would love to do, White would love to get the knight either on d6 and f6. So how do you do that? For example, here after bishop d7, you play e4. And if Black decides to take on e4, you play knight e4. As you can see, there's some beautiful outposts on both of these squares. May even play c5, put the knight on d6. The pressure is very, very serious.
I think one of the problems is e4. Okay, maybe right now it doesn't work because there could be d takes c4, and then there is no square on e4 from which knight could jump on the f6 and d6 squares. But Generally, it is an idea.
Even more, there's c5. Yeah, that's the point. I mean, that's why black played bishop g7, so that at the right moment, he could play c5 and rip it apart. Let's say white decides to stop that. After bishop d7, white plays c5 with the idea to play e4. Again, black is pretty much never obliged to take on e4. And at the right moment, maybe not even here, but at the right moment, if black is able to play f6, hit pawn on e5, let's say e takes on f6, bishop f6, white makes some random move, bishop f3. You see, suddenly black has a perfect control of the center with beautiful bishops, and this bishop on d7, which once was a really bad piece, now is the strongest piece potentially on the board.
And that's why white has to be really careful with pushing all those pawns, the breaking. Maybe first white has to bring more pieces into the game, rook from a1 on some semi-open or potentially files which could be opened. But I think one of these files here, which white has right now, is a f file. Can we just, double the rooks there and just wait and see how black is going to develop?
Maybe, but Haik already made a choice.
He made a choice. Okay.
Yes, so he played c takes on d5. Not sure what's the difference between c takes and e takes on d5. Probably e takes on d5 makes a bit more sense because it opens up the bishop on d7 and e4. And I think the difference here, Angelika, is that if he will play e4 immediately, there's this idea that you mentioned already, d takes on c4 and push c5, or maybe even c5 right away. So yeah, you
wow.
Yeah,
all the pawns are hanging.
You take it here, you maybe push d6, and then the entire center is falling apart.
Yeah, this doesn't look so good. So maybe.
That's why c takes.
That's why c takes first, and then the e4 with the idea again. In case black would take, there is knight e4 and very nicely jumping on the outpost of d6 or f6. I mean,
this looks very dangerous.
This looks very nice for white.
Yeah, so I don't think that Winton is ever going to take on e4 unless there's a immediate break in the center. And now the question is, how is it going to continue? Probably something solid like bishop e6.
Yeah, bishop e6 looks like a fine move. Do
And
you have to take? I guess so.
I
Because
think
otherwise d takes e5, e4 is a threat, yeah?
yeah, white definitely takes.
White
Yeah.
has to take, yeah.
White definitely takes it, and now the question is, what is this? How do you evaluate this position? So knight takes on d5, I think it's super risky. Yeah, so could be queen d8 or queen d7 followed by rook d8. There's a massive pressure. For example, bishop c4, you might actually even lose. Is it losing, like this b5 idea?
B5. There is also some knight f6 check all the time.
There's even more. There's knight e7.
Ooh.
Yeah, intermezzo checks. But what I was thinking originally, I mean, if white takes on d5, bishop c4, you can even just play rook d8. It's just good. The knight goes away. For example, f6, you take it, you take it, you take on d4, there's a check, you collect on c4, stuff like that. So white achieves nothing.
Yeah, so that's why white has to be really careful in this case. And I mean, bishop e6 looks like the main move. The other idea for black could be at some moment, in some right moment, to push for the f6. So like, to try to break that pawn. But of course, it should be a right moment.
Yeah, maybe a bit later.
Yeah, a bit later, just as an idea.
All right. Yeah, here indeed, at some point, yeah, like king h7, you put the king away, then you play f6, activate the bishop, get to the pawn on d4. Absolutely is an idea. And yeah, maybe white can increase the pressure by some logical moves like bishop f3, rook c1, double the rooks, put the knight on b5. We'll see. So Martirosyan has a amount of pressure. Probably Keymer is within the drawing range. He's pretty solid with some chances in the long run. Overtake the game because of the dark square bishop. What do you think, Angelika? Do we go back to the bird's eye view and select another game?
Yes, let's do it, because we let Vincent think about this position. Still his choice where to put the bishop. Oh, there is so many.
They really like.
I look immediately at the bottom right, and there is already this e4.
They really like this semi-Slav structure. It's amazing. I mean, the same position happened in the game of Haik Martirosyan against Vincent Keymer. Same idea, more or less, was in the game of Vaishali against Alexander Donchenko. And now again, Marc-André Maurizi against Igor Semenenko. They just share some knowledge, which I'm not aware of. This is apparently a great setup.
Let's jump in that game immediately. Marc-André Maurizio, the French Grandmaster, one of the youngest participants of the Biel Chess Festival Challenger section, and he's facing one of the youngest Grandmasters in the world currently, Igor Samonenko. Well, I mean, this is so exciting. We get to see the same pawn structure, but so many different approaches from each of the pairing. This looks like very exciting to spectate.
It is. Let's go step by step, starting with move number 1, d4, c6, knight f3, d5, knight c3. Yeah, basically, at the highest level, everybody starts with this move order. This leads to many continuations. So c6, this is also exactly how the game of Haik Martirosyan against Vincent Keymer started. What I didn't maybe explain in that game, so with the move c6, black is threatening to take the pawn on c4. For example, white does something like whatever, a3, which of course makes no sense. You want to take on c4, and if white plays e4, you want to support the pawn with b5, which, by the way, was the choice of Donchenko against Vaishali, although the opening was completely different, the Karakan. So here, bishop g5 was played, and compared to the game of Vincent Keymer against Martirosyan, h6, bishop f6, queen f6, here, instead of e3, which was chosen by Martirosyan, Maurizio played a3.
A3 is blocking the square on b4 so that bishop couldn't go there and pin the king on the e1. I mean, this looks like basically voluntarily saying to black, you can take the pawn on c4. So dc4 is one of the candidate moves in this position. What is happening after dc4? Is there e4 instantly or e3?
e4, e5, getting something similar to the Vaishali Donchenko makes perfect sense. There also could be knight e5, which is the typical idea in the Catalan. Try to get the bishop on g2, for example, b5, and now some sort of a g3, bishop g2, try to apply pressure on the long diagonal. Not really sure. But you know, Angelika, I just remembered an old funny story that once happened to me in this position, which is completely ridiculous, and I never ever advise anybody to do this. Have you ever been inspired to play an opening you just see somebody else is playing? Like, you are arriving at the board, and you're thinking what to do, your opponent responds with something else, and you're seeing somebody next to you plays an interesting opening, you're thinking, I've never done that before.
I have never had such case, to be honest, but it would be interesting.
I have to confess I did this once. Yeah, I did this once because, of course, this is not the case here. It's just a coincidence. Marc-André Maurizio against Igor Samonenko, he's playing the same as Haik Martirosyan is choosing against Vincent Keymer. But I did this once. You know, I was playing in some league tournament, and I think my opponent was Arjen Tari, one of the leading Norwegian grandmasters, top 100 in the world. And next to me, my teammate, Jon Ludvig Hammer, was playing a very interesting setup in the Karakan. You know, okay, I'm not going to show it on the board. It's some very trendy line. And I'm looking at him, and I'm like, I've never played that before. I want to play this. And I played it. I had zero knowledge of that position. So I got in trouble, of course, very quickly, because this is a completely irresponsible thing to do. Don't try this at home unless you know what you're doing. I won the game, though, but bad idea. So here, I don't think this was the case. You won the game. I won the game somehow, but the opening was really a disaster. But I don't think this is the case here. So a3, Maurizio plays to stop bishop b4 so that he can play e4 next.
Yeah, and the players see, of course, each other's game. Everything is visible on the stage. It's also visible on the screen. So maybe they can also check out what the other players are playing. But of course, they have their own preparation. They're not going to play like Arthur's just because it's an interesting idea. Just going to go for something they don't know. But yeah, e4 is it's a very ambitious move, I would say. Like, you're already threatening to go for e5, and if black takes on e4, the knight will jump over there. The question is how to respond here with black.
Maybe you just take the pawn on d5 as well. There's also a possibility. It's a pawn.
Threat, yes.
It's a pawn. Also, I feel like I have to mention, why not e4 immediately? Which kind of answers itself.
Yeah.
Yeah, takes, and bishop b4 check. That's why a3 is necessary. And after knight c3, there could be moves like c5 immediately. You can't really take on c5. There's a check on c3. As you can see, this black queen on f6 is conveniently placed to cause white some issues.
Yeah, this is not something what you want to get with white, so that's why a3 was played, very prophylactic move. Actually, in a row of opening, for example, in classical Dutch, also this move brings a lot of sense when the bishop wants to be developed on b4. Yeah, and e4, and just play it. Igor is thinking. Igor is taking time. What would you play here with black, Arjus? Would you take on e4 or c4, or you play something else?
Well, I'm not sure. I think that my intuition would suggest that I have to take on e4 because it's a central pawn. A c4 pawn is kind of not. And one of the reasons, by the way, why these lines are quite popular, you're going to notice their viewers, maybe you're not aware of, but many modern openings, they feature this theme, get the two-bishop advantage, which is a very, very popular thing, especially from the white's perspective. So white tries to get the so-called minimal two-bishop advantage, because then in the long run, the position is going to open, and then those two bishops are going to reign supreme. But also black does this in many openings. And that's why here, this is what Vincent Keymer is doing, this is what Igor Semenenkov is doing. So you sort of have this bad bishop on c8, but you really hope that in the long run, it's going to be really, really strong. And that's why white is pressed to prove something rather quickly. So I'm not sure, Angelika. So here after, what was it, 97e4, I would consider moves like d takes, 94, maybe get the queen back on d8, get my castle, and push either c5 or e5 to activate the bishops.
Yeah, this looks like a decent idea. Yeah, you want to break this center, you want to challenge the pawn on the d4, yes.
I see the bar doesn't like it though, so probably it's not a very good idea. Maybe this is also pretty decent. Sometimes these ideas are in the Maran variation, black plays e5 for the idea to open up to the light square bishop. And maybe actually white is not happy with this. Look at this. Yeah, suddenly the position is pretty open. Black has two bishops. The bishop goes on c5, and I'm not really sure what white has to show for these weak and dark squares. But we go back to this moment after d takes on c4. Most likely, white will include the intermezzo move, e5. And after queen g6, this could get really spicy.
Bishop takes c4 and queen g2, rook g1. What is happening there? Who is attacking whom?
Sharp game. Okay, maybe queen e2 is not really accurate, but you get the point, right? I mean, it's very, very sharp. Most likely this king is castling the long side, maybe even knight e4. Try to control these squares, queen d3, long castle, rook g3. That's what makes chess really exciting.
That would make it for sure very, very exciting and spectacular. But for now, Igor Semenenko is taking time, and we see that he's most likely out of the preparation.
He's out of the prep, definitely. You don't spend so much time.
Yeah.
I think he's just completely unaware what to do here. So this entire sequence of a3, I think this probably surprised him. And you know, that's how it goes. You prepare, typically imagine you're Igor. You prepare for somebody. I'm not really sure if Maurizi plays as his main contention. Let's say he's a big e4 guy. And when you're preparing for a game against Maurizi, you're checking, okay, against e4, I'm going to do this. Against any sidelines, c4 or knight f3 or d4, I'm going to do this. And you don't really go it very deeply. You're kind of trying to guess. And then in one of those sidelines, your opponent plays something he has never done before. You're guaranteed to be out of the prep.
Yeah, and that's where Igor is right now. I think it's a time for us to leave Igor to think about the position and jump into the other game. Let's see here, we have a bird's eye view to get all the information from the other matchups. Which game catches your eye, Arturs?
I think we have to go to one of the potentially most thrilling matchups, maybe not the most thrilling position, but at least the matchups. Liem, the two-time winner of the triathlon, playing against top-seeded player of this year's Masters edition, which is Praggnanandhaa. Praggnanandhaa yesterday had I'm not sure what it was really, a very disappointing performance. He was playing with white against Abhimanyu Mishra with the white color, showed some very nice prep in the Italian game, sacrificed the knight quite early with this thematical g5, knight g5 idea, and then everything just went downhill after that.
Even though it was a very ambitious idea to sacrifice a piece to create this huge attack on the king, he went wrong in one moment. And that's a problem when you are down in material, then you just have to keep your attack going. And if there is something which is stopping it, then you might just be down a piece and lose the game. That's what happened in that game. Unfortunate loss for the Praggnanandhaa. But I think he's back. He's back in his spirit, in his fighting spirit. We know he's a super fighting player, very ambitious with many ideas, can be aggressive, attacking. And we have Liem, who is in good spirit after yesterday's round, win against Vincent Keymer. He's in a better mood for sure, but is it going to be a very easy matchup for him? Sure not.
No, I don't think so. Speaking about the previous encounters here in Biel, they have already played 2 games, Rapid and Just Dance 60. And quite surprisingly, I mean, okay, Rapid was a solid draw. Pragg didn't get anything out of Liem's Petrov defense, but also the Just Dance 60 game was very, very peaceful. Somehow there was not a big fight, and the Vietnamese top grandmaster was able to kill off any complications that Pragg tried to inflict upon him. So both games finished in a draw. Prior to Biel, they have played 2 classical games over the board. Both games Pragg played with white back in 2018, 2019. That's what, 6 years ago. So he was definitely much, much younger. And Liem was victorious in 1 game with black and draw in another. And of course, they have played a lot of games online in Meltwater, Oslo Esports, FTX Crypto Cup, and I counted the total score. I hope I got it correctly. Pragg is leading with 5 victories against 3 losses and 5 draws. It's just a lot of games.
It's a lot of games and matchups, but classical is for sure something different. You can also flag online and do all kind of tricks. But over the board, classical matchup, especially with such long time control as we have here in Biel, it's a World Championship match time of control. But of course, with this special edition of the increment being added only after move 61, it's for sure something special. They probably have not played such long time control before, which maybe gives some odds to the Vietnamese Grandmaster, since we know that he likes to just get in the thought tank and consider about the moves and the
Let's
position.
check the opening. Queen's Gambit accepted. D takes on c4. I'm not really sure this was expected by Liem. Knight of 3, e3. The nuance here is that you include knight of 3 to stop any 5 ideas from black. So, for example, you would play e3 or e4. There's a very popular response. Black plays e5. The point is, d takes, black takes on d1, black plays knight c6, black plays bishop g4, followed the long castle, followed by knight e5, and typically black is doing okay. So it's like a common understanding. If you want to get the pawn on c4 back, you include knight f3 and make sure that black cannot counter-strike with e5.
Yeah, Arturs, how do you feel generally about this idea of preparations of going for the Queen's Gambit accepted? Because, I mean, from my experience, I feel like this is a very practical approach, because basically for Liem, he has to prepare against so many lines, and Praggnanandhaa is the one who is deciding where the game is going to go. He's taking the pawn, so he's already knowing we're going to have Queen's Gambit accepted, and maybe there he can get deeper in the preparation.
Indeed. I'm not really sure. I think that Queen's Gambit accepted is a very fine opening. Typically, it involves ideas like e6, h6, b5, and c5, so to have a solid position. And the way Pragg played out the next moves, I think he's just trying to be solid. Just survive this game, and he's, of course, not on the best move after yesterday. Angelica, and I'm wondering if he is actually a bit tired, because this is something that he said. I think it was after the Chess 60 tournament. He was here as the winner of the Masters tournament. He won the Chess 60 tournament, and he did say something right. He's pretty tired after this long day. He has played a lot of tournaments recently. I don't know.
Yeah, that's why he went for this short draw after, because he said those 7 games were very exhausting, so he knew he would secure the first place if he manages to get the draw, because in the direct encounter against Haik Martirosyan, he was the one who won the game. So even though Haik won the game, they both were sharing the first place, but Pragg was the first there.
And there's a very interesting thing that kind of discourages the players to make quick draws in this tournament. I mean, of course, the tournament regulations already invite the players to be creative and fight for the win, because a victory in the classic card tournament bags you 4 points, and a draw is only 1.5, so do the math, right? So it's better to win and lose than make 2 draws. But there's also this special addition, which is the Sofia rule. You physically cannot offer and agree to draw before move 40.
But it's possible to make a draw if you have a 3-foot repetition. That's how we had a draw yesterday in the game Samuel Shankland against Haik Martirosyan. There was a 3-foot repetition. They had to call an arbiter so that he claims that it was indeed a 3-foot repetition. And after claiming that repetition, there was a draw agreed.
Yeah, so this is pretty topical line. White has the choice to play knight c3 here, inviting black to take on c takes on d4, e takes on d4, which is, here maybe let me show it to you, a huge topic in chess. So white typically is building up some sort of an inspired kingside attack with most like knight c3, bishop g5, rook c1, put the bishop on b1, put the queen on d3, try to get to the checkmate. Huge topic, we call it IQP, isolated queen's pawn structure. It didn't happen. So here, the Vietnamese grandmaster decided to take on c5 himself.
And this is what I also recommend in the course. So
All right.
to capture the
Nice
pawn
plus for white. The question is it enough? So black suffers because of the slide square bishop on c8, and there's a very common term they use. Is it enough to claim anything serious?
I think that we see at the pawn structure, and we see all full symmetry. We have 2 pawns on the queen side. We have 4 pawns on the king side. Like for sure, when they have such a mirrored position, the drawing chances are getting higher. But of course, white is the one who is having the rook already developed on d1. White is the one who is having more space on the queen side. That might be something. And also the square e5, I think it's also kind of important, which is going to be fight for from black and white. For example, knight is going most likely on e5 at some moment, or knight from black could go also to e4. Those are the key squares the players are fighting for.
All right, let's see how the game progressed. Knight e2, bishop d7. So what Pragg needs to do is get rid of this knight so that he can position it on c6. He has simply too many pieces here, so he would gladly trade some. Bishop e2 is a common retreat in these positions. Knight c4 to give the way for the knight. Bishop e8, I mean, simply there's no better square for black to position the bishop. Knight e4, takes, bishop e5. And now here, Pragg apparently was pretty annoyed with white's knight on c4, which controls many critical squares. So he decided, I'm just going to play for the draw here, play a5, hitting the pawn on b4, and after b takes, rook a5, rook b1. This is the current position on the board. Is this a draw for, basically?
I'm not so sure. Yeah, there is a pawn hanging on a3. There is a pawn hanging on b7.
This does not look very fighting, to be honest.
Yeah, this looks not very inspiring. So after rook takes e3, bishop takes, the pair of rooks being traded, rook b7. I mean, the bishops still imply the fact that the position may be slightly preferable for white. But what happened after rook c8 in this position? Yeah,
rook c8 threatening rook c1, and I think you need to watch it out. You play something like bishop f1, h6. I don't imagine there's going to be a big fight here. I think that also Liem is pretty all right with this, because he could have played something else. For example, he could have played a4, right, to keep the pawn, put the bishop on b5, so he plays rook b1. He's like, okay, listen, I don't really mind it. You know, it's been a long day yesterday. I had this unexpected victory against Vincent Keymer, which was originally not planned. I'm playing against top-seeded player. Maybe it's okay just to play safe and see how it goes.
Yeah, it looks very practical approach for sure. I think that we are going to move to the next game because...
Yeah, let me see what else we can choose. Because
all the rest are playing. We have the US matchup between Samuel Shankland and Abhimanyu Mishra. I think this is one of the games we would like to check out.
How many games we haven't yet seen? So
2.
It's Shankland against Mishra, and who else?
And one more game. I think it was Saleh Salem against Jonas Pierre.
Oh, we are going to check that as well. All right. Of course, we have to. So, how did this game started? c4, c6, knight of 3, 5, e3. One thing I could tell you about these two players, even though on paper Shankland is the ELO favorite, he's the 2018 US champion. However, in their only over-the-board game, Mishra was victorious. So he beat Shankland in the last year's US championships with the black color in a very complex French Winawer variation. And that's why here, what I think happened is that Shankland just played c4, knight of 3, and usually you play these kinds of positions just to kick your opponent after the prep, just to get a game. But the way Abhimanyu responded here so quickly, he was ready for this.
And we also had a poll ongoing on our broadcast, and there were some voting going on who will win today, or it's going to be a draw. We have the results already. The majority of the audience expect Abhimanyu to take a point. 42% of the viewers voted for Abhimanyu to win the draw with 31%, and Sam Shankland to win with 27%. So according to our viewers, Abhimanyu is the favorite, I think also because we have a memory of him beating Pragg yesterday with a very precise defensive technique.
I think Sam respectfully disagrees. He definitely has his own ideas, so we are going to see. By the way, the position here after c takes on d5, knight e5 reached some sort of, which I already mentioned at the very beginning, reversed Sicilian Taimanov, where the queen stands on c7, the knight stands on c6, and the pawn is on e6. So if you could imagine this from the black's perspective, it looks pretty similar. Doesn't really matter. So it's some sort of a reverse Sicilian, followed by d3, a3. So white takes care of all the critical squares. And look at this. Again, we have the same imbalance. Two bishops. And white is happy about it, because white is thinking, in the long run, I'm going to open up the position, and then my dark square bishop is going to rock and roll. But Abhimanyu is happy with this. Why? Because he has a healthy development.
Yes, for sure. Like if we could choose which side plays with which color, I would say that black is playing with white. Yeah, it looks like the black has at least one tempo up with all the bishop on the g4. But yeah, here we see that actually Samuel is playing white, slightly more passive. But I think it's just approach in this opening, right? He's playing right now passive, but he's going also to finish development very soon, and he has also two central pawns, the e3 and d3, so potentially some break in the center is possible.
This is a pretty surprising move, to be honest, that he gave up the bishop just like that. Bishop f3, there must have been some reason why not bishop h5. I think I understand. Probably the idea there was some improvised g4, bishop g6, and maybe some h4, h5 ideas. Maybe there's sometimes, oh, wait, maybe there's even e4. Look at that. So you play e4. There's no knight f4. Obviously, it's a juicy outpost, but there's a fork on e5. You could do that. So the knight goes away, and then this bishop on g6 is feeling really silly. So this is the reason why Abhimanyu, he didn't really want to do this, because the bishop on g6 will be standing really nicely, hitting the pawn on d3, but he simply had to take on f3.
He had to take, and now actually white is the one who has the bishop pair advantage. The position is not yet that close, it's not also that much open, but of course there are some diagonals on which bishops could potentially work on. I think something like b3, bishop b2 is an idea for white, and I think it's time for us to let Abhimanyu Mishra to think about the next move and jump into the last game we have not checked yet, and it's Saleh Salem against Jonas Bjerre.
Indeed. And let's see how did this game progressed. It was a Catalan. All right. Of course, one of the most popular openings in the circuit. Very, very interesting stuff. So here, white wants to position the bishop on g2, and then in the long run cause black some problems with this long diagonal. D takes on c4. The young Danish player says, I have a free pawn. Come and get me. White plays bishop g2. Yeah. One of the reasons why sometimes white is not rushing back to get back the pawn on c4, because he wants to get very swift development and get the center with something like e4. So this is pretty standard stuff.
It's also not so easy to defend that pawn for black, not without compromising their development. So I think
That's a fair point. Yeah, I mean, there are definitely very popular lines like knight c6, rook b8, or a6, b5. Sometimes black includes bishop b4, b5, a4. I try to hold on to the pawn, but almost always white wins it back. So why hold on to this? Short castle, knight c6 here. Bienne is trying to be solid. The queens disappear from the board. And again, the same story, right? The same story in whichever game it was, where I think it was Pragg.
Liem
against Pragg.
Yes.
Maybe there's even more. This is actually quite a thematic topic. If we today could find one common thing from most of the games, it's the terrible light square bishop that black has.
Yeah, for sure, and it was it was another opening, but in some way we transport a similar position, and actually c3, very typical idea of creating a weakness for white. So you're not just giving up a pawn, but you're giving up a pawn with the idea that white has to take it with a b pawn, and now there are 2 pawn islands on the queen side.
Yeah, this is pretty standard. The knight takes on d4. I think normally this is what black doesn't want to do because white has created the weakness on c3. But I think he is pretty cramped. And white is thinking about ideas like knight b5, knight e6, knight c7. Bienne is like, okay, listen, I'm not really happy to do this. I suppose I have to do it. So here, right now, the Emirati grandmaster is choosing between knight takes on d4 or c takes on d4, fixing his pawn structure and getting to some sort of semi-Tarrasch-like position. While he's contemplating about his choice, I think, the viewers, we are going to make our very first small break for several minutes. In the meantime, I hope you're enjoying the action so far here from the 57th International Biel Chess Festival. Stay tuned, write your thoughts in the chat. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. See you very soon. We are back following the live action from the 57th International Beer Chess Festival here in Biel, one of the most beautiful cities in Switzerland in the middle of the summer, one of the most interesting chess formats in all over the world, 2 triathlon tournaments in Masters and Challengers sections here in the Biel Congress Center. I think it's high time for us, Angelika, to jump back to one of the most exciting games, and there's one game in particular I want to check more closely, and that's the game on the screen. Vaishali playing against the current leader and the winner of the first 2 tournaments, the Chess 960 Rapid tournaments, Alexander Donchenko. What is this craziness on the board we're seeing there?
Yeah, we have so many interesting clashes today, and this is one of the most exciting ones. We have Donchenko, who is a current leader of the Challengers, who has won his game yesterday. He won also the Rapid tournament, the Chess 960. But Vaishali was only 1 step behind in the Rapid tournament, and yesterday she managed to score a huge upset, beating the top seed of the Challengers Grandmaster Triathlon tournament. This is for sure a very exciting position, and it's going to follow with some, I guess, 2 result games.
Yeah, absolutely. So we left it, where was this? I think we left it after knight g3, b5. Those are the last moves. We saw it. And here after bishop e2, it was the German who thought how to continue after this move. He was apparently slightly after the prep. Now he played bishop g6, that the engines don't really like it. Maybe he could have continued with knight a6, which is a pretty common theme. Knight a6, try to put the knight on b4, maybe knight on d5. But the thing is, if he does this, he gives up the light square bishop, right? So there might be some problems with knight f5 at the right moment, maybe even bishop g5 and knight f5. And that's why here the German decided, okay, listen, I need my bishop. He played bishop g6, and now a4 was the continuation of Vaishali, immediately trying to undermine the pawn on b5.
It's interesting that she didn't go for it instantly with a4, but first developed the bishop to e2 and then went for the a4. I think she's still in the preparation at this particular moment because, she knew that she had to play bishop e2. She went it very quickly, and I think a4 is for sure something what she wants to do. She wants to break those pawns and win the pawn back or create some initiative on the queen side.
Maybe. Yeah, it could be that I didn't really see this moment when she played this, but the point is if we kind of follow really this argument that the bishop on g6, at least according to engines, is a mistake, maybe this is something you don't really prep, yeah, because again, you're prepping for the most favorite continuations by the engine, and if there's something wrong with that move, maybe you just even don't know it. Either way, it doesn't really perhaps matter because here a4 was played by Vaishali. Now knight e4 comes in, threatening with knight e6, threatening with knight c5. Here, bishop e4 seems to be already necessary, which kind of underlines that this bishop g6, bishop takes on e4, feels a bit artificial.
It is artificial and it is losing a tempo. And Arturs, you mentioned the fact that, since bishop g6 was not that a great move, that it's not a preparation of Vaishali, but it's also another, it highlights to her if she plays this move and it was not in the preparation, that there should be something wrong with that move, and maybe that helps her to also understand she has to approach the position more ambitiously.
Queen h4. Apparently this is a mistake, but this comes with 2 threats. As we can see, it comes with the threat of queen takes on e4, hitting the knight, and also the other threat is maybe not so obvious immediately, but there's knight takes on e3, as you can see. You cannot take on e3 because f takes on e3 is going to happen. And knight g3 immediately responded by Vaishali. So now the question is, what's going to be the Germans' response?
By the way, there is some knight g3, there is f takes g3 is a must, and queen e4, attacking the bishop on e3 and pawn on g2. But maybe it brings nothing.
I'm a bit scared to do this because black is completely underdeveloped. There could be problems after king f2. Let's say
king is just protecting everything.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? I mean, if black is just in time to put the knight on d5, Angelika, then I suppose black is perfectly fine. However, the way I see it, this is still 2 tempi away, and there might be some immediate problems with bishop f3, hitting the pawn on c6, and after queen f5, there's g4.
And queen is almost trapped, and we see actually knight takes e3 was played, not knight takes on g3, but knight takes e3, pawn takes, and this is the current position we have. And we see actually evaluation bar, I mean, it prefers white. I also prefer white. There's already knight and bishop developed, and all the black pieces besides the queen are standing on the last rank. There's always a chance for white to take the pawn on the c4. What went wrong for the German grandmaster here, Arturs?
I'm not even sure. Of course, I'm not going to argue with Stockfish that this is indeed a problem for black, but I think what Donchenko is trying to say here, he was not happy that white has a very powerful knight on e4. So this is probably still what he wants. So he played queen h4, he expected knight g3, now he kills off this Daxweb bishop, and after f takes on e3, in Donchenko's mind, it's like, I'm happy with this, right? So this knight on g3 is misplaced, the queen on h4 is taking away the e4 square, but now maybe there's different problems. Like the queen on h4 is not really so well positioned. White is going to play a short castle. White wants to grab the pawn on c4. And black probably is not quite in time to put the knight on d5 because, for example, let's say black plays knight e7. White might even include at some moment such a move like a5 and just say your knight on d5 is never going to happen.
It's never going to happen for sure, but there is also idea to go to d5 through the a6 square, like knight a6, knight c7, and then knight e5, but that allows immediate bishop c4.
Yeah, this is actually a good point. Yeah, I forgot about this. So knight a6, knight c7, for example, here, but I don't know, something is not right. Queen f3.
For sure.
Hit. No, this looks very suspicious. The pawn at f7 is under attack, so I think Donchenko here is playing a bit with fire.
Yeah, it looks like black is in a huge trouble, like lacking all the development. The pieces are located on the last squares. I mean, he also said yesterday in the interview that he is not, he shouldn't relax, because Vaishali won against the top seed of the Challengers tournament. And we see now that she's most likely she is not in preparation anymore, but she's playing very, very confidently and very ambitiously in this game.
Yeah, now I'm trying to understand, Angelika, what was the reason why he felt that this queen h4 is so important? Why not, for example, play something more human as bishop e7? So he was probably not quite happy what he is seeing here. I mean, the same problems, like, again, bishop c4, castles, knight e7, and probably, again, rook c1. So there's some massive pressure. Knight b6 might be bishop a6 problems. Yeah, so you see you can never put the rook on c8. There's some major issues with the pawn on c6. And also I can only assume if he pushes c5, somehow this opens up the position in favor for white, but I'm not sure this is actually so bad. This looks a bit more normal.
But you can also take on you want to take on e5, yeah? That's
there's all kinds of captures. For example, take it, you keep the pressure, now you grab it, now you play knight e5. This looks pretty okay for black.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I think normally if black manages to push the c5, then black kind of could equalize this position, but queen h4, to me, it feels like a move, you're going for a kill or something like this, because queen h4, you're not playing queen h4 to develop the queen over there, right? It's not the right square. You're playing it if you want to start an attack, but is it actually the legal attack? I mean, it's legal, obviously, but is it...
It reminds me of a very old joke somebody told me. If this move is played by a beginner player, yeah, you tell him this is a really bad move. You're not supposed to bring out the queen early. You're going to lose a lot of tempo. You have to develop the pieces. This is bad. Don't do this, etc. So if this is played by a very strong player, there's usually a very deep idea behind it. No, actually, I think there is an idea behind this move. It's not a bad move. I'm not sure why the bar says that it is so bad. You kick away the knight, but specifically, I don't think it really solves black problems. Maybe he had in mind some sort of a sequence. Like, for example, he wanted to play queen g5. Hit the pawn on e3. Now his idea with the queen on g5, he's going to play something like h5, h4, try to create some counterplay here. The pawn on e3 is under attack, and something he calculated, he liked. And maybe now that he is actually here in this position, he realizes, wait a second, if I play queen g5, how about my opponent plays a gambit? Oh, he can do that. And after queen takes on e3, king h1, you ask yourself, what I'm doing here? You know, and sometimes these thoughts I can guarantee the players have in their minds. Maybe not Donchenko right now, but very often the players are questioning themselves, what I'm doing here? This is really strange, should have done something better.
And looking at the players right now, I just see how Donchenko is very, very focused, looking at the position, trying to find the way to go here. And I'm just impressed, you know, how cold-blooded is, you know, Vaishali all these games. Yesterday she was having the same expressions in her body language. She was not showing like too much happiness. She was always so, I don't know, calm. I don't know. She's just, you know, killing the top players, all of the grandmasters, challengers, triathlon, and she's being so calm.
She's the true embodiment of no emotions whatsoever. I remember how she was playing, was this Chess 960 or the Rapid tournament. She was in severe time scramble. The opponent was trembling all over the board, and she was like, you know, just making those moments. Okay, I mean, I misplayed it, I resign, or I won, right? Always very calm, very composed. It's always fun to watch her.
It's always great to watch her games for sure, and maybe it's time for us. Wait, actually some moves were made. Let's see.
Bishop e7.
Bishop e7. Only one move.
Oh, this looks pretty awful, to be honest. Now, I'm not sure this queen on h4 is really doing great. For example, short castle. How about we have some rook f4 ideas? Look at this. I mean, this queen on h4 actually becomes a target. Queen h4, knight e4 ideas. Maybe this is actually what Donchenko wants. He put the queen on h4 for a purpose to provoke the opponent to do something.
Yeah, but you're provoking your opponent to develop, and I think that's actually a good provocation for Vaishali because she develops all her pieces. He wins back the pawn. Her knight is pretty nicely defending the king side. Her pieces are all well developed. The pawn chain in the center looks also very nice. There is a pressure on the e6 pawn. That's why never f6 is going to be a problem for white. And pawns, c6, b4, a7, are those the strong pawns? I guess there are going to be weaknesses there.
Actually not, Angelica. I'm looking at this. I'm not so sure that it is really so bad because, again, sometimes we get influenced by the bar, the silly engine. But, for example, after the castles, bishop c4, knight d7, black wants to play c5. Is this really so bad? It looks a bit human. I mean, I do understand the queen on h4 is a bit weird, and Donchenko felt the queen on d8 is not doing much, and that's why he was perfectly happy to position it here. But where exactly lies white advantage? Maybe, I think there's a tactical problem. There could be some queen b3, bishop e6, and rook f7 ideas. Maybe that's why this is not so, and you can easily miss this.
You can easily miss it because it feels like, okay, f7 is a very protected pawn and e6 is protected by the bishop, but in this particular case, there is a huge threat, bishop e6 or rook f7. Both are working very nicely.
How do you actually defend against this? Because I just want to take on e6 and queen e6. So for example, king h8.
So it's, yeah, let's say king h8.
I could, I don't know, I was thinking about sacrificing on f7 or playing bishop e6. Maybe bishop e6 is a bit too much. Yeah, something like takes. These pieces are under attack. You play something like knight b6, and I play some sort of knight f5. Is this great?
I mean, it looks great to my eye, at least. Like you sacrifice. Yeah, you sacrifice a rook for two pieces, but the rooks are simply so active. There is an open file there on the f open file. Rook comes to f7. How do you defend this position?
Wait, just a second. So this is the position. Castles, bishop c4. I mean, you gotta play knight e7.
Yes, knight e7 looks very logical. I mean, there is no other move developing the knight.
And queen b3, not rook c1. Because of rook c1, I just thought, okay, maybe black is actually pretty okay. Rook c8, rook d8, c5, or maybe just rook c5 right away. Queen b3, how do you stop this threat?
Knight b6 maybe now.
Maybe queen 8? Knight b6 again, I take on e6.
Oh, then you,
It's the
you
same.
just take.
Exactly the same idea. Check, check, check here, knight f5.
The castle happened on the board. Vaishali went for the development. We might see it in a couple of moves.
We might. This looks pretty logical. If you see it, if you see this idea,
You go for it.
then you go for it. So let's say queen h6. Makes sense to defend against these threats.
But rook f7 anyway, no?
Maybe, but I can take with a king.
Knight
Oh,
f5.
there's all kinds of ideas here.
Knight f5 looks nice, no?
I mean, we're
King-
down the rook, right?
Queen g6. And now there should... Wait, the engine went all the way up, wait. Rook f1? No, I mean, rook f1, maybe it's too much.
Yeah, rook f1 looks very human, but I think black is going to escape it. It feels so dangerous. Bishop e6.
Yeah, even this looks dangerous, like being down a piece.
Yeah, but it's a rook, right?
Ah, sorry, rook, yeah.
Yeah, but it's a rook.
Yeah.
I
the
don't
rook is-
know.
Okay, maybe some other move. I mean, the evil bar was so high up there. So, rook f7. So, queen h6. So, is this line rook f7?
This is a crazy line. Rook f7?
King f7.
Yeah, rook f7 is bishop e6, by the way.
Yes,
Yeah, so this looks pretty risky. King f7. What was it? Knight f5. You said.
Knight f5.
Hit the queen. Queen
Queen
g6.
g6.
Okay, let's check the engine. Bishop d3.
Oh,
Hit the queen. Check. Queen h5. What's it saying there? Oh, now you play rook f1. So that there's no king e8, there's a fork. Actually,
Oh,
it's possible to
okay.
pick it up. It's not that inhuman.
it's not that inhuman, especially when you're playing one game. You have such a long time control. You guessed with the preparation correctly. You have 2 hours for the first 40 moves. But
So-
the most important, no increment.
So once again, short castle, bishop c4, knight e7, queen b3. This could be the reason why the engine really hates it. Why this queen h4 is not really so great, solely because of this idea of queen b3 and bishop c4. There are some tactical ideas, like rook f7 and bishop e6, sometimes knight f5, and the queen on h4 is just wrongly placed for this. Might be not so obvious also for Vaishali, because one of the things that even the best players in the world, they tend to miss their unusual ideas. And why is this? Because you have not trained to recognize them. It's something that never happens. So that's why it's very easy to miss it.
Yeah, and Alexander is back at the board. We see he saw the castle happen. Is he going to even short castle himself? Maybe he's going to see this queen b3 idea and he will decide not to short castle, but you cannot also castle long. I mean, what do you do actually as black?
No, but I think that Alexander's approach, what he was expecting most likely was something like rook c1, some human move, right? I mean, some rook c1, remove the bishop, get to the opponent c6, come play c5, etc., etc., etc. By the way, if you play rook c1, as you can see, the bar immediately drops. Yeah, it's like a very human move, but suddenly black is very much in the game. So it's specifically this queen b3, and I'm pretty sure that he's already getting pretty good feeling that there might be queen b3 incoming somewhere.
Yeah, I think it's a good time for us to pull up the bird's eye view and check the other matchups which are happening right now. Do we see any updates there?
Let's see. So the top left board, I don't think we're going to see anything there. That's Liem against Praggnanandhaa. It's heading to a draw. White has this nominal two-bishop advantage, but the position is so dry with no weaknesses for Pragg. There is one idea I would like to show you maybe a bit later, but realistically, no, especially now this game is officially heading to a draw. So no, I don't think we're seeing there anything. Bishop f6 is essentially draw offer.
Okay,
So yeah, we're following the middle top board, Vaishali against the Donchenko. Top right is Salem Saleh against Jonas Bjerre. That's the game we checked before we went to the break. Looks that white is slightly pressing, or the bar says black is better. Weird.
on the bottom left corner, we see that Samuel Shankland is actually, Yeah, he managed to develop the pieces. That looks at least good, but I see that there is some huge expansion of the pawns for black on the queen side, and black is having generally more space in that particular game. On the bottom, in the middle, we see a game, Haik Martirosyan against Vincent Keymer. We're actually a long time not checking that game, and queen b7 didn't happen there, but some exchanges on the d5 square did happen, and there is some pressure still on the d5 pawn. And on the bottom right corner, we have a game of Marc-André Maurizi against Igor Samonenkov, where we see only a few moves actually being played since we checked that game, that after e4, the take was happened. So which game are we going to follow, Arturs?
I want to follow the game of Samuel Shankland against Abhimanyu Mishra, because not only they are two compatriots playing against each other, but also Mishra was yesterday's surprise winner against the top-seeded player, Praggnanandhaa. He's doing really well. The youngest grandmaster in the history of chess, becoming a grandmaster at age 12 years, 4 months, and 25 days, beating Sergei Karyakin's record, which held for good 19 years. So this was accomplished back in 2021. Karyakin's record was back in 2002. So there we have these two players on the board. Shankland has the perfect two-bishop advantage, but the question is, how do you open up the position? Because these bishops, they need diagonals, and does white have any break here? That's the big question.
Yeah, that's a huge question, because it fell from the beginning when we checked this position. Black gave up another bishop for a bishop pair advantage for white, but I see that the bishops look a little bit sad. Okay, bishop on f3 is still much better developed than the bishop on e1. I think maybe any time bishop could go on c3, but this annoying knight on d5. I mean, the knight looked like a star of the current position, and being supported by another knight just in case something happened, the other knight can also jump in. And maybe it's some kind of a provocation in case white is playing something like e4, which of course white doesn't want to do. It would weaken a lot of squares and close the bishop.
Yeah, I think that what Sam wants to do is he wants to make either b4 or d4 happen. Why is this? Because this position essentially resembles some sort of a Sicilian from white's perspective this time. And those of you who have played some Sicilian defense, you probably know one of these two main important rules, that if you carry out from the black's perspective b5 or d5, you're a happy person. So I assume that for Shankland it could be pretty similar. That's why he might be looking at push d4. So instead of g3, for example, he would push d4, and if he would get this position, let's say takes, 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 rook d4, Shankland would go here without a thought. Absolutely, he would be very happy about this position, put the rook on d1, put the bishop, I don't know, somewhere on d2, e3, or just d2, c1, just apply pressure. But you, Angelique, you probably sense there's a problem with the plan.
Yeah, it looks like there is a problem there with immediate d4.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is e5 immediately.
Yeah, this walking past the pawn on the e4, suddenly black establishes himself a pawn majority at the king side. White's bishops are feeling pretty awkward, and actually I think that black is perfectly entitled to start a kingside attack as well. So this immediate d4 push, it doesn't work. The same applies for b4. This will cost white one of the bishops. Like takes, takes, knight b4, bishop b4, c takes on b4, Shankland could continue something like queen b3. But the question again is it enough? You give up one of the bishops. You don't want to do that.
Yeah, and also you give black the chance to have this outside passer on the b file. Are you really ready to block that pawn in some way? I mean, maybe white is indeed blocking that pawn and there nothing is going to happen, but there is still some weaknesses also for the white, for example, the pawn on d3.
This actually position could very quick turn into Limle's game against Praggnanandhaa, 4 pawns each to the king side. But I don't think that Shankland wants to do that. And that's why he plays g3. It's like a slow move. I'm going to take it slowly, play bishop g2, maybe play king h2, maneuver my pieces. And as soon as the knight goes away from the d5 square, if it ever happens, then I'm going to push b4.
Yeah, it looks like a decent plan, but for sure black is the one who is having this much more space. And I mean, as long as the bishop are not working, I mean, I guess black is the one who is in the front seat right now in this position.
There's also some cat and mouse game right here, because white has no obvious targets. So sometimes what you do in those positions, when you don't know what to do, You just sit there, quietly improve your position, and you just wait for something. Because also, imagine this position from Abhimanyu's perspective. Okay, you have the Marozzi bind, so to speak. Yeah, you have the pawn on c5, pawn on e5 against the pawn on d3. You have beautiful knights on f6 and d5. You have queen on d6, beautifully positioned the rooks. Now what? Yeah, that's the big question. Now what do you do? I mean, what do you do? What do you do?
I mean, maybe there is some opportunity to push the pawn to a4, but first you have to support it and try to create some...
You play h5? That's maybe a weakness.
Yeah.
To attack the king. Do you play f5? Maybe your opponent is expecting this to meet e4. I mean, what do? You know, that's why I think Shankland is pretty smart with this. So he just makes some quiet improving moves. He just brings the ball back to the opponent. This is like a typical play of Rafael Nadal. Yeah, like he plays tennis. Just hit back the ball and it's your turn. I'm just hitting back the ball. It's your turn, right? I'm not attacking you. Just do something about it. So it's a perfectly okay strategy. And Mishra is just going to be very solid. I suppose put the rook on d7, apply some pressure, and not rush.
Yeah, indeed, the d3 pawn could be one of the main weaknesses for the white. I think also Sam has to make sure that he's not letting black to put like so much more pressure on it, because I think if he triples and he removes the knight, there might be some problem, but I think all the time the bishop can protect with a bishop e2 that pawn. So maybe nothing really dramatical is going to happen.
I'm actually thinking about one idea, Angelika, that you said. It might be applicable at the right moment. For example, you play e4, which is an ugly move in general. I don't want to do this. But it is somehow linked with the idea to play bishop c3, f4, or b4 idea. But by doing this, of course, you weaken the d4 square. Like takes, knight e6. I don't think this is really great for white.
It doesn't look great, but for sure some kind of an idea, obviously. You just have to make sure you don't give those dark squares so fast.
Or maybe start with b4, takes, and then play e4. Of course, it enables some knight c3 ideas, but of course, again, black can just play knight c7, knight e6, and occupy the d4 square. So for example, let's say Shankland plays bishop g2, while black plays rook d7. How do you improve your position any further?
That's a good question. I mean, I don't see how you can improve, because it feels like the rook is standing on b1, getting ready to push for the b4, another rook is on d1, queen is on c2. All the pieces have their natural position. Do you want to move the king? Play some prophylactical move?
Maybe this.
Ooh.
Then put the rook at e1 and play f4.
Maybe bishop could go also to a1.
Oh.
Even
oh, wow.
further.
Okay, let's try to imagine black does nothing. Yeah, like here, 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 here.
B5, b4 maybe.
Oh, now I'm missing b4. Okay, so I keep the knight on d5, so I'm playing something like queen e7. I'm just being rock solid.
Now maybe I don't know if d4 is possible.
What, again?
d4?
B4?
D4.
But it's the same,
D4.
no? I mean, it's the same c-dex, e-dex, and e4, no?
Yeah, but in this case, we don't have bishop on f3. No.
Yeah, but
Yeah, it looks ugly.
this knight is very strong. The bishop on a1 is not doing anything. No, Angelika, my idea actually was to play f4. Something like rook e1, you stand and do nothing. Rook d1, you stand and do nothing. Maybe at the right moment I can play f4. Which, okay, the bar also is a bit confused. It doesn't really know what this is.
Yeah, because knight e3 is a threat now. Yep.
Is it? I'm not
maybe
sure.
not,
Which
yeah,
pawn do you
E.
take even?
E? Yeah, E.
E takes, put the queen on f2, put the bishop on e5, play g4, g5. I could easily imagine Shankland doing something like this, because anything else is just leading to a massive trades after b4. d4 is not happening, there's no breaks. The only pawn play I can possibly imagine is a 4. A funny thing, you know, Angelika, I just brought up this topic, the pawn play. Do you know who is one of the most highly accomplished authors on the pawn play? Who has written 2 very good books.
Samuel Shankland?
Samuel Shankland. It's very interesting, right? So he has written 2 books. What was the title? Small Steps
Small
to Giant
Steps,
Improvements.
yes.
That was the first book for quality chess. The second book was two small steps for two giant improvements or something like that. Pardon me, I don't really remember. He wrote these books something like 5-6 years ago, so he researched a lot of this stuff. So if somebody really knows perfectly how to use the pawns, it's Samuel Shankland.
Yeah, and I have one of those books. The first
do?
one I have, yep.
Are they great?
Yes, it's great.
I should get them. I don't have them, I have to confess.
Because you're already master in the pawn moves.
Probably. All right, let's select another game. Now, this game is very interesting from a strategical point of view, but there's more action ongoing. I'm simply going to select a random game, somebody we haven't followed for a while. Of course, there's a lot of interesting games happening. Maybe let's go back to the game of Haik Martirosyan against Vincent Keymer, one of the leaders of the master section, playing against the top player from Germany. Nothing really has changed here much, has it?
It looks like the line we discussed with you, right? The take has happened on the board, and bishop f3, what you were expecting as well to be played, to put pressure, rook d8. These were all the moves we were discussing, and here we said that at some moment black would have this idea of pushing f6 at the right moment. And of course, black has to make sure that the pawn on d5 is not losing.
Right. I mean, bishop d5, I think knight e5 is incredibly irresponsible thing to do because it just pins the queen. So I was thinking maybe bishop d5. Maybe even here you can sacrifice the rook, like rook d5, knight e5, and queen d7. That's where you study tactics. That's where you do the puzzles, the viewers. You see these ideas in some lines. So you see the knight cannot go away because the queen is under attack. A knight f6 doesn't really change anything because this queen still remains under attack. So you could take on d5, and Haik here played rook c1, but engine quite doesn't approve. Engine thinks, what did it think? Rook d1 was supposed to be the response. I'm not sure what's the difference. Rook c1 looks perfectly okay to me as well.
Rook ac1 looks like a logical move. You bring the rook to the open file, potentially having some ideas of jumping knight b5 and bringing, doubling the rooks there on the c file. Looks like a fight for the one and only open file is located on the position.
Yeah, here Keymer is perfectly rock solid. He knows there's no knight e5. Now bishop d5, the same idea still apply. This white rook on c1, I don't think it really changes anything. And Haik is... Oh, actually Haik is more ahead on the clock. He has like extra half an hour. But he might be struggling to coming up with the plan, because you need a plan. By the way, we have an update, as you can see on the screen. Liem against Praggnanandhaa. It finished sensationally with a draw. Jokes aside, we already expected that.
Has not finished yet. It has to be confirmed that it's a threefold repetition.
It's a threefold repetition or even 40
okay,
most.
now it's confirmed.
Yeah, and there you go. We already expected that after the opening. Both players are perfectly happy with a draw. Pragg, this is a very important game to stop the bleeding after yesterday's painful game against Mishra. Liem doesn't really mind it. He won yesterday with black against Vincent Keymer. Both of the players are perfectly happy and score 1.5 points each.
Yeah, it was very much expected in the game of the... we had there the Queen's Gambit accepted. Every piece got off the board very, very quickly, and I think it's good for us to focus on the other matchups which we have.
Let's go back to the Martirosyan game. Martirosyan against Keymer?
Yeah, I think that actually there could be some idea for white to go for knight b5, knight d6. But another question is, what is the knight doing there on d6? Is it putting some pressure or not? Because maybe just going to allow black to play something like f6. Maybe it's not a good idea.
That is one thing. Yeah, for example, after knight b5, a6, this is a very good question. But the second idea I spotted here, maybe there are opportunities for black to sacrifice an exchange. And I think that also this is something that Martirosyan should expect. For example, e takes on d4. I'm seeing bishop takes on d4, intermezzo check, king h1, queen d6. Maybe this is still sort of fine for white, like rook d1, bishop takes on d5. But either way, Martirosyan here has to calculate this very precisely. And as you said, maybe this knight on d6 is not really so great after all.
Exactly. The question is, what does it bring to the position? Because normally you jump there with the knight if there is still a king in e8, for example, if you want to deliver a check or you want to attack some of the pawns. But I mean, luckily for Vincent, everything is protected. Rook is on c7, guarding all the pawns on b7. But maybe knight b5 could be a move which would stop black from bringing another rook to d8 if rook a8 wants to be played right now.
Yeah, I suppose rook d8 is an idea to secure the pawn on d5 forever because, you know, one thing why I think black is interested to put the rook on d8 is to relieve the queen. So if black puts the rook on d8 and defends the pawn on d5, then he has free hands to do something on the king's side, like queen g5, maybe queen e3. Actually, speaking about the king's side, now that I'm looking at this, you said something about freeing the ducks with bishop Angelica with f6. But I'm just thinking maybe there's another idea, like I could play h5, I could play bishop h6, which would not only attack the bishop, the rook on c1, but also in some lines, especially with the knight on c3, like it could hit the pawn on d4 as well.
Yeah, for sure. So the bishop can go out in the many different directions, and I think that's also the power of the two bishops, which Vincent has to try to use in this game. And now we see that Haik played with knight to e2. Probably he sensed that there could be something on the king side, and he's going for sure on the f4 square, targeting the bishop on e6, targeting the pawn on d5. So he doesn't approve my idea of bringing the knight to b5 or a4 for some action, but he goes to the
It's a very nice move. I like it. You know, I start to appreciate it. Look at this. So if here Keymer plays rook d8, so this is Haik's idea. He wants to play knight f4. And let's say black does something like, whatever. Black plays, I don't know, h6. So I want to take on e6. Another question is, how do you recapture back on e6? So the obvious question is, what are you talking about when you take with a pawn, right? It's a symmetrical pawn structure, should be a draw. Well, not quite. Because I might play queen d3, hit a pawn here on g6, and if you play something like g5, how about bishop d1 and bishop c2?
Oh, and you're attacking on the light square is very juicy, very
Yeah,
nice.
as they say, the obstacle of bishops with a direct attack very often feels like an extra piece. All right, maybe you don't play g5, but how do you defend the pawn on g6? You play king h2, I'm going to play bishop d1.
There is bishop h5 even.
Oh, even bishop h5, I missed it. Yeah, it's a good point. Yeah, this is, yeah. Bishop h5 is queen g5 though. So,
right.
yeah, this is not going to work.
Ooh.
So I'm still going to continue with my idea to play bishop
Okay.
d1. You play queen g5. I play bishop c2. Let's say you play whatever. You play rook f8. I have all kinds of ideas here, like h4. You can't really take it. I'm going to take on g6. You play queen g4, and I don't know. I mean, I think that this pressure against the pawn on g6 is very significant, and that's why this entire sequence, now you start to see, this entire sequence of knight e2 is really powerful, because if Vincent does this, and after knight f4 he does some, whatever, move like a6, his only other option is to take with a queen, and now this is not the same. Now there's some problems.
This is not the same, and there could be some ideas of h3 and bishop g4 even at some moment, and if black blocks with a h5, there could be a g4 breaks. I mean, this looks very, uncertain for the...
Probably holdable,
Vincent.
but it's a bit unpleasant.
It's a bit unpleasant, something what Vincent currently is thinking about, how to deal with a knight coming all the way to f4.
And if we go back here, apparently here Vincent had an excellent opportunity to counter this. So this rook d7 is not an accurate move. The best move he had here in this position was this move h5. Immediately, because with the move on h5, he was not only pressing with bishop h6, now knight e2 quite doesn't make sense, because black plays bishop h6, hits the rook on c1, and makes knight f4 impossible to happen.
And now black is not in time in the current live position. Now h5 and bishop h6 doesn't make any sense. So, yeah.
Right. Yeah, you're talking about this position.
Yeah,
actually.
the
After
current.
knight e2, h5, knight
Already
f4,
not in time.
I think this is probably somehow going to tactically fail. Takes, and
Knight c5.
knight c5, yeah. This looks pretty dangerous. The bishop is under attack. You remove it. I take on d7. I take on d5. And as
Yeah,
they
you
say,
take all the pawns. The f7 is going to fall as well.
as they say, auf Wiedersehen in the German language. So not going to happen.
Yeah, so maybe it's a time for us to pull up the bird's eye view and check the other matchup. We have already first result, as we already said. Liem played a draw against Praggnanandhaa. Was not very ambitious position there, so it finished in a draw in the threefold repetition because it's not possible to offer a draw under move 40.
I suggest to go to the game of Marc-André Moritzi against Igor Samonenko because it was also a very unbalanced game quite early on, as you're seeing on the lower right corner. These are the two youngest players in the challengers section. Actually, maybe even, no, not overall, because also, of course, Mishra is age 15 and he plays in the Masters section. So, the battle of the youth.
The battle of the youth is happening here in the Grandmaster Triathlon in the Challengers tournament. Marc-André Moritzi with white pieces is challenging the young Ukrainian Grandmaster Igor Samonenko. Queen C7 was the last move played. Okay, maybe we should step a few moves back to see what happened after E5, because Igor spent a lot of time after the E4 move.
He took on E4, yeah, I thought so. This
it looks logical.
Feels very, very logical. Nice move, Queen F4. I like this move because with this move, Queen F4, Igor not only applies pressure against the knight on E4, but he's just in time ready to bring the queen to the safety if it's ever attacked. Pretty nice. Bishop D3, yeah.
Bishop E7, we see that castle happened, rook D8, trying to put some pressure on the D4 pawn. And after knight G3, black played B6. Okay, wants to develop the bishop over there to the B7. Queen C, bishop C2, queen D3.
I mean, yeah, I suppose I get the idea, but you know, in general, I am a bit against. Maybe I'm wrong. I probably am wrong. In general, I'm a bit against of removing pieces from the center that are not attacked. Yeah, that's why I don't know. I mean, I love this knight on E4. It's a great knight. Yeah, it controls a lot of squares. And I'm not like a great fan of removing it. Yeah, so now it goes to G3. It doesn't really do much there, although probably there's a very specific reason, right? He opens up this long diagonal, and then he continues building up the battery of bishop C2 and queen D3. But you know, I'm wondering why not do the same with something like bishop C2 immediately.
Maybe E5 was the move, but
E5.
But it doesn't look like possible yet. G3 is there in the position.
I think E5, more logic would be you are underdeveloped, so it somehow should work for me. So this is how I understand it. So E5, I would be feeling, I mean, there's definitely going to be something, right? Yeah, so I'm not sure what really.
Maybe G3 and...
G3 and hit the queen, and then somehow collect the ball. Maybe now this knight G3, yeah?
Yeah, my idea was maybe that he played this knight G3 to stop the E5 in some way, but yeah, he for sure can do it later, right? So he can start with bishop C2, but yeah, he had his reasons.
It's a move, yeah, it's a move. I slightly don't like it, but okay, it's a normal move. Queen C7, and now, yeah, here Igor felt that the queen on F4 is becoming a target. And yeah, he's ready to push C5 for E5.
Yeah, queen D3 looks like a move, but then black will just jump with the knight to F6 very quickly, or F1, F8. For sure, both moves are possible. G6 would also protect, but it would weaken a little bit. So I would not rush with playing something like G6. But let's say if we had similar position, like the same, but the knight was on E4.
You like that?
Yes, I do.
Very cool idea, actually. Yeah, I think somehow there should be a mate. Yeah, there's a lot of pieces attacking. Everything is like disconnected for black from the king's side. Okay, G6 is not going to happen.
Yeah, but knight F6 looks logical, and if we, if you imagine in this position the knight would not move to G3 and would stay on E4, then there would be idea of from white to play knight takes on F6.
Can I do that?
You can try.
So my big idea is, oh no, my knight. It's a mate on the board. But of course it's not going to happen. So G6, and now you don't have any sacrifice on E6 anymore because the bishop defends it.
Yeah, that's the whole point. And also maybe some pressure on D4 square. So that's why I don't know, like knight on E4 would still be nice because after knight F6 there is immediate knight takes F6 if knight was not removed to G3.
Yeah. That's why I don't like it. Yeah, this knight G3. Yeah, queen D3 feels like a very logical follow-up. the young Frenchman has already played it, by the way. It's on the board just as we were analyzing this position.
Yeah, knight of 6, I think, or knight of 8 looks like a follow-up by black. I mean, is there some other threat there in the position? I mean, I don't see. So, by the way, Arturs, what about the score of the Marc-Andrea Maurizio against Igor Samonenkov? They played already 2 games here in Biel. Have they played before playing in Biel? Because they are both young and looks like they should have had some matchups.
Yeah, actually, before Biel, they have never played against each other. No, never. So they met here in Biel for the first time in the Chess 60 tournament, where Samonenko was absolutely winning. He had an extra exchange, extra pawn, enough time to figure it out, and yet he somehow lost it. I think this is also one of the reasons why the young Ukrainian spiraled out of control in the tournament later. So he suffered a lot of losses, so he was pretty unhappy about it. But in the rapid tournament, Samonenko played with white once again. He was losing at some point, and there was this terrible blunder, this time by Maurizio. He blundered the pawn, and then Samonenkov quite unexpectedly won the game. So the score between these guys is 1 victory each.
Yeah, it's very interesting that both of them managed to score a win. And of course, the classical is completely different in terms of time. You're not getting so low on time. You're not getting into the time trouble. And yeah, for sure, we see already both players are looking for a fight. We see it out of the opening, this e4 move instantly opening up the position. Now, Marc-Andrea Maurizio is playing this queen d3 move. He wants to go and attack black's king over there. And I think that Igor is also the player who is like having this huge fighting spirit. Yesterday he was trying to defend the position like for how many hours? Was it 6 hours? Igor against Igor was different.
7 hours.
7 hours.
7 hours in total. At least the broadcast was lasting 7 hours and something like 20, 30 minutes. So yeah, he was playing something like 7 hours. Very, very long game. You know, I pulled up some info about Maurizio. His previous accomplishments are obviously he is the world under-20 champion. He did it at the age of 16 last year. And also he was doing really well in this year's Tata Steel Challengers, the B tournament. He was leading the entire thing with 1 point lead after 11 rounds, but then ultimately he finished in the second place. Just a second, let me fix this thing. So yeah, he has had a couple of great achievements. Also, quite recently, he was playing in French Team Chess Championships, held in Chartres. I hope I spelled that correctly. Also being one of the key players for Team Chartres to win the championship. So that was one of the most prestigious team events in Europe.
Yeah, both players are very young, very ambitious, having already achieved a lot of goals already in chess. Being a world under-20 champion at the age of 16 is something really incredible. Like you're not 18, you're not 19, you're not 20, you're 16, like 4 years ahead, and you're beating all the guys there. This is an absolutely astonishing achievement. And Igor Samonenkov becoming one of the youngest grandmaster in the world. Currently, he's being surpassed by Yagis, the Turkish grandmaster. He's currently the youngest grandmaster in the world. But we have in the tournament quite some young grandmasters like Samonenkov, like Abhimanyu Mishra. They both were born in the age of 2009. Not mistaken.
I don't. Yeah. Samonenkov of 2009, but
yeah.
Biel, of course, Biel Chess Festival is having this tradition by inviting some of the youngest talents in the world. This is a regular thing, of course. In the past history, we have had Magnus Carlsen, one of the arguably greatest players in the history of chess, playing here. Also, Maxime Vaishali. Speaking about Samonenkov, he made quite a bit news back in 2021 when he was only 12 years old. And that's the year when he played in World Rapid Championships and beat 4 grandmasters. Yeah, so It's quite impressive. So already at age 12, he was absolutely capable of beating grandmasters. And until the I think until June, he was still currently the youngest grandmaster in the world, but he was surpassed by Erdogmos, the young talent from Turkey. I think now it's time for us to go to bird's eye view and see more games. Something we might have missed in some of the other games. There's a lot of action happening, 6 games we have to follow. Angelica, maybe you do the overview, what we're seeing there on the screen.
Yeah, we see in the top middle board Vaishali against Alexander Donchenko. Exciting match. We are for sure don't want to miss. We're going to follow it very close. We have Saleh Salem against Jonas Biel. Also very exciting position for both sides. There is a center for white. Yeah, black is trying actually to attack it somehow, but white has a pair of bishops and some space advantage. We see that Samuel Shankland is playing against Abhimanyu Mishra on the bottom left corner. We see that he is trying to remaneuver the bishops. We were expecting him to play something like b3, but he goes for queen a4 and bishop f1. An interesting idea we're going to check out. Haik Martirosyan against Vincent Keymer. We have just checked recently. The knight finally appeared on f4. That was a plan of the Haik when he removed the knight to e2. So we are going to see what young grandmaster from Germany is going to reply. He will have to give up the bishop, but is he going to take with a pawn or with the queen? That's a huge question. And Marc-Andrea Maurizi against Igor Samenko. We have just checked the game. Queen d3 was played, and we are waiting for a response from the young Ukrainian grandmaster.
I suggest we go to the game of Salem versus Bienne. That's the game we haven't really paid a lot of attention. We saw it briefly after the opening, where in the opening, knight d4 was played by the top Emirati player. Here, all kinds of ideas were in there, like knight b5, knight e6, maybe even sometimes capture on c6 and try to exploit the slightly better position pieces. This is why the Danish top player decided to play knight e4. He was perfectly happy by fixing white's pawn structure. C takes on d4, knight d5. Not only closing this long diagonal for the bishop, but implying that the fork on c3 also might be a thing. That's why knight c5, I suppose. Knight c3 no longer is possible.
Yeah, because there is a bishop hanging.
Which is, by the way, not super obvious.
But now bishop d5.
Ah. Yeah, it just feels quite peaceful here. No, I was thinking that actually d takes on c5, knight c3 was a possibility.
And then bishop is hanging there.
Yeah, and this was a exchange sacrifice for 2 beautiful bishops, very strong pass pawn, and of course for Bienne this was like a no-brainer. He decided not to do it. The knight on b1 is very far from the action, so it would have to race back to help.
But also bishop b2, and then knight is trapped actually on b1.
I really closed. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but the knight is also close to be trapped, so that was an interesting for sure way to go.
Right. Now knight a6, rook c8, stopping any knight c7 ideas in some lines. e4, white grabs the center, and bishop g5. Apparently there's something wrong with this. So the idea is to play e5. What could it be?
Yeah, the e5 looks
I'm a bit surprised, to be honest.
normal.
So if I play h6, where's white's idea?
Do you really want to take that?
No, I play bishop g5. I suppose I have to take, no? Okay, I could go back and say that your h6 is going to work against you in the long run. I'm not sure, maybe. No, I thought he played bishop g5. He's kind of ready at some point to take at f6. I'm just curious, what is it?
Okay, h6, take.
Takes, and d5 looks a bit strange because this opens up the dark square bishop on f6. Like here, black has beautiful bishops controlling the c file. The knight on a6, by the way, feels really weird, don't you think?
Yeah, it looks like the knight is not on the right square right now. It's not attacking any of the pawn, and for now it's on the edge of the board, and we know that knight on the edge of the board is not the best piece for sure. But e5, what is happening here? Bishop g2, king g2, and then bishop goes somewhere.
I suppose this is what Saleh wants.
But why would he want this? Because I see that there could be some idea of rook entering somewhere on c3 or c2. This looks like something I would not want if I was playing white.
I mean, I don't think that white has any advantage here whatsoever. Yeah, this knight on a6, where was this? A couple of moves ago? Where he played it right here. So he played knight c5, bishop d2, b6, and why not knight d3? Probably it's not really that great, but...
I mean, knight on a6 looks sad, to be honest.
Right, so, I mean, he had some ideas like knight c7, bishop c6, try to exploit this, but now this knight on a6 feels pretty weird. And yeah, this is sometimes what happens. You try to justify the last move you played. You play e4, you play in the same pace, but now somehow the knight on a6 is still wrongly positioned, although this idea d5, d6, d7 is what he wants. We'll see. We'll see, the viewers. The action is only heating up here because this is the second hour of the second round of the classical portion of the triathlon here in the Biel 57th International Biel Chess Festival. The tournament that consists of 3 parts, classical, rapid, and blitz. Today is round 2. Hope you're enjoying the coverage so far. Write your questions in the chat. In the meantime, me and Angelique, we are going to grab a cup of coffee, and we'll be seeing you in 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere. And we are back from Biel here in Switzerland, following the action live from Biel Congress Center, where the 57th International Biel Chess Festival is being held. There are a lot of events here in total, 15 tournaments in total, but the main event is the triathlon at the Masters and Challengers section. We are going to immediately dive in back to the action, but first, let's go back to the results and see if any of the games have finished. Angelika, is there something you would like to pinpoint from this round?
Yeah, we already have one game which was finished. It was a draw in the Queen's Gambit accepted. It was Liem, current leader of the Grandmaster Triathlon, and he actually has won 2 previous Grandmaster Triathlons here in Biel consecutively. After Praggnanandhaa, who suffered a loss yesterday, we had amazing pairings for today. We have a US match, Sam Shankland against Abhimanyu Mishra, Haik Martirosyan against Vincent Keymer. But the game which I'm particularly would like to check is Vaishali Ramesh Babu with white pieces against Alexander Donchenko. And what about you, Arturs?
Absolutely. I think this is also one of the most interesting matchups because Vaishali is not only the only female player here in both tournaments, Challengers and Masters, but she's doing really great. Yesterday, she managed to do an upset with the black color, defeating the top-seeded player, Bienne. Today, she is also doing really great against the second-seeded player, Alexander Donchenko. So fascinating stuff is ahead of us. So let's go right now to the bird's eye view and see what is happening all the remaining 5 games in both sections. Here you see the game in question, Vaishali against Alexander Donchenko. That's up the top middle board. There you see Queen B3, by the way, was not played by the young in the star.
Yeah, and we told that it was the only move which can create some potentially tactical opportunities for white, and we see that actually c5 was allowed. c5 was a move which, of course, Alexander wants to play for sure. Is it still better for white, Arturs? What do you think?
I think so, yeah. White definitely has some space advantage. I suppose we are going to talk about this position more closely later, but I like her chances. Looks pretty good. Also on the top right corner, we have Liem playing a game against Jonas Biel, one of the top seeded players in the Challengers section. For Biel yesterday, it was rather disappointing, suffering a loss in the very first round with white against Vaishali. For Salek, it was slightly different. He played a very nice game against Marc-Andrea Maurizzi, scoring an important victory and also 4 points in the overall rankings. However, here, the more I look at the position, the more I like Biel's chances.
I fully agree with you, Arturs. The other game which we have is Sam Shankland against Abhimanyu Mishra on the bottom left corner. We see this complicated battle from the both sides. We see that there still has been no pawn break made by Sam. He's still remaneuvering his pieces. He's still trying to find the perfect moment to go for it. And we see as well as Abhimanyu is doubling the rooks on the d file and also remaneuvering with his pieces.
There's one thing I want to mention about this game. We are going to go to it to follow more closely because black has achieved almost a pure perfection in terms of positioning the pieces, except for the pawn at f7. What's happening with the game of Haik Martirosyan against Vincent Keymer? h5, bishop h6 was chosen by the German #1 player. Martirosyan is having a great start here in Biel. He was doing really great in chess 960. He won the rapid section, so right now he's applying some pressure. Vincent is trying to hold on. In the final game on the lower right corner, which is Marc-Andrea Maurizzi, the reigning world junior champion. He's playing against one of the youngest grandmasters currently in the world, Igor Sobonenkov, and apparently white is applying some pressure.
Yeah, and we see how white has a space advantage. It's time for us to choose the game we want to start with. I would for sure like to give an update on the game of Vaishali Ramesh Babu against Alexander Donchenko. We have not checked that game for a long time, and there has been some quiet turn of events since Queen B3 was not played.
Okay, maybe this Queen B3 was not really so obvious, but it felt very interesting. This entire sequence of Bishop E6, Rook F7 ideas, we looked at this briefly before the break. So, fantastic concept was there. But Vaishali also played another move I suggested in one of the other lines. to try to impress on the knight on d7 to make sure it's gonna jump to d5. This is a great square for the black knight on d7. And that's why here the German player decided can't strike in the center. He played c5, tried to undermine white's control of what's happening in the center.
And also bishop on c4 is unprotected, so of course there is not possibility to take on c5 or push pawn to d5 because queen is targeting the bishop on c4. That's very important. Of course, normally you don't want to take on c5 because you're just going to make all your pawns isolated there. What is going to be played here? Do you think a queen b3 is another idea which white can go for in this position?
Yeah, but now it feels a bit strange, right? I mean, this was the same idea with a4 and c6. Queen b3 was feeling more natural. And now if you play queen b3, now the pawn on d4 is under attack. Yeah, so I can take it. And this idea was to play some sort of rook f7 or bishop takes on e6. But now I'm not so sure that this is even the same. Right?
Let's try bishop e6 maybe, because I think rook f7 is not that great. So you cannot take because I'm going to recapture with the queen.
And that's a check, and there's a lot of things under attack. I have knight c5 move. I have even knight e5 move, by the way.
After knight e5 there is, of course, e4, but queen is going to recapture it with a check.
Now, this looks actually pretty okay, unless, of course, black is losing something immediately. Knight f5, hit the queen, hit the bishop, queen g5, h4.
How do you protect the bishop on e7?
Fair question. It sure feels incredibly risky. Yeah, now you see, I mean, there's all kinds of checks you want to investigate. The queen here is indirectly hit by the rook at f1, and maybe even knight e4.
Yeah, this looks slightly risky for black, but
it's strange.
But
yeah,
yes,
it's a bit strange to play queen b3 after committing to a5. So I would think that Vaishali is going to do something else. What could it be?
what about queen a4, attacking the knight on d7? Is it logical? I see
Angel
the evaluation
says
bar.
no. The Angel says no, Angelica, it's not logical. And I already see the refutation. The refutation is knight e5, I think.
Oh, yeah, of course. The bishop is hanging, yeah.
So d takes on e5, queen takes on c4, the bishop is under attack, and I'm wondering if there's some intermezzo moves like rook f4. And then collected, probably there's something, oh wait, there's just knight g4, what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Oh, knight g4, and there is nothing.
Queen g3, h3, queen g3, and the white is suffering big losses. And also queen a4 is a bit disconnecting the queen. Maybe there's some slower moves, but if black gets to play c takes, and maybe position the rook on d8, let's just show maybe some scenario. Like this, takes, rook d8. This is actually looking pretty good for black.
This looks very good, yeah.
Yeah.
So Vaishali has to be really careful in this position with the next move. She still has more than 50 minutes on the clock. This is move number 17. So still there is some time for her, so she's not in a time trouble. That's the most important. And yeah, Alexandra also has around 50 minutes. We see evaluation bar says that she's applying some pressure, but it's not so clear to the human eye, to be honest, how to proceed.
Can I be crazy?
Try.
Please allow me to be crazy.
Try. I want you to be crazy.
Is this crazy?
All
Oh, the
right.
bar even supports it.
King f7?
I thought I'm crazy. So king f7, I was
Knight
thinking some
f5?
bishop e6.
Ooh, bishop f6. This looks...
So the point is, that's a mate on the board.
That would be a cute mate. I mean, c4 obviously is
Mate.
possible. Checkmate.
That's a mate.
So king e8 must be played?
King e8, and I was thinking there's...
Now queen a4 maybe.
Oh, yeah, queen f4 or rook d8. There's some knight f5. You know, I have to confess you, how do I know this idea? How do I even spotted this idea of rook f7? Because it was year 2011. I was playing for Team Latvia in European Team Chess Championships, where I got my final GM norm. I was still international master at the time. And I was playing against a certain Danish player Jakob Ogert, who was at the moment a bit retired. I'm not sure what he was doing at the time. I think he was coaching and writing some books, but not really so known as today. And he absolutely demolished me in a Sicilian game. Although this is not a Sicilian, this is something else. And he played exactly the same idea. He played rook f7, bishop e6, and then just
Crushed you.
just demolished me, just blew me off the board. And it really left such a strong impression to me. And after the game, I shook hands. I said to Jakob, listen, Jakob, you just played this amazing game. I'm just your greatest fan, right? He was blushing. Yeah, but it was like still part of the prep. I mean, he knew these ideas. So this is a very common idea, very common theme from the Sicilian. It's crazy. Yeah, so white sacrifices an entire rook, but bishop e6 is the sequence. So if king f7 and bishop e6 follows, maybe black actually has to play rook takes on f7. How about bishop e6 now?
And now there is a huge pressure on the king. Bishop is pinning the rook over there. How do you protect it? The queen on h4 looks kind of...
Rook f7, she just played it.
Rook f7 happened on the board. Is it a brilliancy? What do you think?
It's got to be a brilliancy.
You can give it a brilliancy. Oh,
No,
even
it's a brilliancy. Rook f7 is played by Vaishali. I mean, I just tweet.
What was the
maybe it
reaction of
worked.
Alexander? Was he shocked?
I think his card rate is something like 150 right now.
Crazy.
Wow, rook f7, huge move. So Vaishali, look at this. Look at the body language of Vaishali. She just plays rook f7 like it's a casual move. You know, it's
Yeah, like she's playing
casual
1e4 or 1d4.
I mean, I play rook f7 for breakfast. Yeah. It's just very, very impressive stuff. So both of the players look perfectly under control. Wow. Huge game here in the making. So Vaishali yesterday took down the top-seeded player, Jonas Bull Bienne, and now she might do it the same, but against the leader, against the winner of the first two tournaments.
Yeah, it's going to be for sure a tough time right now for Alexander to find a way how to react on this rook f7. I'm just wondering, should you take and how do you take? Because, I mean, we've just seen king f7, there is immediate bishop e6, crazy move, immediately bringing king all the way to center. You don't want as well to play rook f7, but you have to react. You must react on this rook f7, because if you don't take the rook, then white is simply up a pawn. So you kind of have to go and take the rook. But with which piece would you take, Artus? With which piece did you take in the game against Ogard?
Take with the king and pray there's no mate? I don't know. But, you know, can I go back a bit? You know, there's one thing which is bothering me. I do not quite understand if here rook f7 already was a possibility. Or this was some sort of a trap by Vaishali that she looked at rook f7 right now. Mm-hmm. There was something that she did not like. That's why she included a5, making a devilish trap, because c5 feels to be very logical continuation, and then rook f7 played. But now, maybe she could play rook f7 right away.
I think one of the ideas is what we actually were talking about is after a5 there is a a4 e8 diagonal opens up for the queen, you know, and that's why you can bring the queen to the game. So that's why including a5 might have been a better choice.
Maybe
so in this case we don't have queen a4.
You don't, but this is really queen a4. The typical idea, maybe we're going to check it. We're going to try to understand the difference. So here the pawn on c6 sort of better shelters the king, and with the pawn on c5 the position is more exposed. So this is the difference. So rook f7, king f7, bishop e6. There's no double exclamation move, so I'm going to just make it myself. There you go. Double exclamation move. Back-to-back beautiful sacrifices, king e8.
And now queen a4.
Queen a4, but where's the follow-up? I don't quite don't follow. Rook d8?
Yeah, but now it looks like a huge
just the
pressure.
e6.
Oh, there is e6 immediately. Yeah, but actually if not going to e8 with the king, where else do you go?
Wow. Wow. That is the difference, right? So this a5. Now the only question I'm really curious here, Angelika, if Vaishali saw all of this right here. So we're looking at queen b3 with the idea to play rook f7, rook f7 or king f7 and bishop e6. If Vaishali saw this rook sacrifice already here, rook f7, king f7, so let me again put it on the board. She wanted to sacrifice the bishop. That's what she thought here for so long, and right now she just could not make it up. I mean, is this really so great or not? Because there's kind of no follow-up, although, by the way, if you see the bar says, it's still good, you can do that. I mean, there's all kinds of knight
Still
f5.
dangerous.
Still dangerous. And that's what she played as a5, and I'm curious if this was one of the most devilish traps you could do. And Donchenko fell right into it. He played c5, and now rook f7 is like a cold shower to him.
Yeah, he's looking at this rook and he's just cannot understand with which piece could he take, what could he do. We look at his body language, he's for sure under huge pressure, while Vaishali is fully relaxed. She played rook f7 casually and so cold-blooded as if it is just a normal move. I mean, I would be, I don't know, jumping out of the chair, you know, if I would see this rook f7 being played. But yeah, let's maybe try to make some line work here for black. Let's see.
Okay, let's see if rook f7 even
rook
works.
f7, yes.
Yeah, rook f7, bishop e6. Oh, sorry, bishop e6. So how do you defend? There's also knight f5. How do you defend?
Rook f8, but
Maybe
then
king
you give
f8.
up.
Oh, I just put another problem. Whoops.
Oops. Oops. And that's the sequence of the move c5. If the pawn was on c6, it wouldn't be possible.
Yeah,
She
I
set
think
up
so.
a trap. She set up a deadly trap.
I think so. If we compare this position again, rook f7, bishop e6, let's say king f8. Yeah, the bar says it's still winning, of course, but now the difference here is that I have a queen f3. The rook is not losing. The pawn stands on c6. But the pawn on c5, now the rook is gone. This was definitely missed by Donchenko. I mean, there's no way he wanted this to happen. I'm not really sure if he saw this coming. Probably he did after c5, because very often it's like a thunder that hits you. You just realize, oh my goodness, there's this move. And for some reason, this move escaped his attention. But okay, maybe it's not. It has nothing to do with Donchenko, because it's been Vaishali who's been playing this amazing game here. I mean, with this very interesting opening against advanced character on c4, knight c3, sacrificing the pawn, going for slightly unusual condition, kicking the opponent out of the prep, and this queen h4 that Donchenko chose, it has backfired heavily, because the queen should have been standing on d8 and controlling a lot of critical squares.
Yeah, and you know, I'm just looking at this a5 move which Vaishali played. It just, you know, she tried to distract Donchenko. She played a5, kind of showing, okay, she's playing positional move, she's playing slow game, and then in the next move she completely tricks him.
Okay, what do you do here if you're Donchenko? So imagine this, you're sitting there with black, you're playing against Vaishali, and Vaishali just fires against you, rook takes on f7. What does it do to your mind? And what do you do? What do you do?
I think the most important is trying to cool down, because, I mean, I would get super scared. I would get frightened of this rook f7, especially looking at this king f7 works. But I would try to eliminate all the options which I have, all the moves which I have in this position, and try to find the best out of the worst. And what would you do, Arturs?
I would follow your advice. I would just, if it's even possible, I would just calm down, and then some, and then some. So I would, I don't know, just take 5-10 minutes and just calm down. Because to be honest, I think that right now Donchenko is not calculating anything. He's just in shock. Just sitting there.
He needs some water. He needs some water.
Yeah, he's like appearing to calculate. He's not calculating. You just need to calm down. Like, you need to breathe 5, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes. For some people, it takes longer. And just collect the thoughts. But maybe the position already is beyond the repair. And that's the first question. After he's going to calm down, he's going to have to ask himself this question: am I lost? That's the first question you want to ask this, because rook f7 happened, the damage is done. Now what do I do with this? Do I accept rook at f7? Is there something better? Am I lost? Or do I still have a chance to save this game? Probably king f7, yeah? No, wait, but king f7, we kind of discovered this was
Yeah,
losing.
king f7, bishop takes. Is there a way to go to g6? No, probably, yeah? You cannot go to g6 here.
Well, maybe. It just,
Queen d3 or?
well, if this is your best move in the position, there's something terribly wrong with your position, but maybe it
Yeah.
is. And this.
And then there is knight f5 if I want to play it.
Maybe try to salvage this, somehow going for some endgame. I mean, actually, this is already a dream scenario for Donchenko if he could get something like this where he's not immediately losing. So once again, how was this? You said king f7, bishop e6, and king g6. There's no way he's going to play this in the next 10 minutes, I can guarantee you this. So I think it's going to take him at least half an hour to get there. It's very, very difficult.
For sure. I'm just, I just recalled the move by Abhimanyu yesterday when he played instead of king h8, king h6. So sometimes the moves which are coming in front not necessarily are the most deadliest ones. So in this case, because after king e8, we already refuted this line with the queen a4. So king g6 looks like the only try.
Right, because there's no alternatives really. Rook f7, bishop e6. Maybe this is also something else he wants to calculate. There's the bishop f7 and queen f3 winning the rook on h8. So how do you deal with this? Queen g5, you still take on f7 and give a check on f3. So let me just show it to you. This is pretty bad. Yeah, so everything just falls apart.
And if you bring the other rook, let's say...
Yeah, that's what I wanted to check. Of course, if you bring the other rook, what happens? And now, wait, not queen g5, of course, but now here. And I think at least I have knight f5. Ah, wait, knight f5. Maybe actually this is not working. Because I noticed there's the queen sacrifice. And then black has suddenly a lot of pieces for the queen.
Suddenly, yeah.
But even this, to be honest, I think it just feels losing. Somehow these pawns, they give me a very mighty impression. Either way, dear viewers, this is a huge game. The game of the round. Yesterday, Vaishali already played a huge game against Jonas Biel. Ultimately, we made a recap by calling it the game of the day. In case you want to check it out, you can head to Biel's YouTube channel. It's available there, including with all the recaps from the previous tournaments, of the Rapid tournament, of the Chess 960 tournament. Give it a like if you like it. But I think it's high time for us to go to the bird's eye view and try to estimate what else is happening in the other games of both Masters and Challengers.
Yeah, we see the game we just looked at the top middle board, Vaishali against Alexander Donchenko. On the top right corner, we see Saleh Salem against Jonas Biel. There is a huge pressure which the Danish Grandmaster is building on Emirati number 1. Knight on a6 looks very, very sad piece. On the bottom left, Samuel Shankland against Abhimanyu Mishra. He's trying to build up some maneuvers with the pieces. It's very tough to see. He played right now b3 in this position, trying to prepare for some pawn break. Haik Martirosyan against Vincent Keymer. We see that actually Haik is starting to pushing all the way on the king side, and there is still the knight standing over at f4, which is kind of a highlight of the position. And Marc-Andrea Maurizi against Igor Samonenko. We still not much has changed, but look at those pawns, the b4, d4, e4. All the pawns are defending the center, much more space for the French Grandmaster. It's your choice, Arturs. Where are we heading next?
Right, I suppose, again, we are going to check everybody in order. We are not going to miss a thing, and I think that also the game of Sam Shankland against Mishra deserves some love. We're going to go to that game and then again see where the pace of the round is going to take us. I would really love only to watch the game of Vaishali against Donchenko, but of course there's 4 more games ongoing and they deserve our attention as well. So you said b3 is the slow move for white. I like this move. So the idea is at some point is prepared to get the queen on b2, and then again toy with the idea to play b4 or d4 at the right moment. But I still think, Angelika, the pace of the game doesn't really change here. It's still the same cat and mouse.
It's still the same. We see that meanwhile Abhimanyu managed to get some, not stone wall setup, but I want to say very solid setup, being ready for all kinds of breaks from white. I see we have the doubled rooks on the d-file, we have a queen on e7, the knights are protecting each other on d5, the knight is a monster protecting the square on b4 in case of potential break. Queen b5 was okay.
Yeah, I'm just, I'm sorry.
There was some repetition, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just strolling through the moves and I try to get the context, what happened before. But there's one important detail, Angelica, I want to point out. It's the clock situation. And this is exactly what Shankland is trying to do. So he's playing cat and mouse here. You know, I mean, kind of implying I have threats, although I have really no threats here. Play b3, play queen b2. I want to play either b4 or d4. So he's toying with these ideas. But what he actually is doing, he is waiting for something for his opponent to do. So if the knight goes away from the d5 square, there's going to be the b4 push. Then he implies, at the right moment, queen b2 maybe is going to be followed with something like bishop d2 and f4. At the same time, Abhimanyu, he's suffering with his thoughts, where lies my counterplay? Because, dear viewers, I can guarantee you one thing. The hardest thing to do in chess is to do nothing. I mean, you always want to do something.
Yes.
We're taught to play chess like that. You always want to have a plan. You want to improve your pieces. You want to attack the opponent's king. You want to be in control. And there's nothing Abhimanyu can really do here except sitting and doing nothing. It's the hardest thing to do in the world.
Yeah, it's super tough because sometimes you're getting, you know, you would like to go for something, you would like to try to push some pawns, but in this case for Abhimanyu, it's not really going to end well because he cannot really touch any of his pieces like knights and pawns. Of course, he can always bring the queen or the rook, he can always shuffle around a little bit, but yeah, I don't think that... Yeah, we see that Arthurs is pointing out the pieces are located all in the first ranks, but still there is this opportunity of pushing the b4 or d4 break, and black has to be always ready for it. This
is a very rare thing. Actually, now that I think I've always never seen it before. I mean, none of white's pawns or pieces have advanced further than the third rank, and yet it is black who can't do nothing. It's very strange. And that's why I think Abhimanyu right now is fighting with his urge not to do anything stupid, you know? It's like he really wants to organize some counterplay at the king, so he wants to show I'm also capable of doing this, but at the same time he perfectly understands this is what my opponent wants. He wants me to do this.
But also we can try to illustrate what would happen if Abhimanyu is doing something.
Good point.
Let's say if g5, h5 would be played.
h5.
Let's say h5. Then let's say white is doing nothing, maybe bringing the rook or the bishop. And then g5, let's say, would be played by black, trying to do something on the king side. I mean, white could still do nothing. And my idea was that at some moment, whenever black is going to push any of the pawns, g4 or h5, there, then white would just simply close the position if they want to. Okay, in this case, it's not possible to close anymore.
Yeah.
Maybe white doesn't want to close it.
Right, maybe white doesn't want to close it, or maybe there's also some ideas like exchange sacrifices here happening. For example, bishop g2, bishop e4, the bar laughs at me as usual. But that's one of those moments when maybe your action becomes your undoing. Yeah, so it's very difficult for Abhimanyu here to do nothing, and this is precisely what he's doing. Yeah, so he is keeping it calm, he's not rushing. This is where your training kicks in. And this is what Sam tries to do to him.
And we see that Sam is really in charge here. Abhimanyu cannot probably understand how it comes that he has all this kind of space, but he cannot really do much in this position.
He can't.
This also looks, I mean, like, especially like, look at those bishops on f1 and e1. They're just standing there, kind of looks everything passive, but unfortunately black cannot do anything.
He cannot. So let's maybe go back to the bird's eye view and select another game. This game is going to be a long one. Sam is seriously pressing on the clock, and the young American player, the world record holder, being the youngest grandmaster in the history of chess, is under some pressure. The position is solid, but he needs to play the moves quickly.
Yeah, and we see the other games which are still ongoing. On the top right corner, we see Salem against Jonas Bienne. We see the Jonas is building up some pressure. The knight on a6 looks like a trapped piece. On the bottom left, we just check the game of Sam Shankland against Abhimanyu Mishra. And on the bottom middle board, we see Haik Martirosyan against Vincent Keymer. I think this is one of the games we would like to return to because there has much changed there. And Marc-André Maurizi is still building pressure against Ukrainian Grandmaster Igor Samonenkov.
All right, indeed, let's go to the game of Martirosyan against Keymer. There's not a lot of moves can be made. We left it about here after 92, where the Armenian top player found this very cute idea to put the knight on e4 and thread it with knight e6. So h5 was played, knight e4, bishop h6. Now white decided not to take on e6, actually. Look at that, keep the knight on f4, bishop e2. I guess there's some queen g3 ideas to launch the king closer to the king side. King g7, queen g3, there you go, there's the queen move. Queen g5 and queen e1. Quite mysterious.
Queen e1 is a very mysterious move, but maybe the point is that he just doesn't want to trade the queens, and there was no other square he wanted to go, even though there are many squares on the third rank.
I was wondering why not play this knight e6, you know? Knight e6, f takes on e6, and try to get to that position that we talked about a bit earlier, like retreat with a queen, put the bishop on the long diagonal, maybe queen d3, and apply some very serious pressure against the pawn on g6. But I suspect because of this queen under attack, he's not in time. So what Martirosyan does, he plays queen e1, keeps the black queen on g5 imprisoned, and now he kind of implies that knight e6, followed by some sort of a king set attack, might be still possibility. For example, rook goes here, rook c3, knight e6, and rook g3, traveling to get to the pawn on g6. And now this looks something very serious.
And I remember you were mentioning this idea of building up a pressure on this g6 square once the pawn from f7 captures the knight on e6, bringing the bishop all the way to d3, bringing the queen to b1, or also on this diagonal, because if black is going to capture the bishop with the pawn, g6 might be the problem, since then they're going to be opposite colored bishop, and we know with opposite colored bishops, the attack is the strongest.
Indeed. So I'm wondering here, if this is a big threat, rook c3, rook g3, and knight e6, rook g3 is becoming a problem at some point, is this something I want to consider at some point?
You want to sacrifice the queen?
No, I don't want to, but maybe I have to.
Maybe you have to. And you want to put some kind of a
fortress.
Yeah,
I wanted to build some kind of a fortress, but yeah, our friend here, whose name is Stockfish, he kind of disagrees with me as usual. But I think this idea with queen f4, bishop f4 maybe could be a thing at some point if suddenly things start to get really rough at the king side. I don't think that Vincent wants to do this, but maybe there's going to be a moment where he simply will have to. Now he has to figure out what to do against this.
And he actually already made the move. Queen e7 is on the board. Vincent removed the queen all the way to e7. Probably he was not a fan of the knight e6, f takes e6. He wants to support the bishop with his queen. But another question, rook c3 or rook f3, g3 is still an idea.
Yeah, I think so. It's definitely an idea I would like to play. So these threats are looking pretty serious. Maybe there are even some tactical ideas already, like knight h5 or bishop h5 and rook g3, and you have enough pieces. Because suddenly you start to look at this position and you realize all of white's pieces are directed towards a direct king set attack. And at the same time, you look at black, he's like kind of solid, kind of positioned at the center, but you can't help but ask the question, what is he doing here?
Yeah, I would like to sacrifice the bishop at the moment on h5. I would like the knight to put all the way to f6. You know, a knight on f6 would be a star of the position. It would have a great outpost there and very nicely attacking the king. So something like bishop h5, knight h5, it would be an idea.
I mean, does Vincent want to take on a 4? Maybe he has no choice. bishop f4, rook f4, and try to just escape.
Try to trade.
Try to trade. All right. In the meantime, Donchenko's position is falling apart. Apparently, there's more moves incoming, so maybe let's go straight live to that game and see if there's more moves have been played. It's not looking great for the tournament leader and the winner of the previous two tournaments because he has already played not a good move. After this brilliant move, rook takes on f7. After a longer thought, here the German strong player decided to play rook takes on f7. Okay, you know, the engine marks this is a mistake, but I think that already there was no good answer.
Yeah, out of two already bad moves, he went for the bad one. I mean, according to the computer, the worst one, but king f7 was also dangerous. He didn't want to try it out if he will be checkmated or not. He just captured with a rook and trying not to decapitalize immediately, but
Angelique,
it looks like...
I have a question to you. I can't help but feel it. I still remember what he said yesterday in the post-game interview. He finished this very long game against Igor Samonenko. He played about 7 hours. That we had a dinner together. But in the interview, you asked him, how are you feeling about your performance so far? You said you had a great start at just on 16th rapid. You won those tournaments. What did he tell you? You remember?
Yes, he said that it of course feels great to win those events, but he shouldn't relax because tomorrow he's playing, yesterday he said that today he's playing against Vaishali, who has just beaten the top seed of the tournament, Jonas Biel, in very nice fashion. That's why he said, I just need to gather some thoughts, I need to gather rest, and maybe even not do any preparation and just going to go for it.
But he also said all it takes one game. Yeah, all it takes one game here and there. It's 4 points, and that's exactly what we are seeing here. So this is exactly what's happening. A disastrous game for the tournament leader, an excellent game at the same time for Vaishali. And now the rook f8 here, she has a couple of choices, how to continue. The big question is, can she just take on f7 or play knight f5, or there's something better?
There are for sure many ideas. Like you can take on f7, you have e6 move, you can play queen b3, you can play knight f5. But maybe you don't have to take so early because you have to still the spin.
Yeah, I agree. The pin is there. It's just a very concrete line. Yeah, yes. I'm just seeing that there's e6 incoming, so I'm wondering, can I collect it? But you're right. Yeah, I would love to exploit the spin and play like this knight f5. But again, there was this queen sacrifice, was there not? Knight f5, queen g5. I want to get that bishop on h7, and I want to play h4. Oh, sorry, not h3. h4?
No, queen f6.
Queen f5.
Queen f5. This was this queen f5. Maybe this is something what German Grandmaster is aiming for, to give up a queen for rook and 2 pieces, which, normally it would be materially better for the side with the rook and 2 pieces, but in this case, we see that, unfortunately, due to very weak king and pieces which are not in harmony, the black is just falling apart.
Okay, Engine is fighting some ridiculous lines here. Yeah, so bishop h4, queen d7, a bishop f2 check, you could go king h1, rook h5. I'm not sure what is this even. So the position remains complex, and Vaishali has to navigate through a lot of very tempting continuations. Actually, she could even take on d7. By the way, I don't think this is the worst move ever. No, Engine says it is. This is officially the worst move ever.
Officially?
So let's not mention it again. What?
Officially?
Yeah. So it's a very bad move. I was thinking if I can take on d7 and go back on e6, then also collect the rook here. Knight f5 is very tempting, but it involves a queen sacrifice. And the best part, Angelica, is you think that players don't expect queen sacrifices, but very often for them, this is like only a casual trade. Especially at the highest level, they're so used to this, like giving up a queen for a couple of pieces, 3 pieces, or rook and bishop, rook and knight, nothing special.
I thought you would say the best part is that we are here to spectate it and not to decide for the players and let Vaishali decide what's to play.
Yeah, there's number of continuations. I'm not really sure. She was slightly not ready for this. I think that I think that she was mainly expecting maybe king f7, bishop e6, and king g6. So this line, because king e8 just loses because of queen f4. And yeah, so for her, it's like a small surprise. She was working it out, and now apparently rook f7 is on the board, and she's just trying to figure out what is this. So is it knight f5? Is it bishop f7? Is it bishop d7, which is the worst move ever? Or there's something else, like queen b3 or something. I don't know.
Yeah, there are a lot of moves in this position, and you know the best thing is that she has a lot of time. She has over 40 minutes in this position, and meanwhile, Alexander Donchenko has to spend a lot of time to try to find some best defense, which he failed, unfortunately, to do. But yeah, I think we're going to let Vaishali decide here what is going to be her next move. She has a lot of time. She has a lot of the big choice of the moves, and it's a perfect time for us to jump in another game immediately to see what's happening.
Your choice. I see that there's something happening in Keymer's game. I suppose Vincent misplayed something. Okay, I know we just covered this, but I just noticed the bar is like significantly in favor of the Armenian player. Let's go
maybe
once
shortly update that game.
Yeah, shortly update. What happened there? Yeah, so I'm curious. What was the move?
So he took the knight, yeah? So that was a new move.
Yeah, he took the knight, and this position is looking pretty sad, because White has the entire king set at his disposal. He can play something like rook d1, queen f2, h3, king h2, rook f1. This bishop on e6 is a bystander. Right now, I think Vincent is getting just outplayed. That's my feeling.
Yeah, I feel that yesterday's game made some kind of an impact on Vincent. I mean, of course, he was not losing the game, but at the right moment, Liem found this nice take of the rook, and after that, Vincent simply collapsed. I think maybe that game some kind of still influencing the German number one. What do you think, Artur?
Absolutely, yeah, these things influence. You can't easily forget them, and chess players are incredibly hard on themselves. They always criticize themselves firsthand. Right, that they're not happy the way they perform. So Vincent, of course, was incredibly unhappy about what happened yesterday. And I have to go back to this critical moment of this game where it really changed the pace of the game. So it felt that this is like nothing special. Black is doing okay. Vincent did not pick up this idea of h5, bishop h6. And now suddenly after rook d7, it feels like a normal move. Here, the German players started to experience very serious pressure. Yeah, so this knight f4 was a huge move. So this entire sequence that Haik played here, knight f4, bishop e2, queen g3, queen g5, and queen e1, these were really powerful moves.
Yeah, the sequence of the moves which brought us to this very much dominating position by White, so that Vincent had to remove his queen, but it looks like, you know, he has this bishop pair, he had this bishop pair in the position, but he couldn't really find a way how it could work. So he had to take one of the attacking pieces for White. And now actually there is no more this dark squared bishop, and all the squares like f6 are being very weak. So potentially there could be some rook, for example, entering to f6, and huge stress being created, like Artur's here showing, yeah, very good, very nice and spicy ideas with bishop g6 sacrifice.
Indeed. Yeah, there's a lot of ideas here for Martirosyan, and while Vincent is suffering here and Martirosyan is on his way potentially to score first ever victory over the board in a classical chess over Vincent Keymer, let's go maybe to yet another game. We haven't seen for quite a while the game of Salem against Jonas Biel, where the Danish player surprised his more experienced opponent from United Arab Emirates with this bishop a4 lash out, something that Salem did not really expect. This knight on a6 feels weird, and I have a feeling ever since things are going out of control for White.
Yeah, it feels like everything is going south in this game. Knight on a6. Again, very strange choice earlier. Now it cannot be taken away. But like after, I mean, you can capture the rook, obviously. Also, you can also trap the knight, by the way. Knight is also not a great piece.
Yeah, also the knight on a6 is in many lines under attack, like bishop d3, and try to ask white some very direct questions. So yeah, this is looking pretty bad. h6, bishop f6, bishop f6. Now black has two bishops on the board. e5, here Liem select tries to salvage the position, bishop b7. The position is becoming worse and worse. And this is also an excellent chance for the top-seeded player of the challenger section to strike back after yesterday's shock loss against Vaishali.
Yeah, but you know, if he would play draw yesterday, let's say he would survive that game, and play another draw today against Saleh Salem, he would have only 3 points.
So you're saying this is part of the plan?
Maybe. Of course not. Of course, the player wants to catch as many points as possible. If he could save yesterday's game, it would be perfect. But as a scenario, you know, is theoretically, of course, this could be possible, and that's why I am saying that this kind of this kind of scoring system, which we have at the Grandmaster Triathlon of Biel Chess Festival, is something special and encourages our players to fight it out on the boards.
All right. Maybe before we go to the break, let's go one more final time to the bird's eye view and see if we're missing something else in some other games. So there you go, that's on the screen. So Vaishali is still contemplating about her chances, about her opportunities against Donchenko. That's the upper middle board. Upper right corner, selects Liem is suffering against Jonas Biel, the top-seeded player in the challengers section. Sam Shankland against Abhimanyu Mishra in the lower left corner is playing against his countryman, the youngest grandmaster in the world, Abhimanyu Mishra. He is pushing, he's playing cat and mouse game, trying to somehow crash through. Abhimanyu at the moment is not blinking, he's not making a mistake. Martirosyan is clearly having a much better position against Vincent Keymer, playing a beautiful positional game. Just played rook b1 on the board. That's on the lower middle board. And finally, Marc-Andrea Maurizzi is playing also a pretty interesting game in Simonenkov. I think that's the game we're going to definitely go back after the break to check it out, what happens there. Angelika, your predictions. What's going to happen in those games?
Yeah, I think for sure we're going to see many decisive results. Vaishali is pushing. We see that Haik Martirosyan is pushing against Vincent Keymer. Absolutely incredible also fight against two the most youngest players in the field, Marc-Andrea Maurizzi against Igor Samonenkov. And of course, Jonas Biel is trying to strike back. I mean, many interesting positions. We had only one draw. Exciting games there to follow.
Are we going to see more decisive games here in round 2? Yesterday there were 5 decisive games out of 6, only one draw, and even that was very spicy. Is Vaishali going to beat yet another second high-seeded player of the Challengers tournament section? Is Vincent Keymer going to lose second game in a row in the Master section? You will have to find out after the break. So we're going to be seeing you in 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere, take some refreshments, and see you in a bit. And we're back live from Biel, where the 57th International Biel Chess Festival is being held in the lovely Biel Congress Center in the heart of the city. Very amazing weather outside. People enjoy here, coming play some good chess. There's a huge playing venue with a lot of chess fans. Angelika, it's been a really great round so far. Every single round we come, more action is coming.
You're right, Artur. There is always more and more action. We had so many decisive games in the first round, but I feel the second round will not be no exception. So many fireworks on the board.
Because Vaishali is on the verge to beat yet another favorite of her tournament, and that's the game, of course, we are going to keep a close eye on. Here we have the bird's eye view. You can see Donchenko's position against Vaishali is looking really bad because Vaishali, something like half an hour ago, made a spectacular rook sacrifice, rook takes on f7, demolishing the tournament leader's defenses. And right now, the German is trying to figure out how to keep his position together. And as promised before the break, I thought we also need to have a closer look at what is happening in the battle of the two youngest players of the Challengers Tournament, which is Marc-Andrea Maurizzi, the reigning World Junior Champion, playing against Igor Semenenko, age only 15.
So we jump there immediately right now. Game Marc-Andrea Maurizzi, the French Grandmaster, facing one of the youngest Grandmasters in the world right now, Igor Semenenko. There has been actually some very large center for white. I mean, where did it disappear?
Yeah, I mean, we left it like quite a while ago. I think it was, where was this? I tried to even go back and understand. I think we left it here after Queen D3. You might remember, this is like a brand new game and we've seen it before. So let's just see how did they get us best to this position. So Queen D3, Knight f8, defending from the checkmate. Queen E4.
Apparently not the most precise move, but looks pretty logical.
Yeah, bishop d6, b4. I guess he wanted to imprison the bishop. Whoa. F5. As a Dutch defense player, I fully support this move. Queen e2 and c5. Yeah, this is really nice. I mean, the move f5 itself would be really ridiculous, as would be the Dutch defense itself, but it's what you do after that. So here what Semenenko does, he pushes away the queen from the center, and then he plays c5. So he tries to demolish white center, play e5, and completely take over the game.
Yeah, it looks like so many breaks played by Igor Semenenko, and this strong center, which was earlier strong, is step by step is beginning to collapse. We see that a trade has happened. And is e5 a move? He's actually planned for d5.
Yeah, d5, because I think he was a bit afraid to take on c5. For example, Black would respond with
Queen c5?
Queen c5 or bishop c5. I'm not sure which is better. And if he positions those bishops on the long diagonals, I mean, look at them, Angelika. One bishop is here. The second bishop is here.
Yeah, the bishop advantage, the bishop pair advantage would be for sure huge in this position. So.
And it would indeed. So here d5 was played by the Frenchman. He tried to close at least one bishop and try to get the opponent at 5. So you see the bishop on c2 and knight on g3. They bother, as they say, they tickle. Who told me this actually? I think it was Ketty. Yeah, one of the commentators. Ketty Tsatsarlas, he told me, tickle the opponent at 5. Yeah, tickle the opponent at 5. I haven't never really thought about it. So Black defends the tickle opponent at 5. Play g6. Bishop a4, pretty weird move. Takes, bishop b7. Black seems to have solved, at least visually, the opening problems. And after rook d1, rook ac8. Engine hates this move.
Why does Engine hate this move? So what's the idea behind the rook ac8? You place the rook on the file with the pawn and you try to support it to go further. There is nothing wrong with that move, but maybe there was something better for Black.
I don't know. Maybe play c4?
Immediately, and then rook c1.
Yeah, but this is very scary. I mean, I see a give up the d4 square. There's all kinds of knight d5, knight b5, knight b5 ideas. And it's very easy to see ghosts, right? For example, after bishop takes on d5. Do you want to allow this, Angelika? Are you feeling comfortable here?
Yeah, I don't feel so much comfortable here. Like, queen, king looks very, very empty. Yeah, like...
No, this looks very scary. So c4, there's going to be knight e4. And actually, this bishop a4, I have to go back and say it's not a weird move. I mean, actually, it's pretty logical move because with bishop a4, what the Frenchman did, he controls the e-file. And so that black can never play rook e8. Now I understand this. Yeah, I have a bit more greater look at the position. And rook d1, I think that black might be experiencing some problems with the king side. Like knight h4, knight f5 stuff problems. What do you think?
Yeah, it's for sure looking slightly bad because these pawns are protecting each other. So g6 pawn is protecting the f5 and knight h5, h4 for sure is going to target both of those pawns, not allowing one of them to go up there. Ideas of going with h4, h5 are not in the picture because the knight on g3 is being attacked by the bishop. So it's a pretty tough position where, I mean, I guess there could be some ideas to attack the king on the king side, but I don't think there is something direct at this position.
Maybe, yeah, indeed. So c4 at least, the bar indicates this is the best move. The young Ukrainian played rook c8. Apparently, there's still some problems. I would think some sort of a knight h4 would be in the cards. Think again about this idea of knight f5, queen h5, maybe bishop c2. This sort of resembles, Angelika, me, the game of Haik Martirosyan against Vincent Keymer because, again, it's very easy to go for a kingside attack. Your opponent's king is exposed. You just throw every single piece at your opponent's king and somehow it works.
Yeah, somehow it manages to work, especially when, black can simply collapse out of full pressure because as a defender, usually it's much more difficult to play since you have to defend all those nasty threats from the white. And the only thing white has to do, white has to follow up the plan of the attack. That's why it's also much more complicated to play against the defending side, especially when you have the time issues. And we see right now Igor is under 21 minutes.
Queen c4. Yeah, I mean, the engine marks, this is a really great move. I'm not going to deny that, but what is the idea of this move? What is it? To launch the queen towards the king side and get to the pawn? Maybe get to the f6 could be the idea. For example, I somehow get the queen closer here, try to control those squares. Some queen h4 maybe. Knight e5, I need to calculate what happens with my pawn on d5. Oh wait, it's defended. So maybe not queen f7.
But then what if not queen f7?
And if I try to
hide? You want to hide?
Yeah,
Queen h4 doesn't make any sense.
It does
anymore?
make sense. It makes perfect sense, yeah. And there's a lot of problems here, some problems here, maybe at some point bishop c2, knight f5. Mauritius' position is looking really great.
Yeah, Mauritius is building up some huge pressure on the black's king. It's so tough to... Yeah, it's tough to find the square for the king on the king side. And also, the problem is that the bishop on b7, you would like it to play, but unfortunately, it's just being blocked by the pawn on d5, and you cannot play c4 anymore, creating this passed pawn. How do you proceed here as black?
Maybe that's why c4 was necessary, to stop queen c4. But again, I mean, after the c4, there was knight e4.
Yes, one of the two ideas you have to give up, either queen c4 or knight e4.
I don't even understand where Simonenko went wrong because I really like what he did. I mean, this entire sequence, Angelika, this f5, c5, take it, d5. Now he has some problems here. g6 makes perfect sense. Bishop a4, a monstrous move. Maybe this was a bad move. By opening up the e-file, maybe he had to keep the pawn on e6, allow white to take on e6 himself and do something else. But what? What? Because, I mean, white is still thinking about potential kingside attack. These are multiple weaknesses. And what here Semenenkov is trying to do, he's hoping that these bishops, they're going to prevail in the long run, but there's one problem, there's a direct attack at the king side.
Yeah, the direct attack is on the king especially something what matters more, and you have for sure to protect that with all costs, so it's pretty difficult, yeah.
All right, let's maybe continue to observe more games and go back to the bird's eye view to see what we might have missed if more moves have been played. For example, in the game of Vaishali against Donchenko, and there was a move, by the way, Queen A4. That's a move you suggested yourself some time ago, I believe.
Yeah, Queen A4 attacking. No, I think I suggested Queen B3, but Queen A4 is a continuation of Queen
Right.
B3, attacking the knight on D7. By the way, where is the knight?
Yeah, maybe
going?
let's go to that game immediately without looking at the bird's eye view. Let's go to it concretely. There you go. Queen A4 is played. Angelika tried to make this move work for some reason. You see, Vaishali thinks very similarly to you.
Yeah, Queen A4 is a move for sure. We see that the engine doesn't like it. Engine said, okay, there was something better over here, but I mean, to human eye, Queen A4 looks also very good. Like, you're attacking this knight. How to protect the knight? You want just to take it and keep the pressure and keep the pin on the rook and F7. How can this be not good?
By the way, let's not forget that white is down the rook. A whole rook.
Yeah, but you are attacking the piece now, yeah? Knight goes where? To B8?
Right. So let's say knight B8, yeah?
Yeah, knight B8 and now rook F1. Maybe this is her idea. Rook F1, and then her idea might be to take rook F7 and queen E8 and try to checkmate. Maybe. Wait, but there is actually no queen H5. How do you defend? There is no queen H5.
Fair question.
How do you defend from this threat?
I guess you just don't. I mean, I think that white is simply going to collect the rook here, and queen e8 is full. I don't see any defense.
But the problem is, if black does nothing, there is going to be a checkmate. So the threat is rook f7, queen e8, bishop has to protect, bishop f8, queen f7, and it's going to be almost
It just looks very bad, actually, here. Rook f7, queen e8.
King
No,
goes, queen takes.
Extra material, strong attack, everything just falling apart. I don't see any defense. So maybe there's something stronger, so the knight is under attack. I don't know what it is. Maybe sack the knight, sack the exchange, and somehow hold it, like knight e5? Does it? I mean, it makes no sense. Oh, wait, what? It really does make sense. Why would it make sense to give up the knight? Because it's lost anyway, I suppose.
Yeah, because you're just taking a pawn for a knight which is going to die.
This knight is dead.
Yeah, this is a dead knight.
I mean, it couldn't go to b8, so best sacrifice it for something.
And now what do you do as black? King goes away. But wait, now you can take... Oh, wait, you cannot really take.
Right. There's one more thing, actually, the viewers, I wanted to show you. We talked about this spectacular sacrifice, rook takes on f7, you know, and I walked through my memories of this 2011 game against Jakob Ogert, European Team Chess Championships, Latvia against Denmark, round 5 or 4, whatever, doesn't matter. And there's another game I would like to show you which features the same motive. You're going to like it. Look at this. Just look at this. So, e4, d5, e takes, queen e5,
knight c3.
Knight c3, queen a5. So you're probably wondering what I'm talking about here. You're going to get it in a moment. Knight e2, not the most usual move. Bishop 5, knight g3, here, castles, e6, d4, knight f6. There's the idea. White plays a 4, that's why you put the knight on g3. Bishop e7, f5, takes, bishop d3. So white is cooking up something really serious at the king side. So black played short castle, knight takes on f5, rook e8, bishop g5. You can definitely feel the heat. Yeah, it's building up. Queen e1, queen d8, queen h4, knight e5. So this is the position for white to play. It's a very famous game. The question is, have you seen this position ever before? Have you?
No.
You have not?
Have you?
Maybe the viewers have
And
seen
you?
this position.
Have you
I
seen
have
this?
never seen it, but I know it's very famous.
But it's very famous, yeah?
So the question here is, how does white continue knowing some of the motives you have seen in today's round? So there you go. There's an actual chess lesson for you, the viewers. So you came here not only for the coverage of the Biel Chess Festival, and suddenly there is an actual chess lesson for you. So white to play and white to win.
All right, I'm trying to...
Gabe Binkster in the chat says, I have seen this game. Well, then I suspect the author of this game has boasted about it more than once. he's just using us. Shame on you, Beck. Oh, sorry. All right, already kind of spoiled it. So the author is our producer, Beck. So he played this legendary game.
Yeah.
And white starts this game and plays for the win. The question is, can you find it or you see something very familiar from other games we have covered today? I'm going to give you a hint. It resembles the game of Vaishali against Donchenko. You've seen the motive, then it's much easier to figure it out.
So is someone from the chat be able to find the move
It's very
or
difficult,
idea?
to be honest. All right, we're just going to show you. Maybe if you don't want to hear it, just mute the stream. I'm going to show it anyway, so just don't watch it. So here the idea is knight takes on e7, which feels pretty logical. So black responds with knight e7, and now comes the shocker.
Rook f7, the brilliancy.
Rook f7, so where's the idea? You're probably wondering why give up the rook, what white is doing. So the point is, bishop takes an f7, check, check. You can't play knight g8, it drops the queen. And there's going to be a lot of pain for black in a lot of places. Yeah, so you see, there's no way to defend against this. Bishop f7, the king is pinned, knight f6. I think you're already asking for some kind of a rook sacrifice.
Call
queen
an
f6,
ambulance.
call an ambulance, but not for me. Yeah, so this is just a mate on the board. Indeed. And after rook takes an f7, if black plays here, then there's the very beautiful check. Bishop c4, king f8, rook f1, knight f6, and rook f6, bishop h6.
Yeah, not queen
Mate on the board.
h6, bishop h6. You want to checkmate with the queen, the bishop.
Very, very beautiful. So this indeed is one of the games of our dear producer, Bick, who is doing a fantastic job. You're not seeing here, he is about 10 meters from us on that side. He's probably very happy right now. But anyway, it just features the same theme that happened in the Vaishali game. Again, I'll tell you about my experiences in my own game, and that's why Vaishali was able to replicate. I don't think she has seen Bick's game, but she has seen this motive definitely from some other games. Donchenko's attention somehow slipped. He didn't see this, but now you know it. It exists.
Yeah, and what has happened is the last queen a4 was played. Donchenko is being in the thinking tank right now. We see with his body language he is not happy. We see that he's also under 20 minutes right now on the clock, around the same time as Vaishali, but he is the one who is experiencing a huge pressure on the board right now. So that's why I think it is a pretty tough time for the German Grandmaster to defend. And we see that he's playing a move, bishop g5. And that's why I told you, Artur, like, it's not so easy to react after queen a4. Even though Engine said it was a missed opportunity, it was not so easy for German Grandmaster to spot the knight e5. And he's trying to protect the knight by the rook on f7. But by the way, it's actually not protecting, right? You can take queen d7. You can just take queen d7.
Here after bishop g5, yes, I think queen takes on d7, and Donchenko's idea apparently is just to play bishop takes on e3 check, king h1, and grab a lot of pawns, but I think this position is just looking
very suspicious.
Very suspicious. queen takes on d4, and somehow I think the spin is going to cost black the game. But I think now we can show actually this top choice of the engine. Yeah, so since black has committed, sometimes we check it out what the engine says, so that, I mean, you could do it yourselves, right? You have access to chess.com events where you can follow the games live, of course. Engine is there. So here, apparently, the best move instead of bishop g5 was in d95. And after d takes on e5, the best move is either g6 or king h8. I think g6 is a bit inhuman.
Yeah, come on, it's very difficult to spot such move here.
But actually, it stops knight f5, so maybe somebody's going to find it pretty human. Anyway, the point is after g6, let's say queen c6, king g7, takes, and black still lives. He's down a pawn, he has a terrible position. The engine says you're almost lost, but he still lives. He did not find this, and I have to say in his defense, Angelika, knight e5 was a very difficult move.
It was very difficult for sure, because there is huge pressure which is white building on the black's position. It's not so easy to protect everything. And even for such strong grandmasters, right, like Donchenko has over 2600 rating. He's one of the leading German grandmasters, going to participate in the Olympiad for the German team. He has had some quite nice accomplishment. He has just won chess 960 yesterday's game, rapid tournament. But he slipped here and he played bishop g5, the move which is not very likable by the engine. But again, is it so easy? But I think queen d7 is a pretty easy move.
It's not easy, because there's one thing I have to mention to you, dear viewers. Look at the clock. It's 18 minutes for Vaishali, it's 19 minutes for Donchenko, and it's only move 20. This means there is no increment, because to remind you the time control, the viewers, of the classical part of the triathlon, it's 2 hours for 40 moves, 1 hour for the next 20 moves, followed by 15 moves until the rest of the game. And the increment we are so used to of 30 seconds, it only comes starting move 61. There is no increment right now. It's not going to happen even after move 40.
By the way, Artur, we are looking at queen d7, but what about knight f5 and knight d6? Bringing the knight all the way to d6. Is it possible, or there is some chances from black?
That's a beautiful move. I like it. So apply more pressure, ignore the knight. Probably there's some sort of a bishop e3, try to, push you a bit back, and knight e3. I suppose you don't want to do that.
King h1.
King h1, and whatever happens here. Yeah, so you want to go here. Maybe, I'm not sure, queen f2. And you play knight d6. Yeah, why not? I would be a bit afraid, to be honest. It looks quite scary, but as you can see, black cannot sacrifice the queen on f1. Look at this. Yeah, queen f1, rook f1.
And there is not possible.
Yeah, but I cannot do it. My king is pinned.
Yeah, the king is pinned, and that's the huge problem right now for Alexander. What is going Vaishali play else than that? So queen d7, knight f5. Is there any other move here, or we just let her sink in this position?
I think queen d7 is just good. Knight f5 is a worthy alternative, and right now Vaishali should be actually pretty careful, because she is pretty low on the clock. So queen takes on d7, and bishop takes on e3 is played by Donchenko, and I think he is going to try to apply some pressure on the clock. But when king h1 is played, maybe bishop f4 could be a logical move by the German grandmaster, hitting the knight on g3, threatening with some mate ideas on h2. While he's thinking about this, let's go to observe more games. And one game we haven't seen for a while is Haik Martirosyan playing against Keymer.
Yeah, this is a game we have been neglecting for some time. Oh, and my dream actually happened. The rook is on f6. I wanted so much to put the rook over there and double, and he actually tripled. So now there are always these ideas of sacrifices on g6 in the position. So this looks very nice.
What do you call this?
Triple...
No, there is a word for that. You don't know?
Which one? No?
There's a very special word for that. One of the former world champions is credited for... Okay, I'm not really sure if he invented this, but he is always credited for this. He put the two rooks in front, and then the heavy can on the queen behind. What is this? It's the Alekhine's gun.
Yes, this I know.
It's
yes,
like
yes.
some sort of a pushka, yeah?
Yeah, like it's like
put a
some
lot
kind
of-
of like battery, but with the heavy pieces.
Yeah, with a lot of heavy pieces, rook, and queen. So you're building a lot of pressure. So yeah, Vincent here is destroyed. That's the feeling I have here. There's a lot of pressure, all kinds of tactics, and this idea of sacrificing on g6, getting the rook there. This is one of the main motives, and that's why here Vincent keeps the queen on g5 and try to hold on. But the main problem for him, he is incredibly passive here.
Yeah, he's very passive, but there is a bishop still on e6, which is trying to hold the pawn on f7, pawn on d5, trying to protect everything. Also, looking at the time, by the way, Arthur's look, Haik Martirosyan is one who has around 30 minutes, half an hour on the clock, while Vincent is the one, actually without no surprise, in a time trouble. He has only 4 minutes on the clock, and this is move number?
Move number 34. So Vincent has to play 6 moves with no increment. So our kind producer, Big here, who is the greatest producer
In the world?
He zoomed us in. As you can see, there's this a very nice view. This is the best zoom we can get. By the way, we have to give a huge shout out also to the organizers who have provided us with some amazing cameras. We can use them, we can rotate them left and right, zoom in, zoom out, spin around, show you some interesting angles for the boards. Sometimes if we have some questions, what is the actual clock situation on the board? But I don't think the clock situation really matters for Vincent, so he's looking not great anyway. I think what I'm more interested here, Angelika, is if Martirosyan, if he's going to play the obvious rook f4, try to hit the pawn on h4, which allows black to sort of get away and trade the queens.
Look, someone is very nervous. Look, someone.
Thank you.
I think it's big. He's nervous.
This is very typical
Body language.
legwork, so to speak, by players. Anyway, what I was saying, if White is going to play rook f4, hit the pawn on h4, or he's going to try to keep the pressure and not allow Vincent to make the easy moves, because what I try to understand here, Angelika, are you sure you're going to win this? Like this position, are you sure you're going to win this?
Yeah, I'm not sure, of course, because whenever there are like 2 rooks, there is still opportunity always to bring some kind of counterattack, yeah, from the side which is protecting. You know, once you get those rooks on the second or the first rank, you can start creating some threats. So it's not so easy.
And that's why Martirosyan is not doing that. He played queen d2, so he tries rook f7. So rook f7 is a big threat. As you can see, the black queen on g5 is under attack. Keymer going to play king h6. So king h6, rook takes on h4 is a big problem. The queen now cannot take on h4. That's a pin, so the queen is lost. You could do that. And rook takes on f7 actually seems to be a trivial threat. But how? How do you defend? Queen h6, I suppose.
Queen h6 looks like a move which is protecting the queen, which is of course important. How do you follow up here as white? So there was a threat of rook f7. It's not there anymore. So maybe now it's time to remove the queen. But if you remove the queen, then when do you remove it? Because if you go to f2, then queen g5, there's going to be a repetition. You don't want to repeat because you don't want to let Vincent get to the 40th move.
We have a very interesting shot here. As you can see, the players are
very stylish.
Very nervous, typical stuff. This happens all the time. So queen h6, by the way, is chosen by Vincent, and as you can see, Haik managed to achieve exactly what he wanted, extract more time, force Vincent to think. His position is still really great. He can afford to shuffle pieces here and there, and then maybe at move 40, try his best chance, and his opponent in time scramble, I don't know, he's going to panic or something.
Yeah, I think it's actually important right now for Haik to find some moves which would put more and more pressure on Vincent, because yeah, there are 2 or 4 more moves, right, till the time pressure, till the time control, 40th move. So I don't think that Haik is going to just shuffle the pieces. She's just going to do some concrete move. I wanted to offer queen before, but it was instantly answered by rook c7, something I guess what Vincent was being prepared to do. And now rook c1, is it a threat?
You mean for black?
Yeah, rook c1.
Oh, you found some threats for black even. I thought the black has no threats here at all. So Vincent just played the move to survive. I'm not really sure why not queen g5. Queen g5 was also good, activate the queen, but okay. Rook c7 played very quickly, so right now the number one German needs to make 3 more moves to get an extra hour on the clock. Again, dear viewers, just to remind you, there's no increment until move 61.
Is queen?
So, yeah.
Yeah, is queen d6 an option? Can you go there with the queen? But maybe rook
d7,
but
yes?
rook d7, rook f7. I
How about
wanted
rook
to
f6?
make it work.
How about make this happen?
But then, I don't know, the diagonal opens for the queen, but there is nothing, yeah?
I don't know. I haven't yet calculated. Of course, I'm a bit concerned about the queen, but I see a threat, bishop g6.
Bishop g6 is a huge threat.
So the bishop on e6 will be under attack. If the pawn takes on g6, the bishop on e6 is under attack. Maybe it also opens the possibilities like rook e6 and then rook f6. Yeah, also is a thing to consider. Most likely, black will have to like defend whatever he's got, like rook e8, and not to lose immediately.
Yeah, but maybe now queen d6, and after rook d7, there is rook f7.
Is there?
I don't know. Let's
No,
try.
I don't think so.
No, not anymore. Okay.
Yeah,
Doesn't
so
work.
not yet. But the tactical possibilities are definitely there. So Vincent is trying not to lose immediately, and Martirosyan tries to use this time situation on the clock that Keymer has minor time issues, and he tries to win the game on the spot. And that's why here he's going to spend something like several minutes try to figure out. I don't think Vincent is going to lose immediately. And this is also giving us extra opportunities to go back to the bird's eye view and select another game and observe how the games might finish. Angelica, I'll do you the honors. I'll allow you to do the honors.
Yeah, I see that there is some change of the roles happened on the top right corner. Saleh Salem against Jonas Biel. Remember that the Danish Grandmaster was the one who was building up a pressure, but now I see that pawn on e6, and I'm wondering, maybe right now is Salem's one who has an advantage in this position. We see also in the top middle board Vaishali against Alexander Donchenko, the game which we are closely following. Still, Donchenko is thinking here at this position, getting slowly under 10 minutes on the clock. We are having as well the very interesting matchup, Sam Shankland against Abhimanyu Mishra on the bottom left corner. We see still very complicated position, still no break has been played, but a lot of pieces have been shuffled around, and I don't know if it became better for black or white. We'll check it in a moment.
To be honest, I want to go to check the game of Saleh Salem against Jonas Bolbiera because something changed there, and I think Jonas had clearly a better position. To give you an update of Sam Shankland's game against Abhimanyu Mishra, I see the bar somehow now slightly favors black. I don't really think that's the case, but at least, yes?
Arthur's Haik played my move, queen d6. Queen d6, rook d7. Is there rook f7 there?
Which game are you talking about?
Haik Martirosyan played queen d6 on the bottom middle board.
Then we would have to go back full screen to the game of Haik Martirosyan against Vincent Keymer. Rook d7 and queen a3.
He went back, okay. I just want to say he played my move, queen d6.
Yeah, but unless there's a sacrifice, like, I mean, there could have been something like queen takes here. Queen takes here with the idea after bishop d7, rook f7, king g8, and rook f7, and this position looks just crushing, even though white has sacrificed queen for the rook and the bishop, the black king is in danger. There's all kinds of threats like rook f6, rook g6, e6, rook d8, I don't know.
Super dangerous.
Super dangerous. But I think there's a problem, tactical problem. After this queen sacrifice, queen takes on f4 is a good response.
Oh, and you're just trading the rooks, and then you're going to this boring endgame, which probably is going to be defendable by black.
I think for Vincent, this is the best position he has seen in something like 10, 15 moves. Yeah,
Yes.
so he'll be very happy. So Haik simply tried his chance. Maybe Vincent is going to be afraid to play rook d7. No, Vincent calculated it precisely, and now nothing really changes.
All
So
right.
I suggest to go to the game of select Liem against.
Yeah, sorry, I just seen
Bienne.
this queen d6, and I saw, okay, maybe there is going to be some action.
All right. So that's what we have here. Is it an extra pawn for white?
It looks like, but I remember when we had this game, actually black was the one who was pushing.
All right. Yeah, indeed. So we left it. Oh, there was the double exclam move. I'm curious. Oh, we
Where
left
did-
it.
yeah.
Here. Here. Bishop b7, rook c4, d5. E8. Oh, e8 to d5 is a mistake. Okay, let's not focus on that. That was a long time ago. Here, rook d4 looks pretty human. Bishop b3, and somehow, wow, e6. That's a piece sacrifice.
That's a knight sacrifice
Yeah,
for a couple of moves, not for long.
yeah. So white would be doing great. Actually, black is okay.
Yeah, black is okay.
Yeah, black is okay.
Yeah.
So Jonas decided not to do it. He played f5. Wow, I mean, f5 is actually a very responsible move because now this pawn on e6, Angelika, if black miscalculates it, it can seriously backfire. This was a big moment here. I'm not sure. Maybe he had to take on a6. Okay, we are going to see how the game unfolds.
Yeah, it looks like he had to go for it, yeah.
I don't know. Maybe. So now from here, the game is very sharp. Still very sharp.
Everything is hanging somehow in the air. So difficult to predict the
Yeah,
moves.
now
Rook
both players
E1.
for some reason ignore the pawn on a7. I guess there's no time to defend it. Bishop f3, rook e3, rook e3, rook e3.
Trades
And-
happened, and bishop e4, apparently a mistake. All right.
White would be a mistake.
Is f3 possible?
f3 is bishop c5. Oh, wait, but there's e7 check.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. And what was the correct move? The correct move was rook a8.
Rook a8.
That makes
But
no
then
sense.
there is knight.
You
wait.
just take it and then black suffers for a long time.
Yeah, rook d3, rook d7.
It's like essentially deja vu yesterday's game of Donchenko against Semenenko of extra pawn. That's why I said I don't like this move. I mean, I see that Bar fully supports it. This move after e6, f5. I think that Jonas's ambitions got a bit better of him, but I mean, then again, I mean, what else you're supposed to do, right? You have this very nice position. You have two bishops, and the tournament format, it encourages you to play for the win, and that's why he plays a 5, he plays a sharp move, but now this pawn on e6, Angelika, I just feel it's very risky.
Super risky. I fully agree with you, Arturs. I fully agree. And after this bishop e4, rook c3 apparently is a great move, going all in for the 7th rank. That's why maybe rook a8 was essential to attack the knight on
Wait,
a7.
I still quite don't follow. Wait, if I go here?
Then
so what's the
rook
big deal?
c7.
Oh.
Knight c8, and there is no way black is stopping the pawn.
Yeah, and this pawn is rolling forward. Yeah, that's a problem.
That's very tough.
So that's why here he got to go this to stop knight c8 and accept this worst endgame. So actually, I think he already made a mistake before. About here. Rook e5, knight b5. Maybe it was still okay here. I don't get it. Why don't you play? The rook is under attack. That's why, yeah. The rook is under attack. Now, why don't you play a6? It's a bit mystery to me. I slightly don't understand. Instead, he played g6 and allowed to take on a7. Strange. It's a bit strange sequence here. So again, for Jonas, the top seeded player in the challenger section, big trouble. The bar says actually he's dead lost. So rook c7, knight c8, huge turn of events right here between two of the high seeded players in the challenger section. Yesterday, Bienne lost. Liem won his game. So clearly the Emirati player is in the better mood.
Yeah, he's for sure in a good shape, and we see that he immediately strikes to find this rook c3. But meanwhile, Arturs, I think it's time for us to check on the game of Vaishali. How is it going? Because I see that there has been some change of position, and the queens are off the board, but the pin is still there.
The pin is still there. So we left it about here, queen d4. Those are the moves. Rook d1.
Oh, you bring another piece. So you allow the trade of the queens, but the rook is coming. But what is this pin on f7? Isn't it a deadly pin? I think you just can keep that pin ongoing, and you just do everything you want.
Just take it. Just take on c4. So here, Donchenko is just trying to take his final chance to organize a pass pawn. I see nothing wrong by simply taking the pawn here.
Yeah, because rook c8, there's going to be just a check on f7. Because I thought maybe he wants to go for a rook c8, but there is nothing.
Oh, this is so nice. Look at this, Angelica. Why to play and win? Dear viewers, if you also can find it, by the way, following the Chess24 chat, giving you a huge shout out, and everybody else also on YouTube and in the other channels we're streaming on. How many channels we're streaming on? I forgot, 5.
Something,
yeah, something like 5 channels. So everybody who is curious how to win this, now is your chance to shine.
I mean, I see you can go to this knight against bishop endgame. Is there something else?
This is the only way to win this position.
The only way.
Otherwise, black is much better for some reason. Why? Yeah, by the way, I don't understand why black should be much better. Yeah, bishop c4 is on the board. So once again,
okay,
g6, knight e4, here. Why to play and win?
Maybe bishop f7 and e6?
Yes, precisely.
Okay.
Now the rook is under attack. You can't
Yeah.
play rook e7, takes. This
There is
bishop
no
cannot stop
way
the
to
pawn,
stop.
and king is too far away. I think Vaishali's got this. She is about to make yet another upset. Yesterday, after defeating the top-seeded player, Jonas Biel, today she is about to do the same. 2 back-to-back victories against 2 favorites of the Challengers tournaments. Who would have thought?
Absolutely surprising, shocking turn of event. But yeah, that's what also Alexandra said yesterday. You shouldn't underestimate anyone there. Everyone is sharp, especially Vaishali in the first round, beating the top seed, the Danish Grandmaster Jonas Biel. Now she's trying to repeat the same against Donchenko.
In case, dear viewers, you missed it, this is how it started. So the position feels rather innocent. Here, Vaishali made this very devilish trap. She played a5, seemingly stopping knight b6. You're probably wondering, what's the problem here? c5. And now she probably made the move of the tournament. Rook takes on f7. This was clearly missed by Donchenko, on the tournament leader. The idea here mainly is that king f7 is bishop e6. You cannot take it because that will be a very cute mate on the board. And everything just falls apart for black because after bishop e6, king e8, queen a4. Now, thanks to the black's last move c5, here everything is just falling apart, and everything after that, as they say, was history.
Yeah, absolutely incredible brilliancy by Vaishali. It's for sure going to be the most brilliant game of the round. I think the game of yesterday was also Vaishali against Jonas Biel.
Check it out, look at this. e6, take it.
f7.
How
Oh my
cute is
God.
this?
Is it Vaishali's move?
Yes, she's definitely going to find it. Not take the rook on d7, but e7.
But what was move played by actually Alexandra? Because
Alexander played bishop before. He's getting the pawn on e5. He knows he's dead lost. He's just trying his final chance. maybe hoping for
My
one of the
God.
lines, but this is a very, very cool idea here. Once again, e6, you hit the rook at f7.
Rook takes.
You gotta move the rook, right? e7 is the big idea. You can't stop it.
Yeah, if rook moves away, there is e7 simply, right? And after rook d7, this is a very cute little move. White being down 2 rooks.
And now the correct move, of course, is on the promotion. Not the queen. This is how you finish the game. Of course, promoting the queen also wins. So Vaishali here is making waves, scoring a very impressive victory. You can see there's already resignation in the face of Donchenko. He knows he's beat. Don't recollect the thoughts. He's not happy about it, but he perfectly understands this is sport. That's part of the game. His opponent played very mighty game.
Yeah, she played indeed a brilliant chess today. Vaishali with the rook f7, completely cold-blooded playing that move like she's doing it every single game, playing all the game down a rook, but creating this deadly pin. And she's playing e6.
Yes, of course. Donchenko already expected this. He's going to try rook takes on d7. I think you got to try just to check, just to verify that white sees the e7 check. But I mean, there's no chance that she's not seeing it right now. So we're about to see the end of this game.
Yeah, a couple more moves are going to be played most likely. Or resignation might follow as well. No, he's taking the rook. He's going to make it on the board.
And there's the move. e7 is on the board. And with this, I think the game is officially over because the mate is inevitable. There's the resignation. Of course, Donchenko beat, resigns. Huge victory for Vaishali, scoring a major upset for a second day in a row. And this means we are going to have a new leader in the all-world rankings after day 2 of the classical tournament.
Yeah, Vaishali is taking the lead. Incredible performance by her, winning 2 games in a row. Absolutely brilliant chess she showed us today with a rook f7 sacrifice.
Now let's check the current results after this round. Of course, it's still ongoing. More games are happening, but there you go. You see the early draw, Liem against Praggnanandhaa. The top two seeded players in the Masters section. It was not really a eventful game, finished in a rather quick draw. Liem did not really try much and was happy with a peaceful outcome. But it is Vaishali who makes the news here today. Yesterday she played the game of the day, and guess what? Today she's doing the same again.
Incredible performance by the Indian superstar Vaishali. We still have other games ongoing. We see now the bird's eye view. We had 1 draw, 1 game finished in the victory for Vaishali. Are we going to have all the rest decisive games? We're going to follow.
Yeah, let's maybe give a quick overview of what's happening so that we're not missing action. I'm going to start with the lower left board. Sam Shankland against Mishra. They have reached the second time control. The game is very slow. I think they can officially play it for a very long time. Haik Martirosyan against Vincent Keymer, lower middle board. Also have reached the second time control. The German number 1 player is suffering. His position is really terrible, but he is holding on. The game of Marc-Andrea Maurizzi against Igor Semenenkov. Let me check how many moves have they played. They have played move 35, so there might be a time scramble. And also, of course, the game of Salek Salem against Jonas Biel. Let me check which move they have right there. That is the move 39, but it appears to be that white has a crushing attack and is winning most likely. I mean, 2 extra pots, as you can see on the upper right corner. So we'll try to get Vaishali for an interview here, but in the meantime, I think we could go to follow Maurizzi's game because I think, Angelika, that's the game that might be the closest to a potential time scramble. Yeah, in the meantime, maybe let's just follow all the games in a moment, and then we're going to go back to the game of Marc-Andrea Maurizzi against Igor Semenenkov, and hopefully we are going to get in an interview with Vaishali. I think, actually, what we're going to do right now, we have more news upcoming, is we are going to do a break. And then after the break, there's going to be the interview with Vaishali. The viewers, you're going to have a chance to see the surprise winner of the first 2 rounds firsthand here live from Biel, Switzerland, following the action of 57th International Biel Chess Festival. Don't go anywhere. Very interesting interview coming up. A huge upset in round 2, just as in round 1. Vaishali in a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere. See you soon.
And welcome back to our dear viewers to the studio of the 57th International Biel Chess Festival. The other game of the Grandmaster Triathlon of the Challengers has finished. I am very happy to have with me Vaishali, who has just won her 2nd game in a row in the classical portion. Vaishali, congrats. It was such a beautiful game.
Yeah, thank you. I also didn't expect it to turn out to be like this. Yeah, I'm very happy with the game.
How do you feel yourself right now? Did you have because we saw you on the screen, you always have, this calm emotions. You're not showing anything. You're just casually playing Rook F7. How did you feel yourself?
Yeah, it feels really good to play such a game. I'd seen these lines and it was not clear whether it's working or not. And I spent a lot of time. Yeah, I'm very happy it ended well.
All right, let's dive into the game. Have you expected Donchenko going for the Caracan?
He plays Caracan also, but I was expecting some other lines. But I was ready for it.
So it's all was a preparation, as we saw, and then I believe after knight g2, Alexander spends more time.
Yes,
he was not ready for the knight.
Yeah, I think he didn't expect this c4 line, which I don't.
Adjust the microphone, yeah?
Oh.
Microphone, yeah. Close it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't play this c4 line that much, so maybe you didn't expect.
So he decided to go for taking, grabbing the pawn and protecting. And in this position already, computer didn't like bishop g6, so Did you know that it was already some kind of a mistake by the player, or?
I didn't know it was an error, but I just knew like when black moves like bishop g6, there is an option to play like a4, b4, knight e4, where black has to waste a move to take on e4, like this bishop g6 and
Yeah,
bishop
so
e4.
basically it doesn't make sense to bring.
So I just knew this point, but I was not sure like whether to include castle and then go a4 or directly go a4. Like
So in this
yeah,
position,
for
you're
example,
considering-
castle, knight d7 and a4, but he gets to play a6.
No,
I mean,
the
which
rook
is not possible.
protected.
Yeah, which is not possible in the previous move. So I thought, okay, I'll go direct a4.
So you did great. You pushed a4 instantly and going further with a knight. He must take, and knight f5, trying to defend. Okay, bishop e3 was logical.
Yeah, I was also looking at bishop g5. It was interesting, but it's not working. Queen d4, g4. Yeah, if queen takes rook d1 and this back rank, I mean d8 is mate and there is not much of option. So for g4, I think black can go f6. Yeah, I could not find anything here for white.
Somehow all
I
the
saw,
pieces are
I saw some
hanging.
interesting like knight f6.
Knight.
I mean knight f6, yeah, f6, knight f6, gf6, gf5.
Sorry.
Yeah. Okay, queen e5 I think is better for black, but I thought like, okay, if queen d1, rook d1, if fg5, bishop h5 and f6 is a nice mate.
Oh, wow, such a beautiful
Yeah,
mate with the pawn.
yeah, I saw some nice lines, but unfortunately this was not working because of queen e5. Okay, this f6 came and yeah, I could not make this bishop g5 work, so I just played bishop e3, which is supporting d4 pawn.
Yeah, so it was very important to support the
Yes.
pawn. And queen h4, were you surprised about this move, or was it something you were expecting?
No, I didn't expect, but I was just looking at it because knight g3 is the only move, otherwise I'm losing a piece.
Yes,
So
you have to play it.
yeah, I have to be careful when playing bishop e3 also. So I thought this I'm better, slightly better.
Because you have all the development.
Yes.
You were confident here.
Yes,
already.
I was confident. I also get back the pawn.
Yeah, you take back on c4. Yeah, I believe at some moment we are also considering you have here many moves in this position,
Yes.
right? You have this a5, you have queen b3, you have rook c1.
Yeah,
have you
yeah, I
considered?
spent a lot of time again, and yeah, I was also looking at like queen b3, doubling the rooks on f file, like putting pressure on f7. Yeah, with this opposite color bishops, like if I get to attack his king, then I mean it will be very dangerous for white.
Yeah, no
I mean
kind
for
of
black.
sacrifice.
Yeah, all kind of sacrifice, and yeah, it was not clear for me how to continue. But then I saw this rook f7 idea, including a5, where the c5 is bad because I get to
Yes.
this queen a4 in one of the lines. So
So here the problem is if you go for this, which move would black play?
I think c5
Yes, c5, let's say.
Or
then
knight.
Rook f.
Oh.
No.
no c5 then bishop e6. I think knight b6 was my problem. Yeah.
And knight b6. If you try to go for this, it's not going to.
King f7 and king e8.
And then you don't have this idea of queen
Yes.
like a4, which we had before. So you set up a trap, right, at the board. So you played on the other side of the board, made your opponent think that it was like a positional move, because a5 is positional, right? You stopped
Yeah.
the a5 idea, but
I'm not sure it was a trap because it was not clear for me whether I'm winning after rook f7. So like a5 is a anyways nice move to play, like blocking the knight b6 and. Yeah,
yes,
c5 is very natural, and I was already looking at rook f7 lines. It was very tempting, but I also want to make sure like it's clearly working. So I spent again some time to make sure things.
once you realize it's working, you just went for
Yeah,
it.
I went for it.
All right, brilliant move, rook f7. So here, I believe king f7 was one of the options.
Yeah,
and after
bishop
bishop
e6.
e6.
So king e8,
or-
queen a4. Yeah, that is the point.
This line.
You can
yes,
take and
yes.
go e6.
And if king g6,
I thought I can just take at least on d7, and this should be winning.
yeah, and then just
The king is
attacking.
very dangerous. And
All right, so he went for the rook f7, bishop e6, and
yeah, here again I thought I had many tempting options. I was not sure if queen a4 was the best move.
yeah, computer doesn't.
Does it like okay?
Yeah, but yeah, you had many options for sure. So here I believe that computer was saying that knight e5.
Yeah, I was also expecting knight e5 takes and king h8, bishop f7, rook f1, like this. This should be winning for me. That's what I thought. So what was the best move instead of queen a4?
We can
I
check.
saw, I saw queen b3.
It says bishop
Oh, bishop f7. I
f7,
thought king f7. Queen b3. Right?
queen f3,
Queen f3.
and if king g8, there is queen d5,
King e8.
and if king e8, there is queen a8,
Bishop d8.
bishop d8,
Maybe it's just simply winning. Yeah, it was too strong.
e6. Wow.
Oh.
You're just crushing. Okay, it's not so clear. Yeah, it looks like king is getting
yeah,
forward. Also, queen can return back.
Yeah, I think I didn't assess this position well, and
Yeah, but
yeah, I was
queen a4
mainly
was
looking
also
at queen b3. I mean, after bishop
Here.
f7, king f7, queen b3.
sorry.
Also direct queen b3. Oh yeah, queen b3, king e8, e6. If knight f6, I get queen a4 and queen c6. King d8, queen c6.
Wait, but
I thought this was winning. And
Yeah.
if I think knight b8 is the main move instead of knight f6. Queen a4, king d8, queen b5. And he gets bishop d6 here, which was very annoying. Because if king c7, then I get a6, which I thought very cute. Actually, I've threat queen b7 and yeah, it's nice to
Yes, checkmate on
yeah, but
d8.
he gets bishop d6 and suddenly you have to worry about bishop g3 ideas. And I think black defends everything.
Yeah. But yeah, there are many like tempting options.
Yeah, then I decided
here.
to go for queen a4.
I mean, queen a4 also not so easy to like refute or like try
Yeah,
to find
exactly.
a way. And he played here bishop g5. So he didn't want even to remove the knight for some reason. So you took bishop e3 goes away. King d7.
Yeah, yeah, I got this rook d1.
Rook d1. Yeah, you just bring in another piece into the game, and it looks like this pin is just deadly.
I
You
think
cannot-
he can go g6, but knight e4, king g7, bishop f7, rook f7, and e6. Yeah, rook d7, e d7, and suddenly the bishop cannot
He
stop.
cannot stop,
Yeah. Also, he tried including c4, but I had pawn on a5. Anyway, he doesn't have bishop b6. Yeah.
Yeah, bishop b6 it does.
Yeah.
Okay, so here he played c4, and you took.
Yeah,
So
he
basically,
was-
if this position with g6, it would be the same.
Yeah, still
line.
I have pawn on a5 when it's not working.
Okay, so bishop f4 was played. Yeah, and here
Yeah, I was happy to find this e6
it was
again.
very beautiful. Yeah,
Yeah.
e6, rook d7, and
E7.
you just don't care about the rook. Brilliant game with many brilliant moves. The chat loved so much. All the audience were rooting for you after this rook f7 move. The start of the tournament also with chess 960 and rapid, you had quite some nice games there, and you were even, I believe, leading rapid before the last round. What are your emotions right now, like after these two classical games and rapid and chess 960?
Yeah, I'm very happy with the wins, especially today's game. We had a lot of fun calculating some nice lines, and firstly, I thank the organizers for inviting me to such a strong tournament. Also, this triathlon, like I've been following this event like for the last few years. So they introduced this challenges event, and they also invited me, and it's a great opportunity for me to play against the strong players in the world. So I'm really enjoying playing here.
How do you like the format of the event? That there are like all three times controls there. There is a classical, rapid, blitz. There is also chess 960. How do you enjoy it?
Yeah, it's very fun to play all the formats, and I think only the Biel event has such a format. I don't think any other tournaments has this format. I'm really enjoying myself.
All right, thank you so much, Vaishali, for showing us your game. It was really exciting to follow it from the first move and till the last e6, e7. Great idea. We wish you best of luck for the next rounds. Tomorrow is round number 3. We leave you some time to get your rest now.
Thank you.
And we're going to check with a bird's eye view the current games which are still ongoing. As you can see, one game has finished in a draw pretty quickly, Liem against Praggnanandhaa. We see that we had just now Vaishali together with us in the studio, winning that incredible game against Alexander Donchenko. And all the rest are games still ongoing. In the top right corner, we can see Salem facing the top seed of the challengers, Jonas Biel, with a decisive advantage and huge attack and being 2 points up. In the bottom left corner, we see Sam Shankland facing Abhimanyu Mishra. Still very complex battle, very complex strategic battle over there. In the bottom middle board, we have Haik Martirosyan against Vincent Keymer. We see that Armenian #1 is still pushing against the strongest German player. And in the bottom right corner, Marc-Andrea Maurizi against Igor Samonenkov. We see there is still a huge pressure from Marc-Andrea.
Well, there's a lot of potentially decisive games here today as well, dear viewers, because yesterday you clearly remember that out of the 6 games in both Masters and Challengers, 5 games finished with a decisive result. Today, Angelika, this looks very, very similar because you can see one of the game already is with a decisive result. Then we see that Salem Saleh is winning, Marc-Andrea Maurizi has a great position. The same applies for Martirosyan. We'll see what happens in Shankland's game. So a lot of action here. And I think that we, again, have to thank this for the amazing format that this encourages the players to fight it out, not go for those boring super grandmaster draws. And also I think the selection of the players really was great by the organizers.
Yeah, and also we've just had Vaishali with us, who also said that the format is great. She has been following event for years, and now she's happy to be one of the participants and playing such strong start of the classical event.
Right, so the time control has officially been reached the second phase, which is extra 1 hour on the clock. All the games are over move 40, so now I think we are going to have a bit more time on our hands, so we could step back, see what happened before. So let's maybe review this game, what is happening there.
Yeah, for
in the
sure.
past couple of moves before the time scramble, try to estimate what are the chances for the Danish player to escape the game, and then slowly but carefully also observe the other games as well. All right?
Yeah, so they already stepped to the next time control in this game, but what happened to the pawn on b6? How did it disappear, actually?
So that's what I'm really curious about. So this rook c3, knight c8 was a huge move. And there you go. Yeah, so he couldn't have defended it. Knight c8, the pawn on b6 is under attack, and here black cannot play bishop c5 because of rook c5.
Let's go. And e7.
Very big, cute idea. So it doesn't work for black. The pawn on b5 doesn't go any further because white crashes through. For example, you move the bishop, put it somewhere here in a3, e7, and white just wins. So this simply led to the position where Bienne had to give up the pawn on b6. And of course, Saleh accepted this. Intermezzo check on d7, which is a bit mystery to me. Why not 8x on b3, knight e7. This loses for black because this pawn is going to advance. Actually, I'm a bit curious.
After rook d7 and bishop a2?
Yeah, why he was not considering to go here. Check here,
and just try to defend, try to build some fortress. But okay, the pawns are already advanced, right? And that's why there shouldn't be a fortress there.
You know why I'm saying this, Angelika? Because I have studied some endgames with a pawn on f7, pawn on h7, king on g7, both with a light square bishop and a dark square bishop, and I know the winning techniques in both. Yeah, so yeah, it's really tricky. And okay, but this looks much worse because the pawn stands on the 5, and the white king can always get to e5, and yeah, somehow this should be winning. Okay.
Yeah, somehow it should be winning for sure.
Yeah, so Bienne definitely considered this. And now White just slowly, carefully improves the position, 2 extra pawns on the board. If the pawn on e6 falls, maybe Black can survive this. But if you look at the body language of Jonas, I think it says it all.
Yeah, he's in complete shock. He lost yesterday the first game against the last seed in the Grandmaster Triathlon Challengers, Vaishali, who has just been on fire, beating 2 of the strongest players of the Challenger section. And now Jonas is facing again the trouble, but didn't he have some winning chances earlier in the game?
I'm not really sure. I think he was doing really great. If we go back, this was a long time ago. Ancient history already.
Yeah, ancient history.
About here. Yeah, about here. This was the position that Jonas had. So he had beautiful bishops. White had the pawn problem with the pawn on d5. And apparently here there was a missed opportunity. So this e takes on d5. This missed a huge chunk of his advantage, followed by rook d4, another mistake. Instead, apparently he should have played rook c to c8, which basically makes no sense. Maybe try to capture the knight on a6 somehow, but I easily see that White can just play a3 and escape the knight. But apparently here after d5, he had to continue with bishop a3. And actually, Angelica, this is not really that much of a difficult move. Oh, sorry. Something happened. Okay, I have to go back now again.
I think they played a move, and that's why it's now happening.
Yeah, about here. Yeah, so e5, here, here, here. And this bishop a3 idea was very strong to play bishop b2, hit the rook at a1, hit the pawn on a5. And what would be suffering something like this, bishop b2, rook e1, maybe bishop c3.
Yeah, huge suffering for would have been.
Actually, I think White just loses an exchange here somehow.
Yeah, rook c1,
But then bishop d2.
d2.
And if you go there, bishop d4, it's just those bishops. Yeah, I mean, where do you go? I mean, there's bishop d3 incoming, and it feels that Jonas was very close to win an exchange. Now, instead, he made us e takes on d5 move, which maybe looks normal, but the momentum was gone. And then, again, this critical moment, the fateful decision for the top-seeded player not to take the knight on a6, because here after bishop h6, e takes on f7, rook f7, rook takes on e7, bishop c4, the position was just equal, and the game might have ended with a draw. So he tried to be ambitious, and it backfired.
And backfired pretty tough for him, since now he's actually without no pawns on the queen side. The rooks has been traded. The rook is already on the 7th rank. Now the rook's been traded. Yeah, there are 2 passers. I mean, just also looking at the body language of Jonas, he is in complete shock that how could this happen here. Also looking at his hairstyle, probably he was sitting a lot, holding his head, you know, making his very interesting hairstyle, putting all the hair up.
I think
completely shocked by
I think this game is finishing very quickly, so we could just stay here and follow it for a while. We also might see it live. Yeah, I feel for Jonas, of course. He's a very nice lad. We are teammates in, we used to be teammates at least, in the Swedish league. We played a couple of sparring games. I still remember we played a couple of sparring games in the house of our team captain when he was 14, I think, at the time. Very, very pleasant. And just recently he finished his high school, which gives him the opportunity to focus a bit more on chess. Yeah, but he has been a bit inactive lately.
Yeah.
And I think it just feels he's somehow not in the rhythm. Like, he's a brilliant player. He's been working very hard on chess. The moment here is gone. And by the way, f3, I think what here Salek wants to do, position all the pawns on the light squares and then just march with the king to help the passed pawn. The problem for Black, he can win the e7 pawn, but it's not enough. If you take it, white always is going to win this pawn endgame. You can't do that. I mean, this is an easily winning pawn endgame. The white king just marches here, goes, collects these pawns, and uses the pawn on b3 as a bait. So black cannot hold this. And if black decides to do nothing here, now there lies the problem. He still cannot take the knight. That's the problem. I mean, the knight just stays on c8. And the white king just reigns supreme and collects everything at the king side. So the only thing I can only think of for Jonas is maybe position those pawns on the dark squares at the king side. Something like h5, h3, g4, so that there's always some counterplay. For example, if the white king marches to help this pawn, that you have a counterplay against the pawn on g3.
Yeah, but I don't think that Salem is going to allow that. And even if that's what's going to happen, I don't think that he's going to trade all the pawns, right?
Not sure. So here, maybe g4 actually is a move to do exactly that. So fixing these pawns in the color of the bishop so that there's always some counterplay if this king marches to help these passed pawns. By the way, notice also the knight on c8 is sort of trapped.
Yeah,
it's not going anywhere.
But actually, it can go to b6 and a7 because if you... no, you cannot take. I saw that if you take, then there is a7, but there is simply king f7 stopping the pawn. Not possible.
Yeah, this knight is trapped. Now, I think there's definitely a win here. So, for example, e7 here. The question is, where is it? So let's say I keep as many pawns as I can on the board. Here. Here. What happens if the bishop is activated?
b4, and then if bishop h2, king f2.
So you want to trap the bishop, but if I play h5, b5, you take it, and even the march of the pawn is going to decide the fate of the game. You can never take the knight. Knight to bishop g3, the final move, king e3.
Yeah, you have to protect the pawn.
It still doesn't work. You cannot get on a7.
Yeah, the knight is guarding the square. The g4 was indeed played by Jonas Biel. He's trying to follow the suggestion of Martirosyan to have the pawns blocked on the dark squares. What is going to be played by Salem?
And also I think that for Saleh, this is not going to be such a difficult choice because when you are the stronger side, you have the extra pawns. You don't want to trade unnecessary pawns when you have to, for example, f takes, takes, h3, h5, takes, takes. Why would you want to do that? Why would you want to trade those pawns and create a weakness on g3? For example, now actually I don't think this is winning. Now look at this difference. Here, let me position the king so on e8. You play here, and now I have a counterplay.
Yeah, now you cannot really do much because the pawn from b file is going to be stopped by this bishop. You cannot promote that pawn, and you cannot guard the g3 pawn.
Right.
Yeah, you cannot trade the pawns. That's
and this
the problem.
pawn is giving counterplay. So once again, the difference here was f4, here, 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 king f1. Let's say h5, king goes here. Okay, maybe you postpone it. I go here. Maybe you still postpone it. I go here. Bishop goes here. b4.
I think now it's time for king to return somewhere.
Actually, I'm in time.
No,
you want to return?
King has to return, yeah, because after bishop g3, we have to protect the pawn. At least I thought so.
Why is it?
Knight d6. Wow, knight d6.
So king d6 is promoting, king e7 is a fork, and even this, by the way, maybe is a bit tricky. Knight d1. Yeah, it should be a win. Okay, so let's not yet call this as completely winning. It is completely winning according to an engine. There are technical difficulties for the white player to figure it out. And while he is figuring it out, we are going to go back to more games. We haven't seen for a while Haik Martirosyan's game against Vincent Keymer, where the Armenian top player was pushing for a long time. Maybe let's go to that game and estimate what are the chances for Vincent to escape with a draw.
Yeah, I don't know, to be honest. I mean, it feels like the whole black pieces are so active and grabbing almost the whole board. Like there is just a small little corner of the king side. All the black pieces are located, but they're also trying to protect. Yeah, Vincent is trying to protect.
Right. So in the retrospective, how did we get here, right? So once again, you're wondering, it all started with a very interesting opening phase. Maybe I'll just go down to this very critical moment about here. Yeah, so it seems that actually engine here even slightly prefers black for some reason, but this is only because of h5 and bishop h6 idea. And Vincent here played as rook d7 because he was thinking white's attention goes for the pawn on d5. And now here the Armenian grandmaster played a very strong, very powerful sequence of the moves. He played knight e2, which maybe seems like nothing special. But the question is, how do you counter knight e4 and knight e6? Because again, here black goes something like this. This we analyzed already. Now there might be massive problems because of this pawn on g6.
Yeah, suddenly it's a problem.
Yeah, and this is where Vincent's problem started. So he played bishop h6, very strong move, bishop e2 by Haik, king g7, queen g3, queen g5, another powerful move keeping queens on the board, threatening rook c3, rook g3. And now here the German player simply had to make this very sad move. Bishop takes on f4. Engines say it's a mistake, but probably he already had to do it at some point, and ever since, he's been suffering here.
He's been suffering for a long time already. Meanwhile, Haik managed, to remaneuver the pieces. Queen was basically on any square on the board. The pawn is already on a5, fixing some weaknesses on the queen side. But is there actually a straight way how you can win at least one pawn, or how you continue pushing? I mean, position looks like dominating, but how do you go on?
That's a very good question. I suppose at some point, Haik will have to go back to collect the pawn on h4. At the same time, he just tries to make small improvements on the position. That's why I really like, Angelika, this sequence that he played a couple of moves ago. I like this. a4, a5, fixing these pawns as a potential target in the long run. I mean, you never know. Maybe you're going to need it, right, these pawns. For example, there's going to be some sort of a race, a lot of captures, etc. And because of this pawn on a5, you can fix these pawns on the light squares, and this bishop is going to collect them, and maybe this will be the decisive factor to win the game.
Yeah, and also b pawn can always move. It could be some potential like extra move, so not to get to a Zugzwang in some kind of endgame. Also another option, and obviously black is getting not enough space. The pieces are located very awkward. I'm just wondering if there is some kind of bishop g6 sacrifice, like bishop g6, rook f8.
Yeah, it's a fair point. So, I mean, immediately bishop g6 is not going to work because the bishop on e6 is defended.
I wanted to play rook f8, but maybe it's crazy. Probably it's just crazy.
But what idea?
What will you play? You just protect like this.
Well,
okay. No, then I don't want to sacrifice.
Bishop g6 is definitely an idea somewhere, but how about we improve it? Yeah, it's all about making it work somehow. So now I want to play bishop g6 and rook e6.
And now rook d to e7. I guess the only way to protect the
that
bishop.
makes perfect sense. So it's not so simple.
How to break through?
How to break through? Very good question. Because I think it was before the end of the first time control. Here, Haik had the possibility. Where was this? I think here. He had the possibility to play rook f4, giving black the opportunity to play queen g3. collects the extra pawn because for some reason rook h8 was feeling pretty passive. But actually rook h8 is a move. And black just stands and does nothing. The real worst. So this is good news for Vincent, by the way, because he is okay with that. I mean, of course, he hates his position, but he's okay with that. He has set up some sort of a fortress. It looks ugly. It's not great. But ultimately, the question is for white. How do you make progress?
I was considering also about another idea after either queen b6, either to play queen b6 or to remaneuver the bishop with bishop c2 to a4. Maybe it would be better to start first with a queen b6, rook e7, and then to bring the bishop. What do you think?
Yeah, looks perfectly logical.
So I want to attack the rook and then create again the threat of
And if I go back, now the queen is no longer attacking it, so...
So you want to play rook c1 if I
Oh,
want...
wait, but we want to play bishop g6, right? That
Yes,
was the idea.
that's
I forgot. Sorry, my bad. So rook e7 and here.
How do you pass in this position, yeah?
Maybe just knock on the table and say it's your turn somehow. Just
Like
it's your move.
like in domino, yeah? Right?
Yeah, like I don't know, king h6 or something. And now the point is there's no bishop g6, and after bishop a4, play rook c8 and continue suffering. Queen d6 and play here. Continue suffering.
But now there is even bishop e8.
Oh. No,
Oh,
there's
oh.
no bishop e8.
Uh,
Yeah, you're missing counterplay.
Oh, there is a checkmate threat. Okay.
Okay, it's not so simple. You know, I'm actually not 100% sure that Martirosyan is going to win this. Because I've been in those situations before myself. Obviously, I'm nowhere near as good player as Martirosyan is because he was 2700, I was barely 26. But it's sometimes the hardest thing to do when you have an absolutely dominating position and you feel like, I mean, there's got to be the win. There's got to be a way to crash through. You can't find it. You know, it's there. It's very close. It's there. But where is it? You know, but I think that Martirosyan still has plenty of time to figure it out. I do not see it, by the way, immediately. I'm not sure if Martirosyan sees it. So what he's trying to do, he's probably giving the opportunity for Vincent to make a mistake, a very common strategy. You just shuffle the pieces here, there, here, and there, here, and there. You go around, you go in circles, and you just give the opportunity for the opponent to make the mistake. I mean, lose the game for me. So the opponent is not losing the game for you. Then you have to do something yourself.
Yeah, that's a very nice strategy, of course. But I'm sure, like, Haik with so much experience, which he has, he also played so many games. And he played a move, queen b6 is on the board. Apparently, computer doesn't approve this move, but feels very logical. The threat is, again, bishop takes on g6 and take on e6, the bishop.
You know, actually, I think I saw a glimpse of smile in Vincent's face, and maybe he's just smiling at himself. You can't do nothing to me. You know, I have selected a very solid defense. Come and get me, right? So it's not really so simple. So I don't think that he's going to go down so easily. So he can play a lot of easy moves here and there. And, okay, rook d7 is apparently a missed opportunity, but I don't think it really matters that queen b6 is a mistake. White can always go back to the same position. So Haik is still pressing. Let's continue to observe more games because maybe let's go to the bird's eye view. I'm a bit...
Let's go. Let's do it.
I don't a bit remember how the other games, what were their states. So let's go to the bird's eye view and select one of the games from there.
All right.
All right, the bird's eye view is not available. In the meantime, let's simply have a look at Vincent's game. No, there it is.
It's available.
There it is. There it is. It's coming. Thank you, Vic. We have the best producer here with us. Select Liem. Upper right corner should be technically winning, right?
Yeah, we already had that game. G4 is played on the board, so Saleh is still trying to figure out all the details in those lines. Meanwhile, the game we have not followed for quite some time is Sam Shankland against Abhimanyu Mishra in the bottom left. I see there has been a lot of action happened. Maybe that's a game we are going to dive in straight now. What do you think, Artur?
Yes, let's go. So Sam has been pressing, I mean, not literally pressing, but moving around here and there for the longest time. And now it seems that the patience of the young American Grandmaster seems to have paid off. This is something you wouldn't have thought because, I mean, Sam is the most experienced player here, one of the most experienced players. I mean, Liem is technically slightly couple of months older than him, it doesn't matter. And Mishra is the youngest participant. You would think that the experience in the long run by maneuvering should take the upper hand. Apparently not. And I think it just proves how unique player Mishra is.
Yeah, absolutely unique. Yesterday, again, I would like to remind you, dear viewers, he managed to score a victory against the top seed of the Grandmaster Triathlon Master section. He played against Praggnanandhaa, and he was defending, and also there the patience paid off, right? He was patiently defending almost whole game and managed to score a very important victory and huge upset in the round. Here he also was patiently waiting, but now we see that actually F5 was played.
Yeah, so this was a very interesting moment. So I feel I have to explain this moment a bit further because Shankland wanted to get this position. That's the best he can do, right? So he maneuvered a lot of moves here and there. He's toying with the idea to make the breakthroughs in the center with D4. Doesn't work. For the simple reason, okay, let me just remove the queen somewhere. For the simple reason that black always walks past his pawn. Yeah, so black establishes himself a pawn majority at the king side, has a beautiful knight on D5, and this bishop pair, well, it just quite doesn't impress. So that's why here he was maneuvering here and there was this moment of carelessness, if I may say so. He played H5, and I think his idea was that he was stopping black from the possibility of fixing the kingside pawns at H5 and G6. And now look at this, what happened here. So he played H5, and after a couple of moves here and there, Mishra felt he's actually entitled to play 4 more. And after this beautiful maneuver, knight H7, knight G5, F5, maybe Shankland Angelika had the wrong sense of feeling that Mishra is never going to charge at him because he was always sitting patiently there for a good 20 plus moves, and now suddenly he plays F5 and starts to counterattack.
Yeah, absolutely shocking probably for Sam that it happened because all the previous moves were just patient, waiting moves by the youngest grandmaster in the history of chess, Abhimanyu Mishra. And here he found the right moment to strike with F5. And that's probably when Sam said, enough is enough, I have to go for the B4 and follow up with the F4. Computer
What's
doesn't
up
agree.
with the 4? I mean, this is a really strange move.
It's a very committing move.
Very committing move. Why didn't he want to play rook takes on b4? Probably because of some rook takes on d3.
But then I take it. Queen d3.
I mean, it looks a bit scary for white. I mean, there's not on g5.
But I take the rook, no? I
Here.
just can take.
I'm not sure. This is great.
I mean, 2 rooks.
Maybe. But if somebody can lose, it's white.
Okay, you are right. Maybe, yeah.
So I see a lot of holes in white's position. I'm a bit afraid. Okay, yeah, the bar says it's equal. Yeah. So I don't know, but I would be a bit afraid if I was white. So Shankland just panicked apparently here, and he played F4, pushing away the knight because he was concerned about this F3 square, and now black just calmly retreats. Rook takes on b4, and white is just left with multiple weaknesses. So Sam was being the one who was being cautious, who was maneuvering here and there, and he was actually the one who lost cool.
And he was the one who immediately strikes with this b4 move. I could understand. b4 is something you want to do, but f4, did he really have to go for it? Like, this looks This looks scary for the king of the Sam.
Very impressive patience by the young player, because I think mostly these young players, they are, always charging forward, always willing to do something. And Sam was hoping for this to happen, but it did not. And actually, in the contrary, it was the experienced player who made this very committal move after a 4-knight h7. And now, I think about now, he's realizing he's in trouble. By the way, look at the clock situation. 1 hour and 4 minutes on the clock versus 20 minutes for Mishra. But if somebody's playing this position for the win, it's only black. He wants to put the knight on f6. He wants to apply some pressure here against his pawns. The bishop on f1 is a pretty sad bishop. I pick black.
Unfortunately, white has created so many weaknesses here. I mean, I would also definitely pick black. If we're checking the body language right now from both players, and actually, okay, we're being pointed out at the time, 1 hour for Sam Shankland and 20 minutes only for Abhimanyu Mishra. Could you also try to play this position with so little time? Like 20 minutes is still not much, and also you don't have any of the increment till the move 60.
Yeah, this is move 49, but Angelica, answering your question, I think the position is very simple. It's not really that kind of position where you are in a very sharp position. You have to make a lot of calculation. No, I mean, this position basically plays itself, right? You play knight f6. You can very quickly play king h7. You can very quickly play rook e6, attack these pawns. At some point, you can very quickly play knight g4. By the way, the pawn on h5 is under attack, what I'm even talking about. Yeah, you just collect the pawn, then you go back. It's a very simple position. No, I don't think there's any time scramble for Mishra even threatening.
And also, there is an outside passed pawn potentially on the b file, or it's also something which is going to help Abhimanyu in the future as well. 10 moves till the move till the move 60. The next time control and more time is going to be added to Abhimanyu's clock. So far, he's showing quite some class in the Biel chess.
And one thing I would like to point out, Mishra starts the tournament with 2 black colors. So, I mean, this is the setting. He is the youngest participant of the Masters tournament. He has the worst possible pairings because, I mean, at this level, it is important you play with white or black. He plays black round 1 against Pragg, top-seeded player. Beats him with black, so you're thinking probably, okay, now he should probably just be solid for the next round, and he was. And now he is ready to beat yet another strong super grandmaster with black color in round 2.
Absolutely incredible performance by the young superstar, the youngest grandmaster, youngest player to achieve grandmaster title in the history of chess. It's a pleasure to have him here, see him playing. I mean, Arturs, you already been mentioning this earlier, but the field which we have here at the Biel Chess Festival, this is absolutely exciting field. Like, all the players were chosen to fight, and in the challenges and also in master section.
Indeed. I am absolutely with you, and I'm also absolutely with one of the chat members who just wrote in the chat that Mishra has really upped his game, written by Chess Lover in the chat of Chess24, to which channel completely agree with you. So he's been impressing everybody so far. It's not a coincidence that he is the youngest grandmaster in the history of chess so far. So I really hope he's going to get the support he really needs, because this is what he said yesterday in the post-game interview, that despite the fact that he has had some pretty huge success, he's been missing even a single major sponsor, right? So if you're watching this, there's your guy to support. Now let's go back to the bird's eye view and see what else we could follow.
Yeah, and we see still the other games ongoing. I think we're also been neglecting slightly the game of Marc-Andrea Maurizio against Igor Samonenkov. We see there is a huge attack ongoing. There is a pawn on d5 by Marc-Andrea, French Grandmaster. Let's dive in the game straight away.
Indeed, that's a great choice. So let's estimate if White has realistic chances to win this game. The bar says yes, White is completely winning.
Arthur
maybe
says also yes or no?
I don't know. I haven't seen the position for a while, so maybe I'll just step
Yeah.
back, see what happens. So let's go to the game of Maurizi against Igor Semenenkov. In a moment.
Yeah, maybe we should go back slightly to understand what exactly happened in the game.
Yes, absolutely. I think, yeah, we left it a long time ago. So there was the sequence of moves. Queen c4. Yeah, about here we left it because there was a lot of action happening in Vaishali's game versus Donchenko. In case you missed it, by the way, Vaishali won. Sensational game. Probably going to be game of the day for a second day in a row. Knight e5, bishop e5, rook e5. White is clearly pressing. Bishop d7. I mean, look at that. I mean, here the Frenchman, let's count it. How many moves is it? So he made a mistake. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 excellent moves in a row, basically.
4 excellent moves, yeah.
That's what it takes to get a winning position.
Yeah, it's not so easy. And here, missed opportunity for some reason.
I don't know, looks very normal to me. The knight is getting to c5.
Protecting the pawn also on d5, just in case.
Yeah, maybe Angel is just silly. Also, I like this move, prophylactic move, to make sure you're never missing back rank checkmate. Good move.
Yeah, it's very useful.
King g7, queen a4, queen c4, repeat the position a couple of times, no rush, a4, a5, which, by the way, was a similar maneuver that my apologies, Alexander Donchenko played yesterday against Igor Semenenkov. And also Semenenkov, he has been dealt a pretty rough pairing because he's also the youngest participant of the Challenger section, just like Mishra in the Masters. And he's starting the tournament with 2 black colors. It's very difficult. So yesterday he was suffering for a long time against Alexander Donchenko, and then he was unable to prevail. And here, by the way, why I'm mentioning this, that also in the game of Donchenko against Semenenkov, the German grandmaster pushed a4, a5, a6, and used this pawn to generate targets in the position. And that's why Semenenkov stopped the pawn while it's still on a5.
Yeah, for sure. You have to stop the pawn in order to, in order not to let it all the way till a6. I'm very sad for this bishop on b7. Yes, it looks at the pawn, it tries to attack it, but I mean there is unfortunately not much which can be done. f4.
Yeah, this is a big mistake
but
apparently.
Yeah, that leaves the e4 square unattended. There should be some kind of a knight jump on e4.
Stand and do nothing. This is what Mishra was doing in the master section. Stand and do nothing. Yeah, sometimes you can't do anything better. So Igor did try to organize some counterplay. f3, queen e3, here, go back, queen a4, queen b3, queen c4, and now there's knight e4. Now you see the consequences of this move. f4 doesn't really help black. On the contrary, it helps white because now this knight is catapulted to either c5 or g5.
Yeah, very strong knight over here. And we have already rook d5 played on the board just now. But what is happening? Okay, you cannot take bishop on b7 because rook is hanging right now on d1.
This would be bad.
Yeah, that would be.
Don't try this at home.
Okay, so what are you supposed to do? He's playing rook b1, again attacking the bishop, and pawn on a6 feels like going to fall just in a few moments.
Yeah, so he has a dominating position with plenty of time on the clock, 46 minutes versus 30. You know, during the rest day, I asked the players. We're sitting together with players like Vincent Keymer, Liem, Alexander Donchenko also was there.
Sam
Shankland was there sitting at our table. We're discussing about the time control, and I said, are you happy with this long time control? Because I was like trying to imply it's too long, you know, it's very long. And Vincent was like, no, this is great, you know, this is really great time control because you get to think about these complex positions because sometimes the next time control after move 40, it's a very complex position. You think about the move for 50 minutes, and there you go, you're playing an increment. So he fully supported it. He was also backed by Alexander Donchenko and some other players. So they like it. They really enjoy this time control, which, by the way, is the official time control used in World Championship matches.
Yeah, and we see all the players are, the most of the games right now are over the 40th move, and they are slowly approaching also move 60. I don't know, how do you defend this position? This black, this looks very tough.
Yeah.
How do you protect the bishop?
Bishop c6 something?
Rook b6, right?
I suppose this knight is going to go to e4. Maybe bishop b5, try to be active. But this knight gets to g5, and let's just picture ourselves this position. I'm going to remove the queen, I don't know, somewhere.
To c8.
c8, yeah. So put the knight on g5, and with this knight on g5, you're seeing all kinds of ideas, like rook c1, rook c7, all kinds of fork ideas on e6. So it just practically doesn't hold. Yeah, that's why Igor is going to regret. He definitely regrets it already. This move, this decision, where he played this f4, because the position is ugly, but it was probably still holdable. Now, after f4, it's probably not. So, a valuable lesson for him.
Yeah, after 4, this e4 is a key square, is getting away from the blacks. And yeah, the huge problem, even though the position looks so open, the bishop doesn't have almost any squares to go to. Like, there is only bishop c6 and bishop c8 possible in this position.
All right, who we haven't followed for a while. So we have 4 ongoing games. Marc-André and Maurizio Keymer following right now. You're seeing on a screen. In the meantime, let's go back perhaps to Saleh Salem's game against Jonas Bjerre, because that's the one feels to be closer to the finish line. Of course, also Maurizio might be winning the game, but I mean, it does involve quite a bit of technique. I think Salem's position is somehow technically winning.
Yeah, and here we have the f4 played, but actually now, so he reacted in different way. So he managed to trade the pawns somehow.
we
Let's
left-
maybe go back. I think after g4, that was the last move we've seen. And actually at this moment, Saleh Salem spent so much time figuring out where to play. And he played h3, very interesting move. We actually were discussing this position with you, right? But we were saying that maybe f takes g4, but what
Not
Salem
quite
is
this
doing-
one, but it's very similar.
Yes.
I think it's very similar, like here, here, here. Again, black cannot take on e7,
Yeah.
because if you do this, the king is going to march here. White is going to use the b pawn as a bait.
And
Black will have to accept, and then you just collect these pawns and win the game.
you just eat all the pawns and win.
Yeah, so this is piece of cake. So of course black is not going to accept it, and now this king should march and win the game. March to c4 so that the b pawn marches forward. So what could it be? Something like king e8, here, king d7, king d3. The sad part is you can never take on c8. This pawn advances.
Bishop f2.
Yeah, maybe, I'm not sure, maybe just waited for a moment to get the king further. And now bishop f2, and this is still going to lose. Here, where was this? Yeah, and here's the critical move, knight d6.
96, and then if king takes on the e7, there is just a fork.
We saw this, but in a different position, where I think where it was the pawn on h5, but it doesn't really change much. Still the same idea, and by the looks of the Marathi player, he has figured it out. By the way, in the opening ceremony, was it, where you asked why Saleh is playing so rarely lately, what did he answer?
He said that he's actually having a job as in the police. He's kind of a policeman.
So he's a policeman. All right. Okay.
So he's
it's,
a chess player policeman.
Never would have thought. Of course, he's very fit, but never would have thought he works in the police.
Yes. But you know, we had all kind of professions here at the Biel Chess Festival. I just recall last year we had Bassem Amin with us, right? Or was it the year before? No, it was last year. We had Bassem Amin, who is the only chess doctor right?
Yeah, the only chess. No, he's actually
The
not
only
chess
chess
doctor. He is like
grandmaster.
the doctor degree. No, or he's an actual doctor. I don't
He's
even
an
remember.
actual doctor, yeah.
Yeah?
But he's not, I believe he is not practicing, so he's playing chess. But he used to practice.
What kind of doctor?
That's a good question.
There's many doctors, obviously. Yeah? So many ways to help people.
As a policeman, as a doctor.
Yeah, they're helping people. Good profession.
Yeah.
All right, so I think we are following the final moves here. White plays the moves very quickly. As you can see, he has figured it out. I think there's a fair chance that this game will finish in a moment. Yeah, our chat mentions, what about Dr. John Nunn? Not really sure. Probably correct. Yeah, I think John Nunn also is a doctor.
Ooh.
I'm not sure what kind of.
Is Grandmaster? Or?
Yes, absolutely. Legendary British Grandmaster. Now, obviously, inactive. Maybe we could go full screen. I have a feeling this game is wrapping up in a moment.
Yeah, the king is already on d3.
I don't
King
really
is
think it's
coming
going to continue for
closer
long.
and closer.
Yeah. Also, one of the things for the players that want to save a bit some energy, and a customary thing at the professional chess is to, you just realize my opponent's got this. Rarely the games continue until a checkmate, which, by the way, also doesn't happen in club level chess. Yeah, people just resign. They just resign to save energy. They know what the game is done. Sometimes actually, Angelica, I wonder what it would be that it would be possible to resign in, let's say, football. Imagine, let's say, I don't know, some small country is playing against team, I don't know, Germany. And you get a lot of goals very early. We just resign.
We just resigned.
We don't want to play. You're the better team.
Already 4-0 goals, yeah, after, let's say, first half time, and then, okay, we resigned. We don't need to play second half time.
Right, but you cannot do that.
Yeah.
You have to fight it out. Also, I think in tennis, you cannot resign. So some players can resign by, I think so at least. I'm not really sure. I'm not a big expert on tennis. What I've heard, they resign by, I'm injured. Yeah, I'm injured, and that's it. But it's not very frequent. It's not like a great thing to do. But in chess, it's like a common thing. That's the difference.
Yeah, exactly. And what do we see here? It's the time to play a move by Jonas Bier. I see from his expressions that he's kind of understanding where everything is ongoing, and understand the position is pretty tough. He has currently more than 37 minutes on the clock, but probably he understands that there is no way already to stop the pawn. I mean, pawn is going all the way to b6. How do you stop it?
You don't.
You don't.
You don't. Yeah, so again...
And again, this bishop g3.
Bishop g3 is always knight e6. That's the problem. Yeah, so he takes it. There you go. We're seeing the final move. He just tests. If white sees knight e6, if there's knight e6, then there's the resignation. Right here, and of course, he immediately shows knight e6. I am well aware of this move, and there you go. Of course, Biera smiles. He's a very pleasant young man. He's going to recover from this, playing some fantastic chess lately. He just basically returned to competitive chess after finishing his high school, which was basically a month ago. There you go. There's the resignation, gentleman's smile. And this means that Liem scores important 4 points. He just stood, by the way, on 10 points. Now I think he should be
14.
the leader of the overall rankings. And there you go. There are the current standings after round 2, and my calculation was correct because Salem overtakes the surprise winner of the first 2 rounds, Vaishali, and heads the tournament with 14 points, trailed by Vaishali, 1 point, and Donchenko now is relegated to the 3rd place. He was leading the tournament, but still within the striking distance of the leaders. In the meantime, in the Masters, Liem keeps the lead, but it's Martirosyan, and it's Mishra, who might overtake him.
Yeah, we might see some change in the standings today. And also, I think, interesting point that actually Saleh Salem was the one who was struggling in the rapid and chess 960 tournaments. If you remember all those missed opportunities by him, and now he is the one who is becoming a current leader.
Right. I think we're going to go back to the game of Sam Shankland against Mishra, since we just talked about Mishra's chances to unexpectedly win the game. It seems there's been some changes in the position. That's the position you're seeing in the lower left corner. That's the game we are getting. And you probably remember, this is the moment when, I don't know what happened here with Sam. He played a 4. He probably sensed his position is getting really dangerous. All he did is weakening his own king. Knight h7 was a great move by the young player from USA. Rook b4, knight f6, hitting the pawn on h5. Now, d4 was played by white, and here e takes on the f4, marks as a potential missed opportunity, reaching this position on the board. But by the way, why don't you take the pawn on h5? Right here.
Yeah, the pawn is hanging, right? You can take it.
Yeah?
But wait, the problem, but on e5 it's not hanging?
Oh, yes it was, but look at this sequence.
Ooh, and then you want to take on g3.
And that looks very promising, my friends. I mean, there's all kinds of rook g3, queen e7, queen h4, giving black a large advantage. I'm actually a bit surprised he didn't go there. Maybe, you know, it's very interesting how the human mind works. You like think, if I take on h5, he plays obviously d takes on e5, and obviously I cannot do that. Sometimes it happens. So he went for this continuation, e takes, and knight e4, hitting the pawn on g3, but now there's a material balance on the board. By the way, Shankland already has responded with the queen of 3.
But maybe the thing which he didn't want to allow is this protected pawn on the e5 by white, and maybe that could be an idea why he decided to not to take the pawn but just to trade on f4, because now the pawn on d4 is kind of weak one.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Angelika, but there has been a massive development in one of the games, because I see that Martirosyan just played bishop takes on g6. This is the moment that the Armenian player was waiting for. I suggest we go there and immediately see whatever is happening there. Was this a blunder of Vincent? Because finally this capture bishop takes on g6 worked, because Vincent was trying to make sure this never happens, and yet bishop takes on g6 is happening.
Bishop takes on g6, the move which we were discussing, but the problem is that rook is already on the c file. Is there an opportunity for black to bring the rook somewhere to the c1 or do something else?
How about rook c6?
Rook c6, by the way, is possible, but there is queen d8.
Oh, queen d8, rook on e7 is under attack. Obviously, I think we have to show what's wrong with f takes on g6.
Yes.
And just take with e6, that's what's wrong with this. Yeah, so everything is incoming. Oh, maybe not rook f6, there's queen g3 checkmate.
But now rook has to go to c7. You want to play rook c2, but then
Yeah, at least once for this game, I want to make a threat. You know, I just want to threat with the mate in one.
But then there is, I think, rook e7.
Right. Well, this is going to be very interesting. So bishop takes on g6, huge moment here, and finally Martirosyan found a way to crash through black's defenses, and we are going to be back to follow this action. Is Martirosyan winning this? Is he going to be able to inflict a second loss in a row for Vincent Keymer and take over the lead in the all-world rankings? Is Marc-André Maurizi winning against Igor Semenenkov? You're going to have to follow it yourself after the break of something like 5 minutes. Dear viewers, hope you're enjoying the coverage so far. Stay tuned. Be back in something like 5 minutes with more action from 57th International Biel Chess Festival here from Switzerland. See you soon. We're back live from Switzerland, Bienne, the bilingual city here, which hosts the 57th International Biel Chess Festival. Following the action of one of the most exciting chess tournaments in the world, a triathlon, a tournament that has no similar format anywhere in the world. The tournament, which is held in two categories, Masters and Challengers, to determine the winner of the triathlon here in this beautiful setting. So it's been a privilege to follow this action. So far, you just saw Vincent Keymer pondering about his choice versus Haik Martirosyan. Angelika, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. You know, Arthur's looking all those action, following all the brilliant moves we've seen today. We've seen once in the game of the Vaishali. We've seen another one in Salem. We still have 3 exciting games to follow together here, and I'm super happy to do it.
Not tired?
Not tired, of course, not tired. I just cannot imagine how tired players might be right now. Just imagine.
It's really tough indeed, right? Because this is the second day. Yesterday, the rounds were running up to 7 hours. That's the game in question. Alexander Donchenko against Igor Semenenkov. That was a very, very long one. Essentially, the players are playing the so-called World Championship time control, and that's why maybe once again, let's go back to the very beginning and check out what is the tournament format. How many games here are going to be played in the Biel International Chess Festival. So you see this is a triathlon which consists of 3 combined tournaments. The classical tournament, by the way, today this is round 2 out of 5. Then we already had a rapid tournament a couple of days ago, 5 rounds. Also, blitz tournament is upcoming. After the 5 rounds of the classical tournament will be played, and then after the classical section, after the blitz, there will be a brand new addition, something we have never yet seen before here in Biel, the so-called final stage, when top players in both Masters and Challengers section, they're going to fight out who is going to become the champion of this year's edition. So last 2 years, the tournament victory belongs to Liem, the strong grandmaster from Vietnam. Who is going to do it this year remains to be seen.
Yeah, and here we have the results so far of the round 2. We have 3 games which has finished. The first, the fastest game which was finished, it was a game between Liem, Vietnamese grandmaster, and Praggnanandhaa. It was a safe choice for both of the players. Liem won the game yesterday, but Praggnanandhaa had to rehabilitate after his very painful loss against Abhimanyu in the first round. Vaishali Ramesh Babu managed to score an exciting victory against the leader before this round, Alexander Donchenko. He dominated in all 3 days, but now he was defeated by the Indian grandmaster. And Salem just finished his game with a victory against the Biel, the top seed of the Grandmaster Triathlon Challengers.
That's correct, indeed. And there's the very nice bird's eye view as we can follow all of the games so far in both tournaments. On the lower left corner, we have Sam Shankland versus Abhimanyu Mishra, U.S. Derby between 2 players, essentially experience versus youth. It was Shankland who was pushing throughout the entire game, and now Mishra is slowly overtaking the game. Probably draw is still possible for the more experienced player. Lower middle, we have Haik Martirosyan, his game against Vincent Keymer. He was pushing for the entire game. Now he finally managed to get the extra pawn due to acute tactics. You saw it just before we went for a break. That's the game we are definitely going to go follow. But there's also a massive change in the game of Marc-André Maurizi against Igor Semenenkov. Maurizi was clearly pushing in his game, but apparently something has changed. Although I said that we are going to go follow Vincent's game against Martirosyan, I suggest, Angelika, that we head to the game of Marc-André Maurizi and try to understand what happened there.
Let's dive in right into the action of Marc-André Maurizi with white pieces against Igor Semenenkov. I remember that he was putting such a huge pressure on the Ukrainian grandmaster a few moments earlier, but now I see evaluation bar and it says to me that something has changed big time.
All right, what happened? That's the question that it's in everybody's minds. Let's take a couple of steps back here. After knight c5, rook takes on d5, rook b1. This is where we left it, and we felt, yeah, black's position is pretty dangerous. So black played bishop c6, and knight e4, knight g5 was apparently the strongest move for white. Get the knight on g5 with all kinds of mate ideas. Here the Frenchman decided to take the pawn on a6. After all, why not? Just collect the pawn on a6 and see what happens.
But
Queen
apparently
f6.
it was some kind of a mistake, according to computer, but queen f6, attacking the pawn, looks logical.
Right, and knight c7 is a big change. What he should have done, knight b4 apparently was a stronger move, which, by the way, looks very logical to
yeah,
me.
very natural.
Very natural, yeah.
How do you defend?
I was thinking maybe rook d2.
Oh, to creating some nasty threats of queen h4 and queen
Yeah, let me
f2.
just show it to you. So white's like,
Yes.
oh, hooray, let's take the bishop. Except you don't do that.
Because it's a loss. It's a
It's a
checkmate.
loss. It's a mate, and the same applies. Oh, sorry, let me just show it to you here. Yeah, that's a mate on the board, as you can see. And the same applies also after queen takes on c6, same idea. And now apparently white is winning this with king g1. Maybe this is what Maurizio did not see. You know, you change the order of moves, put the king on g1, and now the difference is queen h4 no longer works. Why? There's a check. And rook falls.
Yeah, there is a very nice fork for white. So in that position with knight going all the way to c7, I have a question. What is happening if we take a pawn on h4? Can we do it?
If you take the pawn on h4, king g1, and try to do the same idea, rook on d2, again, the rook is falling, so you cannot do that. Maybe black would try to play rook d2 immediately. I don't think it's going to work. Why? Because white is going to play knight e6 and put the knight on g5. This is a dream position for the knight. You see, it protects the king, it protects against queen h4, and most importantly, creates a lot of ideas here. But there's still something wrong with white's position. And the point is this very cute move, rook e5. And now suddenly, the knight on c7 is excluded from the game. And more than that, black is threatening queen h4 and rook e1. So let me just show you one line. White plays a6. He's about to promote the pawn. No, he's not. Check. Here, rook e1. Take it, queen e1. And this most likely is just a draw by repetition. And if white tries to be ambitious with queen f1, probably black can just centralize the pieces, something like queen e5, and you can't help but wonder what is this knight doing on c7. How about that?
Yeah, and there is no way for knight to go. It's simply trapped over there. So, yeah, it looks like a tough time for Marc-Andrea Maurizio to find another winning idea. I mean, what do you exactly do in this position? So do you... I mean, you don't push the a6, but how can you stop queen h4? If you play king h3, then there is going to be simply queen f5. And
Also, bishop d7 is there.
Yeah, but queen f5 is attacking the rook.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
you're seeing better moves. Yeah, so that's a very nice idea. Yeah. So the rook on b1 is under attack, so you could have played king h3. The Maurizio here is trying to figure out. That was a bit strange. I mean, this moment of, okay, knight a6, I understand it. It just feels perfectly logical move. Maybe actually it's much more logical than knight e4 and knight g5 because you see a pawn, you take a pawn. Why not, right? So it creates a passed pawn. But this move, knight c7, is really weird because he's hitting the rook here, and he wants to put the knight on g5. I think he just missed rook e5.
Okay, the logic behind this move, of course, that we push the a pawn and that it protects the a8 square. You want to push the a8. I mean, you want to push the pawn all the way to a8, but I mean,
You do the same with knight before.
Yeah, but knight is not protecting the a8 square, so that's...
Oh, but I'm giving you a fork.
Yeah, that's true.
I think the simple explanation here is that he simply, for some reason, didn't see rook e5 happening. So he's about to make a move. By the way, I think that if I'm looking at Maurizio, I'm thinking that he is very difficult to read, you know? Like, usually when you're looking at players, you're like having a pretty good idea what they're thinking. And I'm looking at Marc-Andre, I can't really make it. Right? Is he unhappy? Is he happy? He is always like sort of happy sitting there, you know, not giving away any information. Very interesting player.
Yeah, very interesting French player we have here. I recall how in the rapid and chess 960 he was constantly, shaking, but mostly he was actually shaking in the winning position. So it was really strange. He was more nervous in the winning position than he was when he was having the losing positions.
Indeed, yeah, he wants to make a move, but by now I think he already should realize the huge opportunity is gone. I think his best chance now is somehow try to get the knight on g5. So let's see if he's going to part ways with the a-pawn.
He reaches for queen. I mean, I saw that his hand was very close to taking the queen.
Maybe queen d4. Is this what he wants? But then there's rook takes on a5. So this might be his move that he wants to do. And after rook takes, he wants to give a check.
And win.
And win. Somehow.
Knight d8.
Oh, knight d8. Queen f6 and knight c6. Yeah, so let's just put it on the board. Takes, knight c6. Thank you for the game. Which is, of course, really nice. But it begs the question, does black really have to do all of this? And probably the answer is no. But let's first see what the young Frenchman is going to play.
Yes, he already a couple of times was reaching for the move. He's probably still unsure what to go for. We see that he's shaking, by the way.
He wants to make the move, but he's not entirely sure. Yeah, this is one of the things you can definitely tell from this body language, because the rules of chess, they clearly state, as soon as you touch the piece, you have to move with this exact piece. As soon as you release it, the move is made, even though you haven't pressed the clock, right? So here he wants to make the move, but he's not entirely sure. Right now he's double checking. Of course, in his mind, the calculations, if he's correct, he already knows that he has messed it up. He's just trying to find a way to continue. There you go. Queen c3.
Queen c3 he goes for, and with a similar idea as the queen d4 we just discussed, but it's protecting the pawn on a5.
By the way, perfectly logical move. Now that I look at this, I didn't even see this. And
yeah, queen h4 doesn't really work.
Why not? Takes. Why doesn't it work? There's a pin, right?
I mean, the problem is the rook is pinned, and if you bring your queen back, then there should be some kind of something should be there. Rook b6 maybe.
Rook b6. That's a cold move. Now the idea is that after rook e1 check, there's no rook e1. This check is impossible. White just collects the rook. You cannot do that. If you remove the queen to make rook e1 check, you cannot do that. There's always the pin to the king. And rook takes on c6 is massive threat. Now that's it. I mean, white would just win this. So that would mean queen takes on h4 is a huge mistake.
It's a huge mistake, and now black has to understand how to go on, what to do here. I mean, I don't think that there are much more move to play. He plays king h7, apparently great move, the only move to hold this evaluation.
Yeah, so he walks away from the pin, once
Very
again
logical.
re-enabling the idea of a check and rook e2. Okay, now the question is, can white push forward the a-pawn? Can I do it?
I mean, queen h4, and then after king f1, there should be some rook e2.
Oh, there's massive problems. So if the black queen gets on f2, this is the mate. So
And if queen c5?
yeah, let me just put it on the board. As you can see, this is a mate on the board, so you cannot do that.
Queen c5 or queen d4?
Queen g3.
Oh, and there is no way to protect.
That is a
Oy, oy,
mate.
oy, oy, oy.
Okay, I don't think he's going to
Alright.
miss this, but he should be a bit careful. So this is a big threat. Queen takes on h4 and rook e2. The knight on c7 is really bad.
So maybe logical is to play king g1 so that queen h4 is not really possible because rook is going to hang on e5.
That's a very good move.
King g1, queen h4 cannot be played, so what to play here?
If you take on h4 now, the rook on e5 is under attack, but I suppose there's some sort of a problem with the knight on c7, something like queen e7, hit the knight.
And queen c6, there is simply rook e1. Wow, this very nice perpetual idea.
Right. I think there's a fair chance the game might end like this. White is up a piece, but black gives a lot of checks. Even on g3 is a possibility to give a check. Yeah, it doesn't change much. The game is drawn. So it seems that a young Ukrainian has managed to dodge a bullet right here. Playing the second day in a row with the black color. Martirosyan slightly rushed at the wrong moment. This knight a6 was good, but knight c7, that was not necessary, really.
This is incredible how the young Ukrainian grandmaster managed to bail out here in this very complicated endgame with such a bad bishop, but now it feels like he's in the shape and not allowing white to promote the pawn all the way to a8.
All right, maybe let's go back to the other games and try to assess the situation right there. As promised, we have to go back to the game of Haik Martirosyan. He has the extra pawn. No, wait, still the extra pawn against Vincent Keymer. A lot of moves have been made. So we left it after bishop g6. This was the move we saw before the break. F takes, rook e6, rook c2, and check out the next move. Angelika, white to move and gain a winning advantage.
Rook f6? No, rook f6. Oh, sorry, it's not possible because there is a checkmate on g2. Okay, how do I stop a checkmate, actually?
Big threat. This is really nice, very nice sequence.
I look at some kind of a rook g6, but I don't see. Wait, rook g6, queen g6, and then what?
Oh, sorry, I spoiled you. Oh, my bad. I just wanted to make a move and slightly help you. Yeah, it's indeed rook g6.
Oh, and queen f6, of
Yes.
course. Okay, now I see it.
That's the idea. The rook is under attack, and actually it would be great if this king could walk away, but it can't. Look at this. You could play like king g8. You're thinking, I'm going to take on e7. There's a checkmate on the board, right? Feels great.
Yeah, but then there is queen f8.
There's queen f8 check.
Yeah.
All right, then you're thinking, okay, listen, I'm going to play king h6. But there's queen takes on h4.
This is crazy.
Very nice sequence. And then queen h5 loses either because of
rook f6.
rook
simply.
f6, the queen's lost. Yeah. So it's a beautiful sequence. And now the game by force goes to an endgame. Even though there's black is pretty active, now white collects a pawn on h4. Rook f4, rook b4, king g3, activate the king, king f6, shouldering the king, and king f3. This probably is a technically winning position for Haik.
And I'm just recalling what happened yesterday. We have yet another rook endgame played by Vincent Keymer. If you recall, yesterday he lost. Unfortunately, he lost this endgame to Liem. Okay, there were two rooks on the board, and he blundered this opportunity for his opponent to capture the rook and go to the one-pair rook endgame. In this case, we have simply two connected passers for white, which is the huge advantage. Normally, the one side with the connected passers is the one who's supposed to win.
Well, again, I'm going to use the famous phrase, white somehow is supposed to win this. But,
Somehow.
yeah. But in a nutshell, how do you do it? I think that these pawns at some point, probably they're not going to matter. And white is thinking how to advance these pawns very quickly. I'm not really sure how it should be done, but let's say white should not be overly concerned to keep this pawn on a5 alive, because essentially it's going to be a race, and these extra tempi will be very important. For example, I just want to show the idea. Maybe it's not very good, but it's an idea. You have to forgive me if I'm wrong. So here, I want to sell the pawn on a5
For what?
for a lot of tempes, like g4, you take it, I go here, let's say you go here, I play h4, and I'm faster. But I'm not convinced myself, to be honest. You know, I'm looking at this, I'm not convinced at all.
And the problem is that the king is here on the king side, and it might block some pawn if we play something like h5. You want to go like this?
Yeah, try
What
to cut
about-
off the king
What
and
about
then...
g5, rook h6? And then to
Yeah, it's the same here, rook d6, rook d7, push those pawns forward. That would be like my idea, but I'm not sure, to be honest, about this. And if I'm the stronger side, if I'm Haik, I'm definitely thinking about something easier. Rook f4, rook g4, rook f4. So he opens path for those pawns.
The king has to make a decision to go on e6 or g6, and of course, if you want to go to e6, then you have a huge problem with those two pawns marching, and yeah, we see that Vincent decides to keep the king all the way to the g7.
All right. It seems that Martirosyan is close to win this. Apparently, there's a massive event happening in the game of Sam Shankland against Abhimanyu Mishra. Let's get to that game because there was just a missed opportunity for both players. We are already seeing quite a bit of an endgame here. Maybe let's just focus on what's at hand here. Bishop f7, knight x on f4. There's a fork threading on e2. We are going to check it out. How did they get there? They're playing those moves, last moves at least, very quickly. Rook c7. And rook f8 was a missed opportunity by Mishra. Why didn't... maybe he was in time scramble. Wait, this was move 60.
Oh, it was move 60. That's why he has now 15 minutes on the clock because he just reached to that to the second time control. Yeah.
So what he could have done, he could have given a check here, play knight e3, protect the rook, give a check, and then collect the pawn on g5. But he was probably afraid, you know, you're in time scramble. For example, you see something like, look at this. You see something like this, king g3, for example, h takes on g5, and bishop g6. How do you defend from the mate, you know?
Yeah, the checkmate is unstoppable. I mean, you
Yeah,
have
it's
some
almost.
check f4, but I don't think there is any follow-up. f4 check, and then king just simply goes forward.
Some perpetual maybe. Yeah, check, 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 check. Black gives a lot of checks. But this rook c8 is a big idea, and the black king is in a potential mating net. But apparently this entire idea was not working. So knight a3 check, king goes here, black can just give a check on g1
And take the pawn on g5.
with the rook.
Just pick up
That's
the
it.
pawn.
Even
And
though, by the
four
way,
extra pawns.
even this is maybe not so obvious in a time scramble. For example, here, if you take with the rook,
Rook c8.
check, check.
Yeah, you cannot go to g6 as a checkmate. Oh my god. This is crazy.
That would be a very funny way to play it out. So you can perfectly understand why Mishra played rook f8. So he wanted to guard this final rank, not to miss anything. And now for Shankland, apparently the only move which was holding the balance was not g takes on h6, but g6. How is this balancing? To be honest, I don't really know because I think black can just put the knight on g5, like this, try to take on f7, just win the game. But who am I to argue with Stockfish, right? And it says this is somehow a draw.
Yeah, somehow a draw.
Down 3 pawns, so this is somehow a draw.
Maybe the bishop is simply too strong, and the rook cannot leave the 8th rank because it's going to be a checkmate. So I think that's the problem, that the white pieces are simply way too active. Yeah, you don't want to do that.
Yeah, I'm just showing the idea.
Yeah.
So what Sam did, he took on h6, and now g takes on h6 once again. Mishra apparently is technically winning. Okay, and now let's take it quite a few steps back. Yeah, we want to see how this happened because we left it here. we left it here, right? And it felt that black had plenty of time. But I think that what Shankland was trying to do, he was trying to apply a lot of pressure on Mishra's clock, and he almost succeeded.
Almost.
Almost. No, I mean, he did succeed. He managed to force him to make a mistake because of the time. Queen of 3, rook d4, takes. Extra pawn for black. Rook d8.
Some inaccuracy.
It just feels normal move. Queen b6. Yeah, by the way, why not queen b6? I slightly don't
Queen-
follow.
Oh, the rook is hanging. Maybe rook d2. Or knight g3.
So, okay, it's a bit strange. There's no queen h5.
Knight g3.
Ah, wait, knight g3. So queen b6, knight g3. Oops.
King h7. Ah, you have. Okay.
Yeah,
wait,
you're
there-
also not seeing stuff at the 6th hour just
Yes.
as I, yeah? So you start to miss
Yes.
things, and maybe this is what Sam also missed, that he missed, that both of the players actually missed, that you can take on b6, there's the check on b3. Otherwise, I can't explain why didn't you take the pawn on b6 when it's just there. So instead, he played g4, knight f6, check, here, queen e8, here, g5. So the best possible way to try to escape always has been widely regarded.
Yeah.
Play active, don't be passive. So
But
g5.
knight is capturing all the pawns
Right.
one by one.
And even this is somehow holding. Wow. Rook d1.
Why rook d1? Why not?
I guess the same idea to play g6. I mean, to avoid the fork. And rook f8 is g6. This is the key idea.
So you would like to push the pawn all the way to g6 so that there are always ideas for the checkmate. Bishop now can go anywhere, yeah? And then the problem for black is always how to include the king into the game. You cannot really get the king there, and there is always this checkmate threat on the last rank. So yeah.
I mean, how is this not winning for black? I do not understand. Those are 3 extra pawns. But the problem is the king. So if this king was not on h8, if it was somewhere here, black would be easily winning. But black cannot do that. So the king is stuck in the corner. Black cannot attack the bishop. I mean, he can attack it, but he can never take it unless it's with a check, because there's always going to be a back rank mate. You see, for example, here, I go, I don't know, here, you cannot take on a2. There's a mate on the board. You cannot do that.
Yeah, you have to be really careful with that back rank.
But I still have a hard time to believe that this is somehow not winning. I don't know, maybe you try to get to the pawn on g6, but as soon as you
But
attack with the
how?
knight, I
Yeah.
put the bishop on f7.
Yeah, exactly. You cannot really do much with it.
And actually, if you are over trying things,
Yeah,
there could be problems. Yeah.
there could be huge problems.
All right, so that was the possibility for Shankland right there to save the game. He played rook c7. I think he was pressing on a time scramble. And apparently he did not, I think what happened is, Angelika, he did not realize he has a genuine chance to save the game. So he was pressing on the clock of the opponent. Rook f8, again the opportunity to play g6, missed by Shankland. He played g takes, and now these are just 3 extra pawns.
These are just 3 healthy pawns which are slowly and confidently are going to march forward. Looks like pretty much winning position for the youngest grandmaster in the chess history. And maybe it's a perfect time for us to go to another game, because I see that there has been some update in the game of Marc-Andrea Maurizio against Igor Samunenko. There has been some nice moves, apparently a brilliant move here. And now I think we are going to see a few more moves, because rook e1, I think, is a move right now.
Yeah, they're now sharing the blows of double exclam moves. So black plays queen e7, sacrificing the bishop here on c6. Again, this is what we talked about. Rook e1, queen e1, here, queen h4, king g1, queen h1. That would be simply perpetual check. This is one of the ways in chess to make a draw, so you can do that. White responded with a6.
Apparently brilliant move.
Yeah, and why is this brilliant? Because the knight on c7 is under attack, and if you take it,
Rook
oh,
b7, wow. The double pin on the queen.
you take it, the queen is under attack.
Ouch.
That's the problem. So, after a6, now it was black's turn to return with rook e3, double exclamation move. So the idea is, again, queen c6 is rook e1 check. We go to the same idea, perpetual check, queen h4, queen e1 after the rook trade, and that's a draw. So here, Marc-André plays queen c4, hitting the pawn here. Now the question is this simply not a draw after rook e1 check? I think we already saw something like this.
Yeah, we looked a similar position here. Rook take.
Actually, I think exactly like this.
Yeah.
Exactly like this. So this would be a draw.
Yeah. But there is also queen f1.
Yeah, there is queen f1, but now this knight on c7 might be under attack. Might be actually in trouble.
Yeah,
in trouble.
exactly. That was a huge problem. So rook e1 was played. Rook takes e1, queen e1. I guess we're going to see either king h2 or queen f1. King h2 is being played. So I guess
This
we're
game
going to
is,
see.
yeah, let's go full screen. This game is getting to a draw in a minute or so. So no more possibility for either of the players to try to play for the win. I think Maurizio is ready. He knows his opportunity is gone. He tried his best chance to play a6, but it was the young Ukrainian grandmaster, also the youngest participant of the challenger section, who finally was able to defend a clearly worse position. So huge result for the young Ukrainian, and of course, disappointing result for the Frenchman.
Yeah, now somehow Igor is taking time to think. I don't know. Okay, he's taking. He just needed just 1 minute to check everything. King goes back to g1. Yeah, and after queen e1, there's going to be just another repetition.
So of course, White is not going to risk it to lose the game. So the knight on c7 is still in trouble. So let's see a couple of moves. I think they already can agree to draw. There's no need for triathlon repetition. There you go. They shake hands. It's over. Move 40. The game ends with a draw. Marc-André Maurizio versus Igor Samonenko finishes in a very exciting draw. So Maurizio was slightly ahead of Samonenko in the overall rankings, but still a bit disappointing. I think that let's check the current results of round 2 of the classical portion and then try to make some prediction from the remaining games.
Yeah, we had 2 draws so far in the round 2. Liem against Praggnanandhaa played a short draw, and just now Marc-André Maurizio drew the game against Igor Samonenko. Igor managed to escape this huge attack. We have also the 2 decisive games. Vaishali won against Alexander Donchenko, as well as Salih Salem managed to score a victory against Jonas Biel.
All right, let's then go to the Vincent Keymer's game, because it's a highly interesting rook endgame where the German is trying to hold on. It seems that Martirosyan is making some progress. This is the current position, and all of this started, if we go back a couple of moves, with this very smart series of checks. It was here. Rook g4, rook f4, improving the rook. King g7, king g4, h4, king g5. Yeah, this is the moment that I said earlier, right? At some point, White is going to stop caring about the pawn on a5, because it's all about the race of the pawns, and White is simply faster. White should be faster, because the pawn is on h4, the king is here, this king is bound to lose a lot of time, so White should be somehow winning this, even though it's a material bounce on the board.
And I think there's some ideas, for example, rook goes to f5, rook e5, and bringing the rook all the way to the 7th rank with the checks.
How about h5, h6?
Yeah, h5, h6 is also great, of course. My idea was just maybe to keep the rook on b5 a bit longer, that it protects the pawn on d5. That after rook f5, if rook moves from b5, then the pawn is going to fall on d5.
Maybe there's some defense with rook b6. Is there? Can I win this after h6? I'm curious. Wait. Okay. Is this winning? It's not winning. I wanted to sacrifice the rook. and somehow run with the pawn, but of course it's
Yeah, you cannot. You cannot.
what I'm doing, yeah, and then black just wins the game. Okay, you couldn't do that, but this idea of rook f7, king h6 might be somewhere.
Yeah. So what about rook f5 right now? So we
You don't want to play h5.
for now not. So my idea is I want to keep the rook on b5.
Okay,
So now there is no rook b6.
all right.
And now h5. You want to tell me I am too slow?
No, but now you want to play h5.
Yes.
Okay. You want to stop this rook b6 idea.
Yes. So this is my
Yeah, I
point.
think it's a race here. You want to make it very
H6.
quickly.
Okay, I see that the engine doesn't like it.
I also don't like it, to be honest.
Okay.
So the point is now king g6 is always rook b6.
Yeah, it's a problem.
But, I mean, this is the critical position. h5, rook b6. How easy is this? Of course, we are clearly influenced by the bar. Yeah, sometimes it's distracting us. Sometimes we love it. Sometimes we hate it. But we can't really live without it, especially the viewers, so that you have a pretty good idea to understand what's happening. Maybe now rook f5.
I have an idea, actually, rook f6. It's the
What?
first move. As the first move, rook f6. And then h5.
Yep.
Now h5. Now h6. And
Okay,
now I
I-
want king g6. And
Okay, I'm cheating. I'm looking at engine.
Ah, okay. And now,
Drop.
really? Rook f7?
Rook f7, king here, check.
Okay, there is, of course. Yeah.
Okay, I just opened engine. You know I'm trolling you. So of
Okay,
course
thanks.
this is very complex. This is very complex, and even though the engine said this is somehow winning here, the Armenian player has to be like this precise to win it. So let's maybe show how it's supposed to be, and try to judge if this is easy. So it's h5, rook b6, stopping this pawn. Also, black is thinking about pushing a pawn forward, put the rook behind it. Rook f5, a5, take it, a4. If you play here, this leads nowhere,
Yeah, this doesn't look good.
because this pawn is running forward, this pawn is maybe running nowhere.
Yeah, but d5 will be played, most likely, but okay.
Yeah, but you're not going to win this.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
black is advancing faster, like here, 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 here.
Oh, wait,
I
first
probably
one,
already
okay.
missed something. I missed king f7
King
somewhere.
f7, yes.
No, king f7 is h6. So wait, is it though? Wait, where was this? Here.
King f7, h6, and then a2.
Found a
and-
way to lose.
Yeah, we found.
This is a common thing that everybody can relate to. You can always lose any position. h7, queen. You see, you cannot promote. d7, even or d7 before, then h7, and black just wins. It's crazy. You can lose. So instead, what was it? h5, rook b6, here, a5, rook d5, a4. You cannot play rook a5. There's h6 check. This is pretty smart. Yeah. So if you take it, there's a check on d7. The rook is gone. Yeah. This we
Finito.
can. What?
Finito.
Finito. El finito. And now it's only move king h7.
Rook d7.
Check. Here. Check. Here.
Maybe d5? d5, d6.
Yeah, but it's gonna be slow, no?
We're going to...
Wait. Where's the win? And Winston just had this look at the opponent. He's like asking literally the same question. Where's the win? Where's the win?
No, my idea was to bring the pawn on d6 and then king g6. I don't know.
I'm sorry, what's your suggestion?
So at the end of that line, to bring the pawn all the way to d6. So now, okay, we play rook f5, yeah, rook f5.
I'm even not sure if rook f5 is correct, to be honest. Is it correct? Maybe it is.
It looks...
Okay, I mean, you want to get the rook in the 7th rank. a5 is very easy. This is very easy for black.
Yes, takes.
You take it, a4 is very easy for black.
h6.
h6, h6, king, where does it go? King g8.
Check. Rook d8 check.
Maybe now here.
But Now rook a6.
No, I'm in time.
Oh. Because you're promoting with check, so king has to go to h7. No, now you're promoting with a check.
And this should be somehow winning.
Okay, we can...
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, black can go with the king to h7. That's the must.
Wow. Actually, I thought this is going to be much more easier win, but now that we're looking at this, and even with Haik making the perfect moves, and Keymer just collected the pawn on a5, it's anything but obvious. I think this is also a perfect opportunity for us to go for a very short break, because after the break, dear viewers, you're going to find out if Vincent Keymer will be able to hold this position. He's been holding on for his dear life in this game for the entirety of the game. He was outplayed in the very beginning, but he's very resilient. You can't easily break him just like that. And Martirosyan right now is trying to calculate some very complex rook-king games. In the meantime, there's one more game ongoing where Abhimanyu Mishra has 3 extra pawns against his compatriot, Sam Shankland. Is Mishra going to become a sensational, with a sensational start here in the Masters tournament with 2 victories with the black color in the first 2 rounds, first against Pragg, and now can he take down Sam Shankland? You're going to have to find it out after the break. The action continues here live from Biel. 57th International Biel Chess Festival is only gearing up. Stay tuned and be back in something like 5 minutes. It's been a very long day here in Biel following the action of round 2 of the triathlon of the 57th International Biel Chess Festival. We are following the game here in question. Abhimanyu Mishra, the youngest grandmaster in the world, he's about to make yet another huge result in the round 2 game against his compatriot Sam Shankland, because right now what you're seeing there, the viewers on the screen, is a technically winning position, because just now Shankland decided to take the pawn on f4, offering black to trade rooks, which would leave black with 2 extra passed pawns and a chance to score a second victory in a row. Angelika, what do you think? What do you think about all of this amazingness we're seeing today? First Mishra, before Vaishali. It's insane. It's incredible.
Such spectacular games we are receiving from the round number 1 and 2 here of the classical part of the Grandmaster Triathlon in Biel, Switzerland. Right now I see that actually Abhimanyu is under 2 minutes on the clock, has to decide what to play, and actually he has not traded the rooks yet, but first he advanced with a pawn all the way to h5. It looks pretty logical to me.
Yes, it does indeed, and I definitely don't think that he minds the trade. He's just trying to get more time. So maybe the point here is that if white plays king g3, I think he can already afford to play something like h4. h4, white cannot take with the king, the rook on f4 is under attack. White cannot afford to take with the rook because the bishop on f1 is under attack. So this would be a pretty smart way to play. And after something like king g4 or king f3, there's always knight e5 check. For example, you play here, knight e5, the rook on f4 is lost. So this seems pretty smart. Now maybe rook takes on f6 might be the choice of the 2018 US chess champion. Takes it and something like king f4.
Yeah, but the huge problem here, how does white stop those 2 pawns, because those are very long. You know, I know this term pens, I don't know how it's correctly called, when there are 2 pawns running and the further the pawns are from each other, the most difficult it is for the opponent's side to stop those pawns. I mean, I'm just wondering how does white can do it, or even if it's possible.
I'm not really sure how, but again, there's been a huge moment in the other game, which is still ongoing here in round 2. That is the game in question, Haik Martirosyan against Keymer. Apparently, Haik just made a mistake in his game, and that's where we're immediately heading. We have to see this, what is happening there. Where was the mistake here by Armenian player? And we left it, where was this? We left it here after king g5, rook b5, h5, rook b6, rook f5. We looked at this position. We just
looked
couldn't.
at this line.
Yeah, we could not quite understand if this is even winning. Rook takes on d5, a4, and h6. Now that's the move I was suggesting because it's the most logical thing to do here. Apparently it's a mistake. I'm not really sure where was the win, if there even was a win, but apparently this, according to engines, is a draw.
Yeah, interesting why it is a draw, because we're looking at this line and it felt like there should be some... the problem is that simply the pawn is too fast, yeah, for black.
Yeah, this pawn is... Pardon me.
Bless you.
Pardon me.
Okay.
Yeah, this pawn is simply running forward, and now the point is that after rook d8 check, king h7, you cannot play rook a8. I mean, you can play it, of course. Rook a6, takes, d5, a3, d6. Here, black simply advances the first, and somehow there should be a draw, something like queen e5. Yeah, just collect the pawn on h6.
Just collect the pawn and it should be a draw in the queen's endgame. But yeah, this h6 move, yeah, completely surprising that it was such a natural move, but apparently is a mistake.
So where was the win? Where was the win? Now we are on the engines. You know, this is a very complex position, so let's just try to find it out. Apparently, there is a win if you play rook d7.
So rook d7, king h8.
King h8. Now the engine says there's no more win. Okay, so if I go
Rook
here,
d8, king h7.
And there's no progress. Same idea, rook a8 is rook a6. Just a second. There was another idea to play d5.
Yeah, this was my idea from before. So coming with a pawn all the way to d6 and then try to checkmate. And now king g6.
Oh, that is nice. Did you see that, dear viewers? That's how you win it. Now, this is a huge idea. If black puts the queen, this is simply mate on the board. You can always play for the checkmate even with a very limited amount of material on the board. So let's just walk it again slowly, step by step. Rook d7. If I go here, d5,
a3,
a3, d6, maybe it's still not winning. No, now the bar finally understands it's winning. Why it's winning, I'm also curious. I go here, rook a6.
Now maybe check and d7.
Takes, rook a8, d7, a2, and rook a7.
Ooh, wow, what a nice move.
Wow.
All right, it's a brilliant move, yeah, for sure.
If he had to pick this up,
But I don't understand what's the difference between pawn being on h6 or on h5, because we could have the same, but with pawn on h6. Let's try to...
so what is the difference? Why this sequence doesn't work? Yeah, once again, it's very natural to give this check before a rook d7. So h6, here,
Rook
check,
d7,
here. What's the difference? So once again,
rook d8 check,
this is, by the way, what is played.
or also this.
Here,
d6.
d6.
Now if a2, king g6, the same checkmate idea.
Oh my goodness. How is this even possible to pick up? Rook b4.
Because you have a pawn on h6, you cannot hide with your king on h6. That's the problem. But wait, g4 is the move, no? g4?
Yeah, but then you're slow and just marching forward.
No, but the g4, king, king g6, rook g4, check. Oh my god.
Boy, this is still super complex. So yeah, you're right. This is the key idea, this check on g4. And once again, let's again compare this position. If the pawn stands on h5, I give you a check, king goes here. Where's the difference? Here, here, here,
yeah,
and I go here.
The difference you can hide on h6.
But we have to show it. King g6, I give you a check. Now the pawn doesn't stand on h6. I play king h6. You play a2. I give you a check. I take it. I go here.
And somehow it's supposed to be winning.
I think we are using this. And somehow this is winning. How about that?
Yeah, because there is, if king f6, there is queen g7.
Queen of, yeah, this wins the queen.
And if king f8?
And if king f8, it somehow wins.
It somehow wins, yeah, just... Yeah, the pawns are going to always block the checks from the black's king, queen.
This should be winning.
This should be winning.
Yeah, this should be somehow winning. I know we are overusing this. Well, dear viewers, this is a very tiny, small nuance. And who would have thought that Martirosyan, he wants to keep the pawn on h5 and not on h6 to understand that in this sequence, check here, d5 here, d6, there's the move rook b4. And there's no more this king g6, king h6 idea. I'm not even sure if Haik is sure about this. If he sees rook b4, if both of the players see rook b4, it's a very difficult move because the first thing you want to do is you want to push forward your passed pawn. Of course, you want to do that, right? I mean, you have to run forward. So a2 once again loses because of king g6. Okay, this is pretty obvious stuff. Of course, Winston's not going to miss it.
What if you cannot give a check because king g6? Yeah, that's a problem.
I think he's going to pick it up because if not this, then what else?
Yeah, that's the only move.
Maybe rook a6 is tempting.
But then rook b7, this is your line which you...
Yeah,
Or king g6 first, rook
King
a8,
G6.
rook b7.
this is the different line, by the way.
No, it's
No. Oh,
It's-
wait, is it though? Takes. No, it's
it's a different
it's a
one.
different line.
Somehow it was one move before.
I have no idea.
Or
Already.
maybe
Everything,
rook c7. Rook c7 then.
everything is so easy, similar looking.
So king g6, rook a8, and rook c7.
King G6, Rook
Rook
A8.
c7. a2, d7.
No,
rook
actually,
c8.
Angelica, I just switched on the engine. It's strictly one line. Strictly one.
Okay.
Check. Check. You go back. Strictly this.
a2.
Strictly this.
All right.
And now we win the game.
Yeah. This is all similar like idea, but
And now,
the
of course, you
different
put the rook, of
execution.
course, on
Yeah,
the
you
board.
put the rook.
Never the
yeah.
queen. Never the queen. If you put the queen, get out of there. You you never do that. This is a very fascinating endgame, a very complex endgame. Who could have thought? And rook b4 was found by Cameron. Right now, you can see that Martirosyan is calculating things, and maybe he gets a realization that he should have kept the pawn on h5. Somehow things are not working out. It's still not over. It's still not over. Even if the bar says it's equal, this is such a complex position that can easily go either way. I mean, okay, I don't think that Winston is going to win this, but it can still easily be winning somehow for white if Haik is going to find an interesting resource.
Yeah, crazy resource has been found by the German number one. Absolutely incredible rook b4, and now there is no.
So there's
push.
this check. By the way, did we check King G8? That should be pretty similar, right?
It should be the same because otherwise the other pawn is promoting.
D5, A3,
d6,
D6,
a2, king g6.
A2, King, but yeah, that's by the way a mate. Yeah, this is pretty funny. It's also a mate on the board. So there's no
rook
King
a6,
E7.
The
Yeah,
only
I was thinking, yeah, of
This
course I'm
was-
using engine now.
rook
I was
a-
thinking maybe instead of A2, King F8, there's maybe some nuances. Check, here, D7, and this is a win. This is a win.
Yeah, you have too much promoted the H pawn. The protected passers are on the king side. It's very tough to defend.
You know, I don't think we can even blame Haik for missing this. I'm not sure if there would be somebody in the world who could pick this up. Like, it's one of the most difficult sequences because h6 with rook d8, it's the most natural thing to do.
Yeah.
So this is such a difficult line. I mean, check here. D5, A3, D6, threaten with a checkmate here. And now this key idea of rook b4 not working because of this particular line. King g8. Where was this line again? I already takes. Everything is so similar, so I get a bit confused. Yeah, okay. So there's many ways already now for white to win. Fascinating stuff. I mean,
Yeah, rook's endgame are no boring ones for sure.
who said that rook endgames are boring? They're wrong. So just show this endgame. You know, I would be really curious to show this endgame to some super GMs and
Yeah,
ask them to work it out. Very nice calculating example.
yeah. Who say that rook endgames are all drawn?
Yeah, somebody
Yeah.
show to Magnus. Yeah, there's a question in the chat. Yeah, Just Lover says, somebody show this to Magnus. It would be amazing to see because, of course, Magnus very often is highly regarded as a really great endgame technician. Could he figure this out? Maybe. I'm not sure.
What about our remaining other game of Sam Shankland against Abhimanyu Mishra? Was there any update over there? Were the rooks traded or what has happened there, Artus?
Right. This is the current position. And I think what Sam is trying to do, he tries to give up the bishop for this pawn, and then somehow use the king to eliminate the pawn on b6. Of course, he is also going to press on the clock and to try Abhimanyu solve these problems with only 2 minutes on the clock. So, for example, this is what he wants. After knight f4, bishop c8, play h3. He wants to give up the bishop, knight h3, and just collect the pawn on b6. So normally this, of course, should be the winning for the stronger side, but because of this knight is so far away, black is just not in time to help the pawn. Actually, you could even play knight e5, and then the pawn is lost anyway.
But why don't you push the... because of course it's a... I thought the pawn is pushing forward.
No, you can push forward, but I'm going to eat it.
No, I meant to b7. I thought that somehow pawn was pushing forward.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's not easy.
Not that easy, yeah?
No, not easy at all. So knight f4, bishop c8.
Knight e2.
Knight e2 with what idea? To play
To
knight
go
g1?
knight c3 and knight c3 and...
No, actually, I think you somehow need to get the knight on g4 to block the bishop's view. Like, I was thinking something like knight f6 and knight g4. With knight f2, h3, h2. Somehow try to make this work.
But then the bishop will go back all the time to h3, so that...
I'm not sure if you can do that.
Yeah, but now I would not play bishop c8.
Yeah, maybe you can run after...
King d6, yeah.
Yeah, but there's probably some way how the king and the knight can dominate the bishop. Like here.
Yeah.
Here, you take the pawn, king g3, here, knight e3, here, h3, here, knight g2. It was nice knowing you.
Was a very, very nice line. Yep. Knight is just blocking the way of the bishop. That looks like...
This looks pretty nice. I think it makes perfect sense for Abhimanyu to pick this up. We'll see. We'll see. So he plays b5. I think he wants to go for this line. Knight f6, knight g4, king f4, king g3. So, Angelica, what I think he's doing, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think he's using the b pawn as a bait.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
Right.
So he wants to sell
agree.
this pawn so he can advance forward, and then with a knight and king, dominate the bishop, never give up the h pawn, and just promote to a queen.
Yeah, just going for it. Just... Yeah, because once the king is going to go on the queen side, there is going to be no absolute way how white can block the h pawn.
Let's just show it maybe. So king
King
f4,
f4.
here, king g3. Let's say you put the bishop right here.
Knight f4.
Yeah, knight f4, king b5, knight g2. No, it's just a win.
Yeah, the pawn is simply promoting. We might see actually the resignation very soon. I think that Sam Shankland is going to pick it up. We see he's holding his
Sorry, I
head.
rushed h3. Sorry, my
Yeah,
bad.
knight g4.
h3, maybe run with a king.
Knight to
Actually, you still need to be quite precise.
knight to
wait, that's a
e3 check. Knight to e3
Yeah,
check.
I'm not going to walk into a check. I'm going to go here.
Okay, but then anyway, knight e3.
Yeah, exactly, knight e3. And now,
King.
checkmate to the bishop.
Oh, checkmate.
Yeah, exactly this. Because if you do it differently, you go here. Actually, this is a pretty funny position. Even if you checkmate the bishop, you're going to get to it.
You cannot play king h2. You need the knight all the way to on g2 square.
And this actually may be a mistake already. Because white is advancing, even though, by the way, engine says what you're talking about human. This is still somehow winning. King f2. I guess the same idea. Knight g2, king g1. So let me just show it to you. Here, here, here. There were some funny exceptions to this position.
Yeah, but you simply...
Was this not, by the way, this very famous
Yeah.
game? Who was it? Was it Lloyd or somebody else? That if it was black to move here, this was a draw. Sorry, if it was white. If it was white. If it was white to move here, this was a
Yes,
draw.
yes.
So white will play king f1,
F1,
knight
knight
e3,
e3.
king f2, and that was a draw. Very interesting position, but this of course wins. Knight e3 is just winning because white has to move, white has to take, and then there's king g2. You can't keep the king in the corner. Of course, this is never going to happen. It just shows how complex these endgames are.
Yes.
If you want to get better, dear viewers, pick up a book on endgames, study it. You're definitely going to get a better player.
Yeah, we got so many exciting end games here in the Biel Chess Festival, Grandmasters Triathlon. Yesterday we had also a Rook end game. Today we are getting also as well Rook end game. We also have the Knight versus Bishop end game. And we see that Abhimanyu is getting very low on time in this position. King f4 is something what we are expecting. King has to go for the g3. I see in Sam's expression that he's already understanding where it's all heading to.
In the meantime, Haik, Martirosyan against Vincent Keymer is thinking for a long time. And now after Rook b4, I think it finally dawned upon him, maybe it's no longer winning. And when you start to realize I'm no longer winning, then of course you try to step back and try to understand where exactly did I go wrong. I'm not sure he even understands it right now. Maybe he suspects it was because of this move h6. Right, so again, you probably, dear viewers, I apologize that I'm speaking cryptic language, but you probably understand the game I'm talking about. We're definitely going to go there after this game wraps up. There you go, there's the bird's eye view of the games. King f4 is played, Shankland plays king c5. I think we're seeing the final stage of this game where Mishra should be able to figure out the victory. By the way, only 40 seconds on the clock, but the position is pretty straightforward.
Yes, I would suggest we keep our eyes on this board in order to not miss the resignation, which is coming very soon, because the king is already approaching the g3 square. Sam Shankland understands, I mean, he sees that he's losing, but he's trying to find last resources and somehow to keep the game going. But after knight is going to block the bishop, it's going to be a tough time and most likely resignation by Sam Shankland.
I have a theory. You know, actually what Sam could do here, he could just sit and do nothing for like half an hour. Now, I don't think he's going to do that, right? Because his opponent is at the edge of the seat. He's basically playing on increment. This means he can't get up. He can't go anywhere, even if he has to. But no, I don't think that Sam is going to do it.
No, he has increment. He doesn't have...
Yes, but he has only 40 seconds. This means he can never leave the board. Right? That's what I'm saying. And Sam has more than half an hour, so he could do that, but he won't. Yeah, bishop d7. I think knight f6 is winning here. Abhimanyu sees this. I think he already knows the winning technique. And it's all about playing knight g4, h3, knight h3, knight g2, h2, h1. This pawn promotes.
Yeah, I guess bishop b5 is going to be played. And now just simply h3 looks like the next move.
Yeah, we're going to show this. Yeah, once again, the review is for you. We can show it to you. h3, bishop c6, knight g4, king goes... By the way, how do you get there? Oh, how did this happen? King goes here.
No.
Maybe king f2. So that there's knight a3, knight g2, and here. Like this. And like this. And now this.
Yeah, the pawn is unstoppable.
What kind of term could we use for this knight? What's it doing?
The barrier. Knight.
The barrier.
Yeah.
This is a huge barrier, this knight. It stops the bishop. That's a very unusual quality of a knight, because knights are usually used to do something really good, to jump, to occupy some great squares, to be great outpost, to deliver forks, of course, but a barrier,
maybe
a protector.
It's kind of a mosquito net, you know, you put it so
Secret Service knight. We have suggestions in the chat.
Yeah.
A lot of ideas. Yeah, let's follow the game still here. Action still continues. Knight g4, king f2, both moves are perfectly good. Maybe king f2 is actually a bit more human because it shoulders the king. But I think knight g4 also is just fine. 30 seconds for Mishra. He's
playing
double checking
h2.
h2. Still should be good.
Yeah, bishop c6 is the only move. And now knight g4. And the idea is if king goes to Okay, he goes here.
All right, they played it very quickly, and now, as soon as the knight gets on g2, this is game over. So, we're talking about how do we get on g2?
Knight g4, knight e3.
Maybe it's e3 square.
Yeah, knight g4,
Knight g4, knight e3, knight g2, promote. So let's just put it on the board. Here, here. I'm threading knight g2. You put the bishop here. Here. I think what Sam tries to do, he tries to get to this theoretical endgame. So he's somehow thinking, how do I get to this theoretical endgame? Wait a second. I just found it. I just found it. This is what Sam wants. This particular endgame, knight e3, king f2. This is what he wants. So Mishra needs to be super, super accurate here. Actually, I thought this is completely over, but no, wait a second. I mean, there's this endgame. And white is holding this game to a draw because the knight cannot jump around. For example, you go here, I go king f1. Let's follow this game live. King d3, now we know what he wants to do. Is Mishra aware of this endgame? That's what I'm curious. He's still young, he might not know this. Probably he knows this, but he might not.
Yeah, he should know it, but we'll see. So knight g4 is being played. So I guess king d2, right? King d2.
Chess Lover in the chat says, this is in the 100 games you should know.
Yeah.
All right, then I assume, of course, Mishra knows this because he works on chess like 20 hours a day. So he definitely has done it.
King d2 has to be played. Knight d5 is a fork threat right now. Or bishop has to be removed, one of the two moves. Most likely king d2, yeah? King
Right,
d2 is on the
yeah,
board.
you can clearly see where Shankland is steering this game.
Knight goes to e3, looks very logical, but after bishop h1, how will he proceed?
Highly interesting theoretical endgame. By the way, they're giving you also an update on the game of Haik Martirosyan against Vincent Keymer. After rook b4, Haik is thinking, he's in the tank. He still has 12 minutes on the clock, so nothing is changing there. So this is the game we focus in question. Now, where's the win? Where is the win? Actually, now I suddenly start to believe that Shankland might actually have a chance, legit chance to save this game because of this trick. All right, there you go. Knight g2 is played.
King d1.
King d1 or king d3. Let's follow this. And king g1 is apparently a mistake.
If you play king f1, does it change anything? King f1, king d2?
This, no, wait, it's still winning. No, it's not.
No.
This is a draw. King g1 is a draw. Does Mishra know this endgame? We even have a word in the chat, page 57, 58 of the book.
Now we know for
So
sure.
you can even, imagine fans waving in the book. Hey, it's page 57, 58. It's right there. King g1 is a huge mistake right here, and apparently everything else wins. I don't really know what's the winning technique there.
Yeah, what about some... That's very tough to offer.
Just make anything else, not king g1
okay,
apparently.
Let's play king, let's try king f1 maybe, I don't know.
King f1, so Mishra says, I know this. So he didn't play king g1. I guess that is the answer we got right here. He played king f1, he just underlines, I'm perfectly aware of this endgame. I have studied 100 endgames, you should know. Despite the fact that I'm so young, I know these endgames. I'm not sure where's the win still. So but king d2?
Yeah, the question is king g1 is still not a move.
If you can't play king g1, where's the win?
Knight f4 or knight h4? He's going from...
There's the win. And now you play king g1.
Yeah, but now bishop e4.
And then I play king g1 and knight g2. Look at this. You play a bishop e4, I go here. Knight g2 is a big threat. You could do that. And if you play king d1 here, and I
But yeah,
missed
the problem is that Sam will always have a choice between e1 and e2. And whenever knight is on g2, he would play king e2. But
Wait, let
whenever-
me just show where's the draw first. Yeah, so king e1 and king f2, still a draw.
Yeah.
Still a draw. Still a draw. Okay, let's keep the live board.
Knight h4 has just been played. Sam is trying to find
What
the
a
way.
game. I just can't believe.
Bishop,
I just can't believe we're following it right here, live from Biel.
king d1 was played. Now king g1.
So first he needs to drive the bishop out of the corner and then play knight h4. But wait a second, then I'm going to go back straight to h1. Wait, so I think this is what Mishra wants. Play king g1, drive away the bishop, play knight h4. But now it doesn't work. Wait, sorry, I think I messed up. So here, king d2, king goes here, I drive you out, knight h4, and there's no time for bishop h1 because I take it and you cannot teleport to f2.
But he's raising his hand. He wants to play king g1, and king g1 is on the board. What about king e1 here?
King e1.
Or king e2?
King e1 is a very legit move, and you still cannot take it because this is a draw.
Or it's
Again,
not?
it's a draw. No, this is a draw. The same position. It's a draw. It's a draw. Engine doesn't understand it yet. It's a draw. I'm not sure. Now it's malfunctioning. Yeah, this is exactly the same position.
Yeah, it looks like the same, yeah.
Exactly the same. So you still cannot take it. So king e1 or king e2. No, king e1 has got to be
King
the
e1,
move.
because no checks.
Yes, and the chess lover says on the chess 54, it's a Lloyd problem. I told you, I think it was Lloyd who studied, who made a study of this particular endgame. I don't know when, probably something like in 19th century or something. I don't really know. A long time ago. And right now, I'm not sure if Sam tries even to calculate or he just tries to recall. So where's the win after king e1?
How do you win it?
Knight h4. If you move the bishop, you lose. And after king e2, and you are in a Zugzwang, my friend.
But now king
King f3, take here, knight e3.
Oh no.
This is a win.
But it is so complicated.
Of course. Yeah, I mean, this is very surprising because I thought, I mean, this entire endgame from the start was rather simple, but as Sam showed us, nothing is simple in chess. So one of the most fascinating endgames I've seen so far. And to be honest, you know, I think I would already name this the game of the round, to be honest, because of this study. This is such a rare occurrence. Although Vaishali played this absolutely amazing game, this rook takes on f7, I think this rather simple endgame is a very serious candidate for one of the most exciting games of the round. We're seeing the final moments here. Knight g2, now Sam knows. There you go, there's the resignation. Huge victory for Mishra, scoring the second victory in a row with the black color, being the youngest participant, the player with the lowest rating here in the Masters section. Of course, Sam is disappointed. He's not sure if he had a win. Huge victory for Mishra.
Huge win, and we're following that also challengers. In the challengers tournament, we had another victory by Vaishali, also the lowest seed of the challengers, 2 wins in a row. The same is in the Masters. Abhimanyu Mishra wins his second game in the classical portion. Otherwise, all the other results are a draw. So Liem played a draw against Praggnanandhaa. Marc-Andrea Maurizi, Igor Samonenko managed to escape from Marc-Andrea Maurizi into a draw. Vaishali won her game, as well as Saleh Salem won his game against Jonas Bienne.
Yeah, in the meantime, I think Liem against Pragg, they finished up like 5 hours ago.
Yeah.
It just feels like yesterday completely. So they had a relatively quick draw, and now we're following the only remaining game left where Vincent is pulling up a heroic escape, like Houdini escaping from a dead lost position. He was setting White a lot of problems. Haik, in the wrong moment, rushed forward with the pawn. Super difficult, not obvious mistake. The difference was very small, and right now he has finally gathered the thoughts and played King F5, but probably he already suspects the win might not be there. So let's follow the action right now and try to understand how exactly Black is supposed to save this game.
Yeah, exactly. Let's check how is it going to continue. So A2, check, and Rook A8. Yeah, looks like Rook B2. Ah, yes, you have to stop the pawn.
I stop this pawn.
You have to stop.
Takes, takes.
Yeah, and everything is going to be taken.
You lose this pawn. Oh,
Yeah,
it's just a draw.
It's just a draw.
It's just a draw here. And wait, it still might be some technical problems here because this king is a bit awkward. No, wait, what I'm talking about, what problems? Just take on B7, King G8, of course. This is a very, very basic king game. I don't think this is going to happen, so let's follow it live. A2 is played by Vincent. I think he has worked it out already. Rook D8, King H7 is played, Rook A8, and Rook D4. Rook D4 looks pretty clean to me.
Rook D4 looks like the only move, because otherwise D7, D8 is a huge threat. Rook D4 must be played by the German #1 Vincent Keymer, and he goes Rook B6.
Rook B6, wow.
So what happens after D7? After D7, he pushes A1 to the queen.
Oh, how about just Rook D6?
Yeah, or
it's
Rook D6. Yes, it's the same idea. Yeah.
This is exactly the same idea.
Okay.
Maybe I should tell you why. Yeah, you cannot promote. I'm going to
Because-
take it. You
yeah.
cannot take it. I'm going to promote myself. Thank
Yeah.
you, the queen. All right. Rook B6 still is good. But the language of Vincent is, I got this, I got this, I survived this. So very, very impressive defense, and I think it's heading to a draw. Also, I got the word that we are going to get interview with Abhimanyu after this game is going to be over. Let's follow it live. I don't think there's a lot of moves left in this game, so it's going to be very interesting to hear what the young grandmaster is going to tell us about the game. But I see Abhimanyu, you're right there. Hey, just wait for a minute. We have to follow this game. Appreciate it. Great game, by the way. Right, so he's right here with us. Dear viewers, write your questions. What do you feel about this round? There was this, there's this one quote from Gladiator. Are you entertained? Oh, we are entertained. We are entertained right here. This is the highest quality chess. No lack of action or drama, missed opportunities. Fun stuff.
Yeah, it's pretty much fun stuff, and we still see that Haik is trying to make it work, but he understands that it's not gonna happen. We see the stare of Vincent on Haik at that moment. Who knows that the worst is already behind him, and there might be a huge chance for him to survive this game in a draw.
Right, so Martirosyan has 6 minutes, Keymer has 5. Yeah, right now I think that Haik realizes, he's like just disbelief that he was unable to win this. It was such a dominating position from the very beginning. Vincent throws a stare, his opponent, I've got this. That's the lesson there, viewers. And I think that also Vincent shows a very nice example to everybody who doesn't really like to defend unpleasant games, unpleasant positions. This is still part of the game. You can save even very unpleasant positions. You just work them out slowly but carefully, step by step. And at the critical moment, Martirosyan made a mistake. But I mean, it was very difficult. Once again, if you go back to this moment, right here, this was the difference between the victory and a draw. The obvious move h6 is a draw. The right winning idea is rook d7, push d5, a3, d6. And now in some lines, black cannot play rook b4 because the king has access to the h6 square. Once again, white just continues with king g6, rook g4 check because the mate threat is right there, king h6, and now this pawn is going nowhere and white wins the game. For example, king g8, rook b7, a2, d7 coming with a check, and white is winning.
Yeah, and we see that Haik is already having 4 minutes on the clock right now. He's spending a lot of time. I guess he cannot believe how is it actually happened that he's in this position right now, because yeah, he was in the front seat, he was dominating the whole game, he was winning, and right now he's at this difficult position where he has simply to accept that this is a draw and he cannot do much more.
Yeah, this acceptance, usually this hardest part in chess, right, where you have to like be at peace with yourself, very difficult. Because mentally at some point you already tell yourself, I've got this, I'm winning this, I'm playing great. I played a couple of fantastic moves in this game, right? Like Martirosyan played this very powerful middle game, getting the knight from c3 to e2 to f4, applying pressure. He found a beautiful shot, bishop g6. He found another beautiful shot, rook g6, queen f6. He played really impressive technique. It's still not enough. You know, it's just unbelievable. You play all of these amazing moves, it's still not enough.
Yeah, and it's going to be pretty unfortunate for Haik since, you know, he played also yesterday one draw. Okay, it was against very strong preparation by Sam. Today he had huge chances to beat the German #1, Vincent Keymer. And yeah, it looks like he's going to get from the 2 rounds 3 points altogether. Yeah, 1.5, 1.5, 2 draws.
Yeah, by the way, here you see on the screen, so Haik has 8.5, yes, versus Vincent's 5. So these are the points from the triathlon. Maybe we didn't explain this more in detail. So this means that Haik will stand at 10 points. Vincent Keymer is going to have 6.5 points. Of course, we are going to show you the rankings after this round as well, so don't go anywhere. We still have one more interview coming up. d7, rook d6, by the way, is played. Nothing really changes here. As much as Haik would love to keep the pawn in h6 alive, it's simply impossible. He's just missing one tempi to play g4, g5. And then the arising endgame with just the g-pawn, with the rook endgame, it's a theoretical draw. Haik is gathering the courage to offer a draw. He just can't do it.
Yeah, I think he's going to go for something like d8, promotes the queen, rook takes d8, and rook takes a2. And somewhere there, they should agree on a draw, I would say. This would be a continuation, because what else you do? d7 pawn is hanging, h6 pawn is hanging, both pawns are under attack. What I would do probably is promote to d8 and just go for a draw.
Yeah, maybe just take on a2.
Yeah, you can also take on a2, yeah. That's true.
Right, I think that Haik doesn't really need to despair because he played an amazing game today. You know, this one slip h6, just show me the grandmasters in the world who would not make this move right there. You know, it was very, very human mistake, very natural thing to include, and yet this difference between the draw and the victory this time was really so small. So even if Haik finished with a draw, he deserves a huge round of applause. Also, of course, for Keymer being so resilient, for holding on, for not giving up, showing a very great example to the young players who don't like to play worse endgames. Maybe Abhimanyu is going to disagree with me. He says, no, that's the key to success. You know, you have to learn. You have to learn to play those bad positions because not always you're dealt with great cards. Sometimes you just have 2-7 offsuit.
Yeah, and I see how Haik actually is shaking his head at the board. He realizes this is a draw. He cannot do anything else, and he's down to 1 minute on the clock. The next couple of moves, we're going to see the game finishing in a draw. He cannot believe that he didn't win this game. He's still shaking his hand. He's using last of the seconds for realizing.
Bishop on d8.
necessary, but I mean just to...
For fun.
For fun, yeah?
Yes, but
So-
he played rook a2.
Abhimanyu, you're saying here after d7, rook d6? Yeah, bishop.
Just you have to make sure you don't go d8, right? Because of rook a6. So you just go d8 bishop, so that if rook a6, you have taken bishop of 6. I mean, it's okay. Rook takes d8, rook takes a2.
Ah, that's smart. All right.
It's just immediately draw.
Ja, we almost there.
Okay.
Put your headset down.
All right. All right. All right. We are going to have a guest here with us in a moment. Angelica is leaving me.
Yeah, we'll do it.
All right. Yes, of course. I'm sorry for keeping you waiting, Abhimanyu. You've had a very long day. So we are going to have him here with us in a moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, come sit us down.
Yeah, I mean, okay, it's totally necessary. Okay, of course, rook takes a2 is much better.
All right. All right. So, okay. I don't know, maybe, yeah, while we're following the game, your impression about this particular game, you've obviously been following your competitors.
Yeah, I didn't see too much of this game. I was mainly focused on mine. I saw that, okay, Haik got a good advantage of the opening and he was playing very well. Then this rook takes g6, queen f6, and I assumed he would win the rook ending. I mean, yeah, somehow Vincent got enough counterplay with his a-pawn.
Right.
But I have a feeling it was definitely winning before.
I have to ask you this question. So yeah, maybe we're gonna use your game to analyze. We'll keep the camera on indeed on this game. But I have to ask you this question: how easy it is, from your perspective, to understand that h6 is a mistake and rook d7, d5, d6, keep the h6 square unoccupied is the right idea?
Yeah, I mean, that's not... Of course, you need to spend a lot of time to understand this difference, because h6, it looks like you're getting an extra tempo as well.
Yes.
You bring the rook to d7, d8, and the fact that this h6 square is so useful is actually really nice.
Yeah, that's absolutely incredible stuff. All right, we are going to follow this game, of course, on the camera and pull up your game. We don't want to keep you really for too long, just the main ideas, maybe
Sure.
what happened in the game.
The end of the game was actually really nice. What happened was actually, I remembered from 5 years ago, I read Dvoretsky's endgame manual. And I remembered that this position with this bishop on h1, knight on h4, king on f1, this is winning.
Do you know how it's called? Who composed this? I think it's a composition. Somebody.
Yeah, I
composed
think
this.
it's some composition. I just remembered being in Dvoretsky's endgame manual, so I remembered that, okay, I can just go for this, and this is winning.
All right.
Okay, so coming back to the opening, yeah, he played this interesting queen c2 line, and he's trying to avoid the main lines of Semislav. Queen c2, e5, cd5, knight d5.
Was this prep?
Yeah, this is all prep. I mean, this
All
is.
right.
Then he played this move, yeah, bishop e2. I didn't remember too much. I had this this in rapid against Vincent. He went bishop c4 instead of bishop e2.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, this bishop e2 is... I had d4 also in another game a couple months ago.
Yeah, by the way, the game is drawn. I'm sorry to interrupt you. The game
No
between Haik Martirosyan against Vincent Keymer is officially over. They played it for almost 7 hours. That's what it takes sometimes to save a game. So, okay, let's go back to this game in question. So you play bishop e2 right here.
Yes.
All right?
Now, okay, bishop d6, knight e4. I couldn't quite remember my preparation here, but knight f6 seemed decent because the issue is bishop c7. I think white has like b3. Let's say like castles. Sorry,
Yeah, maybe.
b3 castle.
Oh, yeah. So instead of 94, yeah?
No, knight e4, bishop c7, and now b3.
B3.
Now if castle, then he goes bishop a3, rook e8, knight e g5. I'm
Ooh.
not entirely sure whether this is working. Okay, maybe not knight e5 here, there's knight f6. There was some... I remember there were some lines when I was checking this out, they could get kind of dangerous.
Right.
Also, I just have one more request. Could we turn off the engine for a bit?
Yes, of course. Yes, we
Thank
simply have to. We have to. We're commentators. We can't work it out so quickly. So,
Yeah, I mean, I didn't entirely remember this. I just remembered that knight f6 was quite a safe alternative. Knight takes d6, queen takes d6, d3, bishop g4. Okay, a3, castle, h3, bishop. Now the thing was, I had this option between bishop h5 and bishop f3. Bishop h5 is much more natural, but I thought, let's say g4, bishop g6, knight h4. This could get quite murky.
yeah, we looked at d4. Yeah,
but-
same idea.
But e4, I think there's knight c7.
Try to dominate those dark squares.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Okay, knight comes to the e6. Maybe this is, of course, white looks like he's in control here, but the point is you go knight e6, knight d7, maybe f6. But overall, I think white might still be better.
All right.
So okay, I just decided to take, and I saw the setup of going a5, b6, c5. This very solid Maroxy.
Yeah, and here you played it for a very long time. How tempted were you to press forward? Because I think what he was trying to do, he was trying to provoke you to do something you did not.
Yeah, so this kind of position, I think there's mainly, like all I have to calculate in every single move is either whether b4 works or d4 works.
Right.
And whatever happened, he was making me spend a lot of time because, okay, white can technically do whatever he wants, and black has to sit still. Now, every single move, of course, it looks very obvious when you're just like scrolling through it, but there were some interesting moments where I had to calculate e4 as well, actually. e4, knight goes to c7 in like almost all these cases, and then bishop c3, some kind of idea like this.
All right.
Here, like in this exact moment, he couldn't play that because I have b5, b4.
Here, yeah.
Yeah, knight c7, bishop
knight
c3, I have b5, and then queen moves b4, knight goes to e6. And yeah, e4 is quite a double-edged sword.
b5, b4. I see. Yes. All right. Yes, I'm really more curious about this moment where he played h4, and I had a feeling that he was losing a bit patience, right? Because he tried to provoke something out of you. He quite did not. And then it worked against him.
This time scenario was also very like frightening because I have like 8 minutes to like 45. What saved me was the second time control.
Yeah.
I was just trying to make moves and just try to get the second time control. And if I didn't allow b4 under a proper circumstance, I should be fine. And that's exactly what happened. Then he played this move h5.
Is this a mistake?
I have a feeling, okay, maybe white still should be fine, but this is already a step in the wrong direction. Like, okay, I played knight c7 because, okay, I was just trying to get to move 40. I'm getting a tempo, bishop 5, knight cd5. I'm back to move, I'm on move 40. And I saw this idea of going queen e8, knight e7. And also, yeah, this position is not that clear, but I have a feeling if white somehow pulls the brakes, this should be fine. There's no way that this is that bad already.
Yeah, and about here you start to take over the game. That's the feeling I got.
Yeah, I got knight h7, knight g5, and then f5. This is really nice because now I start threatening e4.
Did you think like he was surprised that you suddenly start to play active, part of being very composed and not doing anything, just waiting?
Yeah, because okay, I had to stay very solid for a very long time, and now okay, the second I think he might have underestimated my chances of going knight g5, f5.
All right.
Okay, b4. I'm pretty sure the conversion I didn't play very well. Like he offered a draw when he played b4.
Aha, right here. Okay.
Yeah, but I had a feeling that the tide was changing, so I didn't see a reason why black should be worse, so I thought, okay, let's play on.
All right. Yeah, this f4 was a bit strange. Was there something in particular wrong with rook b4?
Rook takes b4, e4.
Ah, e4. With knight f3 and queen h5.
Yeah. Now, like, let's say d takes e4 is the most natural. I thought, like, f takes e4, bishop g2.
Yeah.
Like rook d2, queen g4, and now queen f7. Okay, maybe this is still somehow defendable, but it looks really unpleasant. Rook f1, I have rook f8.
How about queen f4? Ah, the pawn
Queen
on
h5.
Yeah, queen h5. Yeah, and then I take the pawn on b6. And, maybe
And then rook f8.
Rook
Rook
f8.
f8, you have rook b8.
Oh, okay. I'll pretend I saw that.
Okay, that's. I mean, it might be holding, but it's very, very thin line.
Right. Yeah, okay, but this f4 felt a very committal move.
Yeah,
I guess he
this
was afraid
f4,
of
he was just trying to trade off queens because, okay, ef4, his plan is ef4. He
Right.
wants to kind of prevent e4, and okay, if queens are off, he doesn't have any risk.
All right.
This next phase of the game, I think I played quite horribly, honestly. Knight h7, knight f6 looks good. Then this d4 move actually really surprised me. It's a really nice move, actually. Because he forces me to take a decision in the center.
Do you consider knight h5?
Yeah, I was worried that maybe it's like is f5 a move, like f5, rook g6, and now you kind of give up g3, and maybe this is just enough for an attack. But I was worried that maybe he goes bishop g2, knight g3, he plays, I don't know, queen f3 or something, and if I don't have mate, then maybe
Yeah, strong pawns, yeah?
pawns could be an issue. But okay, objectively, maybe this is the way to go.
All right.
Because okay, I'm pretty sure I messed up my whole advantage or somewhere around here. So ef4, ef4.
I'm not going to spoil you
Sure,
because
sure.
I know you want to use this as a part of your training at home as well.
Yes.
All right.
Instead of knight e4, my first instinct was rook e6. But what I had missed from before was he has queen b5. This is the issue because queen h5, bishop c4.
Pinning the rook. Yeah, so it seems to be a problem.
So yeah, I played knight e4. He played queen f3, rook takes d4, rook takes d4, rook take queen e3. Now, yeah, rook d8 is a horrible move. Because here he can go queen takes b6. I think he might have forgot that knight takes g3. He has queen b3.
Yeah, we wondered like it was a mutual blunder or what happened here. Yeah, you cannot do that.
Yeah, like you have to go knight f6 or something, and it's nothing much. But instead of like rook d8, my first idea was rook d6, but then I saw g4. I was worried that, okay, maybe this could be like what he got in the game, but now I don't have knight f6.
Right. All right.
And okay, instead of rook, maybe queen d7 is another candidate move, but there was like bishop c4, bishop e6, rook d1.
Yeah, and the rook on d4 is under attack, although there's a check on d1 as well. So, yeah,
Just check on d1, yeah, maybe this is...
maybe, yeah. Okay, I'm really curious about your assessment about this endgame. So he played it very quickly. I think he tried to press on your clock, g4, g5.
Knight takes h5, bishop f7, knight f4,
knight
rook,
f4.
rook c7.
Rook c7.
Yeah, maybe here there's, like, when I was using the bathroom after move 40, I realized one thing. Maybe I have rook, but maybe the bishop gets trapped. Like, rook e1 was my idea, king f2. Now, the whole trick is if you go rook e2, king f3, h6, g5, he has bishop g6.
Yes, that's really cute.
So,
You can't take it, the rook is under attack.
yeah, so rook c1 is another idea instead of rook e2. But okay, king f2, rook c1, rook takes c1, knight d3, king e3, knight c1, maybe bishop c4, and actually this...
But you can also trap the...
just king d2, just king
Yeah.
d2, and this
But
knight
wait,
is
why
gone.
don't you give knight e3 check? Was there
Yeah,
some
knight-
specific reason?
Knight d3, king g2, and now if h g5, he has
Ah.
bishop g... No, but yeah, now knight d4, he again has king f2.
King g2. This is what you didn't like, yeah? So
Yeah, I mean, maybe there's another way to make this work, but I wasn't entirely sure, and okay, I thought that, okay, move 60, I just played rook f8. 3 pawns
Right.
objectively should be winning.
Right. All right. Yeah, so g takes. So finally we get to the critical phase here. Maybe the question is...
Yeah, this h5 also, maybe there's something much stronger, because, okay, I played king g6, rook takes f4. h5, I think king g3 should be the best move.
Were you sure it's winning? Like you knew this endgame, you knew that most likely you are going to that endgame,
Yes.
which is Lloyd's study. I think Lloyd was the one, the original author, but okay, I mean...
Because, okay, I remember that actually I've checked out some of these positions, and if white goes and takes the h pawn instead of the b pawn, it's a draw. Because,
Meaning here, where exactly?
like, okay, let's say it's up, like what happened in the game, but the reverse situation. Like, let's just make some moves king, instead of king f4, let's just make some moves like king g3, king e5, king h4.
Ah,
King
go
d4,
after this
king takes,
pawn,
yeah. And now the thing is, if he takes this pawn on h5, knight e5, bishop a6, I think this kind of situation, okay, maybe, okay, pawn is on b6 in this situation, but even on b4, something like this is a draw. Like, there's no way you can kick this bishop out.
Right. So what you're saying, he should have tried to go after the h pawn, not for the b pawn.
Yeah, but I mean, I made sure that it wouldn't happen.
Okay, I see, right.
But yeah, I think after it, like, I think, yeah, this position should be winning. I brought this knight to g6, and okay.
At which moment
Right.
you realize this is the theoretical endgame?
Like, I remember, like, around here, I started remembering it. It was,
Yeah.
okay, this should just be over. Maybe there's an easier way to do this, but I just remembered that, okay, this is theoretically winning.
Yeah, this
Why
was
not?
very, very nice moment, yeah, because there's no more natural moment in the world than to play king g1, right?
Yeah, but then king e2, king t6, king f1 would be a very horrible turn of events.
Yeah, it's a very nice, very nice. You don't often get to see these games, like studies over the board. So very impressive game, Abhimanyu. I'm not going to hold you for any longer, any final words about, in general, how you feel about starting the tournament. You were dealt pretty bad cards, so to speak. You are playing against top-seeded players in the first 2 rounds with a black color, and yet won both of them.
Yeah, I mean, I've been just trying to play my best chess. And in this game, I had the feeling that he overpressed. He could have made a draw at most of the points. And then, okay, he played h5, queen g4. He kept trying to press, and then this is where things went wrong.
All right. Well, yeah, once again, congratulations, Abhimanyu. You have also the admiration from the chat. People are
Thank you.
following you live. So this was Abhimanyu Mishra, the youngest grandmaster in the world, the winner of this round. And in the meantime, let's check the current results. Thank you, Abhimanyu, for being here, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right. Let's check the results. What happened in this round, round 2 of the triathlon in the Masters and Challengers section is officially over. These are the results, as you can see. Abhimanyu Mishra grinds a very long but important victory, showing his knowledge. That's why the viewers, you study endgames. That's how you study the Vaishali's endgame manual, because this is where it gives you points at the critical moments. Victory for Mishra. Liem against Praggnanandhaa finished a couple of hours ago. It was a rather peaceful game. Haik Martirosyan was this close to win the game against Keymer, but it was the young German who showed a lot of resilience. He was able to escape with a draw. Marc-Andrea Maurizi in the challengers section walks away with a disappointing draw. He was very close to win against Igor Semenenkov, where the young Ukrainian grandmaster escaped with a draw with a tenacious defense. Vaishali is yet again one of the heroines of the round, scoring an important victory with the white collar against the previous leader of the tournament of the triathlon, Alexander Donchenko, and Salem Saleh wins the second game in a row versus Jonas Biel. And I believe we also should be able to have the current standings of the triathlon after round 2. By the way, Angelique is back here.
I am back.
Thank you for teleporting.
You're welcome. So let's check the standings after the round number 2.
Let's do that. All right, what do we see here?
Yeah, we see that Abhimanyu manages to get on the top of the rankings with 12 points. After him is Liem with 10.5, Haik Martirosyan with 10 points. And after them we see Praggnanandhaa and Keymer with 6.5 points. And at the bottom of the list we see Sam Shankland with 5.5 points. And in challengers, we see that Salem is managing to go up on the first place with a 14 points with 2 consecutive wins. After him is Vaishali Ramesh Babu with 13 points, is the same with the 2 wins in a row. Alexander Donchenko is 11 points, Marc-Andrea Maurizi with 5.5, and Jonas Bienne with 5 points, while Igor Semenenkov has only 4.5 points.
This ends an amazing day here in Biel, where the action is only gearing up. The triathlon is officially at full speed. The round 2 of the classical part is over, and this means we are going to be back tomorrow, dear viewers, at 2 p.m. Central European Summer Time. Angelique and me, we're saying goodbye to you. Goodbye, take care, have a great evening, and come back tomorrow.